and it's lux. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name and choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way we choose now. It's not in my mind. I know it feels right. You're good for my health. Oh, I've been hoping that you'd notice. It's a matter of time before you're all mine. In another life, not in another. It's a matter of time before you're all mine.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to North America for the quarterfinals of Open Qualifier number 6, the final online event of the North American season for RLCS 2024. We are qualifying teams through to our London major, as well as earning points for the World Championship at the end of the season. Both events coming up very, very quickly, and we've got kickoff starting here in just under 30 minutes. I hope you guys are ready for it. I'm Wavepunk. I got T-Bates, I got Gibbs, I got Stacks. Stacks, how you feeling? You ready for today?
Oh, I am so ready for today. We're either going to close the door on just about everybody, or it's going to be wide open going into Sunday.
Gibbs, I mean, we've been talking a lot in the back, but there's a lot of possibilities of some crazy tiebreaker situations that we're going to break down today.
Yeah, London's scenario's heating up here. There's a chance for a four-way tie, but we'll talk about that a little later.
Bates, how's it feel knowing that your G2 boys are the only team in the entire region completely safe today?
I feel good. I mean, listen, they're not my boys. I'm not G2 Bates. I'm not paid off like Genji. That's
right.
So I am actually just a fan of Rocket League. But it is good to watch the best team in North America, arguably the best team in the world, already qualified, already solidified. And now for this particular qualifier, they just need to establish their dominance, just assert it, and make it all the way to a grand final and win it again, and let the people know that they aren't to be messed with going into London.
We'll see how they do today, folks. They've got, a wonderful qualifier here against Dignitas in just under 28 minutes. Let's talk about how things have been going so far. If you're just out joining us, you're like, what's going on in this Rocket League world? Well, you chose a great time to jump in. We are right before our second major down there. June 20th through 23rd will be the major in London, and we are in Open Qualifier number 6, just one arrow ahead of that. And then we're done with all of our online events after tomorrow. We'll have the London major there at the end of June, and then in the middle of September, our World Championship. Only 2 more events after this weekend and next weekend. Next weekend, we will have the remainder of our open qualifiers for the other regions in our game. But everybody trying to build momentum and trying to earn a spot in London. You can make sure you can be there. You can earn your spot by going to ticketmaster.co.uk. Buy a ticket there for 1 day, for 2 days, as many days as your heart is contented for, as long as your heart settles on 2, because that's the limit of how many days there are. So we also have the World Championship tickets available. You can go and get those as well. rl.gg/RLCS Texas. Could not recommend it enough. It was a wonderful time the first time we were in Fort Worth. Pumped to be going back, and hope to show you guys all around my favorite city. So that will be September 13th through 15th. Those are the crowd days. Hope to see you there in person. Let's talk about our event right now, though. Open Qualifier number 6. The Swiss is done and dusted. We are finished with online Swisses here in North America. We had some surprises. We had some things stay the same. I mean, Bates, I look up at the 2 teams in that qualified out of round 3. One of them, not a surprise. One of them, very much a surprise.
That's right, very big. And so that Shopify Rebellion team, and you look in the 1-0 spot underneath that green, you see Shopify Rebellion. They took down Gen G, Mobile One Racing, and then they took that momentum and they ultimately ended up beating SSG as well. Gen G, well argued to be either the best in North America or the second best team, and SSG right there, number 3. So Shopify, they hit the stride yesterday when they needed, and they still got to continue that into today. G2, of course, qualified with them, and then your other 6 qualifying teams, you see them all throughout: SSG, OG, Gen G, Moist, Luminosity, and Dig.
Well, let's talk about Dignitas here, Stacks. One of the teams that we had a lot of question marks about coming into last qualifier, and those question marks continued into this one as they didn't make top 8 in qualifier number 5. But here they are going all the way to round 5, able to take down the Swiss Merchants of M80 to qualify.
Yeah, this is a team that, again, you talk about having ups and downs, very similar to OG in the first half of the season, but they finally figured it all out. Stizzy was absolutely awesome. He and Gyro each had 14 goals on the day. Arsenal, though, leading the way with 21 goals in 21 games. But you just give the ball to Stizzy and let him work. I think that's been a big problem they've had, guys. They've had Arsenal and Stizzy kind of fighting over the ball, and this is the first weekend that I've watched Dignitas and go, hey, they finally look like they're all on the same page. Hello, Gyro. They got a chance here, but they're also the first team in North America to qualify for top 8 with a negative game differential in the Swiss.
Wow. Okay.
And your prize is G2. Good luck.
Well, listen, I'll tell you something. According to Jorby, Dignitas has a great chance against the G2 squad. I don't know why exactly he's saying that. Some will say it's because he might be on their team stream, but other than that, he says they have a good chance, Stack. So at the moment, Dignitas, they're looking good now.
A couple of Game 5 winners sandwicing a sweep at the hands of SSG, so they get their work cut out for them.
Well, let's talk about one of the other surprises here, or maybe not a surprise, but a team that is keeping the last hope alive here, Luminosity. If they had lost in Swiss, their season would have been over. They're still here today.
They sure are still here today, and let me tell you something, chat. This is the hashtag you need to be repping when LG plays later. Hashtag culture, because that's what they're doing over there at Illuminati. You got to have the faith. You got to have the faith in all North American squad right here in Reynolds, Magic Bear, and Cheese. They went against this Cloud9 squad. We showed the low lights a little bit when they absolutely got smacked by SSG, but we don't have to worry about that. But then they played this Cloud9 squad, and Cloud9, they have been well regarded as a defensive stalwart in the Rlcs this season. But Luminosity, they took them out right here in overtime. Great pop by Reynolds just to end it. Like, that's what you need from Captain Slater.
And there's no lowlights here. We're going to talk about Shopify Rebellion and what a performance they had. They went 3-0 in Swiss. They had to take down Snowmen in 5, which is a tight series. But right after that, they go up against Gen G. And we know on maybe a Swiss Friday, they're not always at their best, but they take down Gen G as well. But I think the most impressive result for them had to be against Space Station Gaming. Space Station had played the other teams in the field besides G2 and Gen G 21 times before that, and they won 20 of those matches. But Shopify Rebellion takes down Space Station pretty convincingly as well, a 3-1 match result there. So they get the win on Space Station, give them loss number 2 in 22 tries. But on top of that, like, Rebellion's offense is number 1 across all 3 qualifiers in North America. The only problem is they are one of the worst defenses as well. So they're going to have to try and figure that out throughout this playoff run.
They'll be putting up some crazy numbers. Just depends on whether those numbers are enough to win against Luminosity later on today. That is their quarterfinal matchup. We'll be playing each of these quarterfinals you see today, and then we'll play the semifinals and grand finals tomorrow. Each one has a story. We'll talk about it as we get into it. So great stuff that happened in the Swiss yesterday. Some excellent results, some wonderful developments of some ongoing season-long stories, but also some incredible Rocket League. We could talk through some of our favorite moments that happened yesterday. I'm going to start things off. I want to talk about SSG versus Luminosity. This was a pretty one-sided series. Game 1 started off, I think it went 4-0. Here's goal number 4, though. I love, LJ's been just impressing us over and over again. Look at this shot from the side. It looks crazy. He comes up, gets the demo on Cheese. He's going to get kind of Goomba stomped here by Magic Bear as he comes down. Very unsettling, but stays into play. And just guess which direction you think he's going to flip here. You're going to guess wrong, okay? He doesn't backflip, doesn't forward flip, doesn't kind of reverse flip here. He keeps his momentum going as the play keeps going and flips in the direction his car is already rolling. I don't even know what input you're supposed to make here as we can play the clip here, watch the way this works. Playing with it, inverted like that. We can watch it at full speed here. I don't know how you keep your brain straight when you're upside down like that.
And not only that, like, that Magic Bear Goomba stop was on purpose. He tried to have Magic Bear land on him, so he disrupted 2 defenders and then outshot the last defender on that play. So LJ was doing literally everything on that play.
It was a microcosm of the series. It was a sweep for a space station over LG, and he kind of swept the whole team in that play as well. Cool stuff there. Bates, what you got?
Yo, what's up, man? I mean, your LJ play was pretty good, bro. But I think I always have a little bit of a better play. You know why? Because over there on the G2,
of course.
It's just the freestyles. And we're like a beast mode, up high, gets reset number 1, off the ceiling, flips, gets reset number 2. That would have been it. But it took 2 out of Moist Esports to stop him. When you bring out 2, you got to have 1 of the big 3 right there to clean it up. And of course, it's Mr. Reliable, Mr. Atomic. Beast mode 1 reset, his ceiling, gets another reset. Perfect power. Massimo says, let me come in, tap it in. Beast, you did all the work, but I'm going to clean up the mess. Janitor style. Okay. And that's how you end up getting some W's. That was a nasty play by Beast.
I mean, so it was a good play, all right? Like, it was a great play, Bates. But come on, you couldn't pick literally any other team. You had to go with G2. You know, it's fine. You know what? Wave, I'm going to go right into my play, all right? I'm done with this G2 biasness. We already know they're the best team in North America. Don't worry about that. Let's talk about Gyro. We all love Gyro in the casting booth. And let's look at the dangles here. See you later, Zanil. He just flies right off the fake. And then watch this play on Line Blaze. He just fakes the touch, goes underneath, lands again, and gets the side flip to pass Percy. He literally beats the entire Cloud9 team. Let's watch it from Percy's point of view. He's just going to watch his teammates get absolutely dumpstered here by Gyro. And the Gyro lands back down so quickly that Percy cannot read the angle. Gyro doing it by himself off the kickoff versus all 3 of Cloud9, who's one of the best defenses in North America. A fantastic play for him. They're going to need a lot more fantastic plays because Dignitas, they got to win this entire qualifier.
The hit past Percy looked like the easiest part of the play, but watching from Percy's perspective, it looks like Percy believes he's got it. He's like, I've got this. This is fine. Yeah. It's fine. And then it wasn't. A very important touch there, Stax. Yeah,
I love Gyro. I love that play when it happened. But you know who else I like? I kind of clowned on him a little bit after they fell to SSG, but Luminosity, they had one of my favorite plays. We got a fake kickoff against them. If you stop it right here, Cheese has a decision to make. Go to Reynolds on the right, Magic Bear on the left. It's easier to go to Reynolds. This is something they practice every week, and this is the only decision point. Now we roll it ahead and see exactly where it ends up. They both got the midfield boost because it's completely free. AJ is all the way forward. Nas is the only one who's going to have any shot to defend this. And Reynolds knows exactly where to put this. Again, this is something they practice every week, so he knows where to go with this. We roll it again. Magic Bear is already going to be up the wall and out for this. Picture perfect pass. Nas is the only one who has any shot at it at all, and we're going to see it from his perspective. Right there is where he realizes, oh no, we're in real trouble. Grab the corner boost, not so much. And to make matters worse, 8 to BU M80, because this was a 1-1 game at one point, and then it just became a Luminosity score fest. They outscore him 8-2 over the rest of the game. Just stop it. There's another. Well, there's another. That's the own goal. And it just keeps on going and keeps on going. Oh my God,
really does keep going.
Dead. This is actually obscene to show this in some countries. We apologize. It just keeps on going. Just goal after goal. Luminosity adds another and another. Luminosity, very good at kickoffs, guys. That's what we could take from this, right?
10 goals in 2 minutes and 21 on the clock, I think it was, from both teams. Obviously, most for LG, but man, that was a wild one.
They almost scored a goal at the buzzer beater to make it 10-3 there at the very end. I remember that was a wild one. Okay, but it wasn't. We also did have LG did break a record yesterday, guys. They broke the record. This is officially confirmed by our statistician for fastest goal allowed in the history of Rocket League. Don't blink, you might miss it. Roll the clip here. They're going to score literally as fast as possible. This is the first goal Space Station scored in game 1 there. Whoopsies! LJ all the way in, and that's a goal. Okay, 4:59 on the clock. Look at it. Meow! And that's it. That's the whole goal. That was... might be faster than that.
Why not think the ball was going to be moving like 190 kph or something? You're just off the kickoff within 1 second. That was so misleading, but I guess I wasn't paying attention. That's good. That's good.
You
That's
know what?
good.
Listen,
Statistically fastest goal possible.
if kickoffs didn't exist, if you just like rolled the ball to one team or the other, Rlcs would probably have 3 world championships. It's just you get rid of that aspect of the game. I have to imagine he hates it more than anybody else because it's always his team that is getting clowned on in kickoffs.
I remember he's got a lot of experience dealing with kickoff goals and trying to deal with the mental collapse that happens when your team allows a kickoff goal in an important spot, though. We'll see if he's able to use that strong mental here today in their matchup. We'll have that coming up a little bit later on. Speaking of things that are happening, though, speaking of qualifying for London, let's talk about the rest of the world. We've got wonderful teams all across the world, many different regions here. You can see them across the top bar here. If their logo is illuminated, that means that they have qualified for London. If their logo is faded, that's just right now. If the things were to end right at this moment, these are the teams who would go for us. These are region leaders. Let's talk about some of the other regions here, Stacks. Let's talk about MENA. They have both their teams already solidified for London, but they have qualifiers going on right now. Actually, grand finals at the moment.
Yeah, grand finals going on right now. Twisted Minds took Ahmad from Anything, former Rule 1. They're going to London, as you saw. They're lit up top. They have a chance to overtake Anything for the spot at Worlds, but you can see Anything in the finals against Team Falcons. Falcons are already secure. They're all set, but Anything is on 78 points. So the scenarios for today are very simple. With Twisted Minds stuck 10 points behind them at 68, they'll need to chase Anything's either 78 or 82, depending on what happens in the finals. So if Anything beats Falcons, Twisted Minds will need to reach the top 8 at the London Major to snipe that world spot. But if Falcons win today, Twisted Minds can force a tiebreaker for the world spot by reaching round 5 of Swiss and losing. So if they're out in 3 or 4, then Anything goes to Worlds. If they reach top 8, Twisted Minds goes to World. But if they lose in round 5, potentially, if Falcons take care of business here, Twisted Minds and Anything would play a best-of-7 tiebreaker for the spot, the second MENA spot in Fort Worth. Okay. So Stacks was talking about the world's points. These are the major 2 points for qualifying for London. You can see that Twisted Minds and Falcons already have it locked up there, but still a lot on the line here for the Middle East in terms of world's qualifications. All right, Bates, what's going on over in South America?
South America, a.k.a. the second best region in the world. That's right, North America. You've been usurped. Take a look at the major 2 points for South America. Fury at 44, Ninja, NIP at 36, Team Secret 36, Crew 32, and Complexity 28. Listen, this is very important, by the way. Let me break it down for you. Furia, all they have to do is win their quarterfinal matchup today, and not only do they qualify for London, but they also clinch for the World Championship in Fort Worth. Now, these other 4 teams after them, the 2, 2, 4, 5. Give me the bracket, please. Let me show it to you real fast. There's a chance in Sam that we have a 4-way tiebreaker. Let me break it down for you. If Furia wins the whole entire event, that's one. And then you need Crew to beat Team Secret, Complexity to beat Hero Base, Complexity then beats Crew, and then they lose to Furia, of course. And then you ultimately end up with Furia having the most points, NIP tied with 36, Secret tied with 36, Crew tied with 36, and Complexity tied with 36 as well. That's a 4-way tie in Sam. And at that point, hopefully we get to see him on Twitch.tv/Rocket League for a nice, good tie-breaking matchup.
Yeah, my goodness. Gibbs, imagine the tiebreakers.
Oh, that'd be nice. A 4-team bracket, 1 spot on the line. That's exactly what you would want out of Sam. And Sam is obviously incredibly talented, so it'd be a lot of fun to watch. But let's look at SSA here real quick. Limitless just took care of business in their quarterfinal round, but they are eliminated from London contention, but they want to gain as many points as they can for the World Championship. Team Mobula, all they have to do is win their quarterfinals match. They're going to London, but very likely their gap in points between them and Limitless will be roughly about 32 points for the World Championship. That means Team Mobula would have to make the grand finals in London in order to at least tie Limitless in points to get that World Championship spot for a tiebreaker. And I'm sorry, Team Mobula, you moved from EU to SSA because you were probably like the 13th seed in EU. You will get the spot in SSA, but I'm not believing that they're making a grand finals run. So very likely Limitless not being in London, but they will make it to the World Championship.
Okay. So that kind of shows you the state of the universe here as far as those regions. Those are the regions that are playing this weekend. We'll see OCE and EU's and APAC's results in Europe next weekend. So lots still to be played for, and we will fill out those logos and kind of solidify them as they as the results come in today. So keep your eyes tuned here to the desk in between. We got 11 minutes till kickoff, and we played a fun game last week where we kind of drafted fantasy teams and we're trying to decide which players would do better during the playoffs compared to their Swiss results just the day prior. We did the same thing today, but instead of drafting a team, we're just picking a champion, picking a player that we think is going to be the most improved from yesterday to today, and then if they win today as well tomorrow. So we'll talk through all the teams. We all picked kind of simultaneously, and any duplicates got banned and had to be repicked here. So that's how we got the results we've got. I went with two-piece on this one. I'll start things off. I went with two-piece last week during the fantasy. I predicted him to underperform because he performed so well during the Swiss. And not only did he not underperform, he actually overperformed. It cost me points. So two-piece, I learned my lesson. He's got 1.5 goals plus assists here yesterday. I think that they will be able to put up better numbers against Luminosity today.
That seems fair. I mean, they're the #1 offense in North America across all 3 qualifiers. They can definitely do it. They have a good matchup as well, so I can definitely see it.
God, they got the brain. Let's go. Bates, who you got?
Listen, I learned about the parameters of this little most improved thing this morning.
Goodness.
And so I realized I'm so confident in my pick, but I picked them for 2 reasons. But anyways, I'm going to go with Cheese because, listen, you see the goals is this 1.38. I think they got a good matchup going up against Rebellion. I think it's going to pop off. For them to beat Rebellion, Cheese is going to be gonna have to play his A game, and also I'm also sprinkling in a little bit of wins into my categorization as well. When the Luminosity potentially makes it all the way to the grand finals because Cheese has been balling out that much, that means he's been most improved from the Swiss to the weekend.
I do feel like though Cheese in qualifiers 1 through 3 was probably the split MVP at that point to go to Copenhagen, but we haven't seen that same Cheese in a while, so I think he definitely will have to wake up here in order for that to happen.
Love seeing the love for Cheese though. Gibbs, who you got?
All right, I went with 5 up. Strictly because his numbers were so incredibly low. He was at 0.9 goals plus assists per game. And then I looked across the entire qualifiers of 4, 5, and 6. I'm like, he's got to average better than that, right? Like, honestly, it's only like a 0.85. So he's actually overperforming what he normally does. But Moist is in the bracket for the first time through these qualifier processes. So 5 up. Come on, you can do it. 0.9's not enough. We're going to need at least a 1.5 here to have any chance versus Gen G. So going with 5 up.
Okay.
Going for the upset, really.
Yeah. It's bold to predict against Gen G here. Stacks, who you got?
I'm curious. I got to see Gibbs pick Moist later on today. I got Rlcs, mostly because basically Bates, we're all gonna live and die together.
Hashtag culture,
feel like
baby.
Cheese is going to go off, and I figured somebody else would pick him, so I just avoided all of that by picking the man that I think is going to be feeding him the ball an awful lot, and I think that's going to be Slater. I think that he's going to pick up a lot of assists. Shopify Rebellion, they tend to give up some big games, and I think all of Luminosity, especially Rlcs, can have some success there.
This will be interesting. So far, it's you two versus me in that match. We got a lot of stakes in Shopify versus Luminosity. We had the entire talent team that's on staff today grab one of these players. Let's talk to the casters who are standing by waiting for our first match here. James, who you got?
So I went with a sleeper pick. I picked Gyro. Gyro combined 1.24, but typically he's a little higher than that. Arsenal was the one who picked up a lot of the goals that Gyro usually does. And yeah, they're against G2, who are playing for nothing. Dignitas got here on bad vibes, and that's got to add a lot of confidence, which is the only thing that has ever been the problem for Dignitas, is confidence. I think Gyro comes in fully confident. We'll definitely get a good bit over that 1.24.
You kind of breezed past the playing against G2 part, though. I feel like that's
we'll see what happens.
I do have one question, Jorby. What team stream do you do again?
That would be Dignitas.
Oh, okay. Now I understand.
It's not that. It's the 2 rival boys went with the original peeps. That's all.
Right, exactly.
Wow.
You know, I'm a peep for life.
Stacks, nobody was thinking that.
Like 10 people in chat know what Stacks was talking about. James, who you got?
So I like to strategize. All right. So when I looked at this bracket here, I'm thinking, oh, Gen G. I'm not going to say that this is the easy side of the bracket, but look at the other side of the bracket. I think Gen G is going to have an opportunity to put up huge numbers against a Moist team that barely scraped in through round 5 of Swiss, hasn't really had many top 8 performances this go around. So I look at the matchups alone, and then I look at the fact that Chronic's numbers aren't insane, and I think that, until the finals, I expect Gen G to put up a lot of numbers. I tried to pick apparently Jack first, but there's more rules that I'm sure that Gibbs can explain, but it got canceled out. So I'm like, all right, Chronic, please let me get him. And I was able to. So I expect Chronic to put up huge numbers against Moist, who are going to get swept.
Okay. Makes
We
have
swept.
We have some antithetical opinions here between James and Gibbs, I feel like. Casters, thank you so much. Good luck in the match today. We'll see you out there on the pitch here. Just under 6 minutes. We're getting close to kickoff here. Dazarin also is part of the staff today. He's not sitting in one of the seats to cast here for the first match. He picked Beast Mode. He originally picked Appjack because #GenG, but I haven't told him this yet. I also picked Appjack just to deny him the pick there. So he had to go with Beast Mode. He did not believe in First Killer to be able to improve on his stats there. So he went with Beast Mode, hopped over to G2.
And plus, he was in dead last time around in fantasy, so we made sure he wasn't on camera.
That's true. So. All right, Gibbs, we got to move quick here. We got to talk about these major scenarios, though. We got 5 minutes till kickoff. Let's talk about the prize pool and points, folks. We got 20 points on the line, $20,000, $21,000 there for first place. What needs to happen here for Madness to descend?
All right, the only important thing that you need to know for the prize pool and points is the 4-point breakdowns from each placement. So let's move ahead. Top 8 bracket. Let's show it. We're going to speed run all these spots here. For Dignitas and Moist, they are way down the points leaderboard. They have to win this qualifier. They also need OG to lose in the quarterfinals. So that is what Dig and Moist need. Now let's bring up the points, and we'll talk about the other teams here really quickly. Luminosity, they are an 8-point underdog here to OG. That is 2 placements higher. So that would be a grand finals. OG loses in the quarterfinals. If they win, then they can make top 4, yada, yada. That's how you catch up to OG. Then Shopify Rebellion, they are only 4 points down. That is only 1 place. So if they place 1 better than OG, then they can qualify. But Gen G and Space Station have not clinched yet. And here's my dream bracket, and I will show it to you now. Space Station on Twitter said they have clinched, but they have not yet. And they need very specific things to go against them. They need Rebellion to take down OG in the grand finals, and there will be a tiebreaker. Gen G, if they lose in the quarterfinals, they will also be in that tiebreaker. So this is my dream bracket, so we can look at the points of how this would all play out.
Okay.
And we would have a 4-way tie from 2 to 5. And this is my dream, honestly.
Oh, that is disgusting.
So we'll talk about Gen G. If they win their quarterfinals, they wouldn't be in this tie. But if they do, then 2 through 5, 36 points each. And we'd have a 4-way tie for 3 spots in North America. So Space Station on Twitter, you're big fans of Rebellion and OG losing early today, so you can finally tweet the proper scenarios.
My goodness. Imagine getting to this spot and there being 3 spots open, and you just need to not be last in that tiebreaker, and you'll be fine. But someone would have to be last. Bates, you got a question?
Yeah. Also, I just want to touch on that's Gibbs' dream bracket because it gets him in and it gets him out.
Oh, yeah, 4-0s, baby. Let's go. Let's get moving.
Short day. We got 3 minutes, folks, before Dignitas kicks off against G2. We only got 4 quarterfinals to play for you today. Hopefully they aren't all 4-0s. Hopefully we got a few Game 7s in there. We got OG, that super important result. How does OG do against Space Station? We're saving that for last, folks. Before that, we'll have Moist versus Gen G and Luminosity versus Shopify. But to kick things off for the quarterfinals of Open Qualifier 6, we got G2 Stride versus Dignitas here. There's an obvious favorite in this matchup, but Dignitas, many of us, Bates, had counted them out before this point, and yet they're still here.
Yes, right. Dignitas, they had the bench Evo earlier on in this major. They added up Stizzy from EU. They brought Gyro back from the bench, and I believe those U-Stacks talked about it. Their vibes in general have just improved, and that has really been self-evident on the field. They're playing this confident, trusting each other. That's going to give them the best chance to go up against this G2 Stride squad that has looked unstoppable except when they play Gen G.
Yeah, again, they all throughout this season, or this second half of the season, It's been Arsenal and Stizzy fighting over the ball. Now they're all on the same page. This is the best this team has looked the entire time, and there is something to be said for peaking at just the right moment. Dignitas is doing that. They've given themselves a shot.
But this is talent versus vibes, right? And I'm going to pick talent every time. Obviously, G2, number 1 team in North America. It's vibes on Dignitas, sure, but -1 game differential through the Swiss. They barely got here. G2, though, they're not playing for much here. They already know they're going to the World Championship. They know they're going to London. So maybe there's a chance, but I think it's doubtful.
Okay, folks. Well, you can see the scenarios down there at the bottom. This is kind of everything for Dignitas to play for. Nothing for G2. G2 is just trying to secure number 1 seed at this point, and Dignitas, if they win here, it does not guarantee anything. So they have to win to earn the chance to play the matches that actually qualify them through. This is a very long road for Dignitas, but the first most important step of it was yesterday. They took that step well. Now they're trying to take the next step. Let us know who you think is going to win. Can Dignitas create the upset? Hashtag DIG. Or does G2 roll on to another semifinal here? We'll make our predictions while the coin predicts as well. Blue for G2. And it's going to come up. That was a weird. It landed weird. We all saw it, though. It did land this way. I didn't flip it. That was Dignitas. So.
All right.
Coin's a believer.
Coin's a believer.
Problem is, G2 on the season, or at least in this second half, fewest shots conceded, fewest goals conceded per game throughout the whole split. Dignitas needs to light up the scoreboard if they're going to have a chance.
Folks, we've got a sweep for G2 up here on the desk, and you guys got them as well in chat. Coin believes, Dignitas believes. Most importantly, can they do it, folks? To kick off the final round of online qualifiers here, folks, it's G2 versus Dignitas. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
Dignitas may not be in control of their own destiny, but when there's a chance, you still have to find a way to give it your all. G2 playing with house money, James, and just another day at the office for the squad.
Yeah, they've already qualified for London. They've already qualified for Worlds. This is the victory lap, so to speak. And Dignitas, they have everything to play for. Obviously, their destiny not entirely in their hands, but one thing is for certain, Jorbian, and that is Dignitas must win if they want to have any hope at making it to London.
And Dignitas, who have struggled with executing kickoffs, especially yesterday in Swiss, and this time they had Stizzy fake to give themselves an early chance. It doesn't work out this time. Goes to show you Dignitas really want to make a statement. Stizzy slowing it down. At the start of the game, Dignitas trying everything to get by by Daniel. And G2 cleared away again.
But then I'm thinking back to the last grand final and the last open qualifier. To me, the player that really stood out was Atomic. Atomic doesn't always lead the team in numbers, but this event he has been. In last grand finals, he was spectacular. So I'm looking to see if Atomic can bring that same level of success here against Dignitas.
And obviously, Stizzy almost getting there, but Atomic, great recovery. Daniel quickly to the ball. Dignitas, despite their best effort, couldn't find the back. Arsenal will buy some time. You know, Stizzy, when he first joined the team, obviously Dignitas have been through some tumultuous times. Atomic's going to score right off the bar.
What I tell you, Dorby.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Atomic has been playing so well recently, gets the flip reset, waits till the last second as well. You can see Gyro maybe not expecting it, gets the bump on Atomic, but by then the shot was already released. Atomic, he's had a huge save early, and now that first goal. I think Dignitas really will need to find a way to contain Atomic and not let him get off to a hot start.
Even after you tried getting the neutral 50, now you get burned in the midfield. Daniel will beat him clean. And Dignitas' structure is not anticipating beast mode, playing that extra touch. Arsenal was there. Stizzy was playing off of Arsenal, and that made it wide open for Daniel to snipe.
And Stizzy thinking he had more time than he did. So a quick start here for G2. I think so many people have G2 as the favorite to win it all once again. Dignitas fans, they know that this journey ahead is quite a difficult one. Dignitas, they've been fighting through adversity just to get here to this point. It was a great achievement. You even saw on the pre-show the reaction from Stizzy after getting the win. Dignitas has everything to play for.
And the confidence issues have plagued this team. It's been their #1 criticism all season long. Qualifier 6 has been their best showing as a team.
Oh, there's
Working
another
together as a unit.
play. Atomic is driving circles around Dignitas, slows it down. You see the bump from Daniel, and as soon as Atomic has that little bit of space from the bump, what does he do? Executes perfectly. Atomic already throwing up massive numbers, 400 points, and we're not even halfway through this game.
I mean, you know, that's the... Talk all you want about Dignitas' mental, about how even if they get to top 8 on a rough mental, you think that should establish some confidence. Because confidence doesn't mean much when you're playing against G2, as Stizzy tried to roll that ball underneath. And, well, it's G2 who end up making the statement. Dignitas have pulled out the strats early to try to catch G2 off guard. They were ready for it. Atomic is just moving the ball all by himself. Beast mode on the back. Dignitas playing reactive. They're not reacting well. G2 holding them in the orange half.
But you saw that play from Atomic, the defense not knowing what to expect. And now we're seeing G2 have so much possession. Atomic still going for it. Tries to get a pass into the middle. Ball leaks out to Beast Mode, who's going off the ceiling. Underneath the ball, fakes it. Pass over to Atomic. There's the hat trick. G2 will not be stopped.
And Beast Mode, he's just so sick on the ball. Arsenal sees Beast Mode comes down, wants to cover the high, Gyro to cover the low, but Beast Mode just has excellent control. Arsenal gets down, and Beast Mode's already moved past him. Gyro tries to get to the near post to defend the shot, and Beast Mode goes right over his head. No, doesn't matter what you do, where you position, if your car is not on the ball, Beast Mode's just gonna move right by you. Easy does it.
Huge start from G2. This has not been a close game whatsoever.
Not at all. And Dignitas, you know, their major hopes are about as slim as they can be. You know, you need OG to not advance. You need Rebellion to not make grand final. On top of that, you got to win the events. Even if you win here, it still might not even matter. If you're Dignitas, you're hoping that you can just carry that kind of energy and try to play your best.
And they just had a fantastic opportunity on that last play. Stizzy with the hesitation, and now Beast Mode. This is disastrous from Dignitas. You see the defense is there. Gyro not expecting that 50 straight off the ceiling, tries to jump from a reverse position, and it just goes in. Things going from bad to worse for Dignitas, who have not been able to crack this G2 defense, which traditionally has been the best that North America's had to offer. And that's been the case so far in game one. Dignitas, oh, they finally get one. Stizzy, he wastes no time on this challenge, Jorby.
Yeah, nice work here from Stizzy. Moving past the first defender and kept speed to catch Beast Mode out, but Beast Mode not too worried about that, no doubt. And Dignitas will definitely have their work cut out for them. Got to be impressed overall with G2. When they've qualified for everything. There really isn't much more they need, but this shows you the skill floor of this team, James. I mean, they're ridiculous. Beast Mode gets another one. He's nuts, man.
Beast Mode with the squishy save, then the follow-up. And now a pass over. Beast Mode defensively, it's been so good. 3 saves for him. And I mean, look at how many saves G2 has made. Sitting at 7 right now to just 3 for Dignitas. So despite all these numbers, Dignitas has been keeping many shots out of net, whereas G2's been happy to get in those isolation plays and make stops.
Dignitas still throwing everything at G2's net. Stizzy looking for the right side. Maybe a confidence builder into game 2. Right now, though, G2, they hold all of the cards, excuse me. Going into game 2.
Look at that pass.
Try to start
it's
with
open.
that big kickoff. See you later. He doesn't want to score.
Atomic. How generous of Daniel. Look at this pass. The double tap. A perfect pass upfield. Hits Daniel on the numbers. Daniel, I mean, he's probably trying to score, but at this point, I don't think G2 really cares. Maybe he was actually trying to miss to let this next game come sooner. Gives Atomic his 4th goal. Atomic, insane numbers this game. And G2 did not break a sweat, Jorby, in this first game.
Not at all. A simple warm-up for G2. Atomic, who is at the bottom of his team on the stat card as far as assists, goals, saves, and such. But then he just comes alive in the playoffs. scoring 4 goals, and that highlight reel is going to be all centered on him. Beast Mode with a couple of nice moves as well.
All of them.
And I mean, Dignitas just got completely stuffed.
It's all of them. I mean, we saw the squishy save from Beast Mode. Also, at the start of the game, Atomic had a massive save. I mean, it's tough to know what's going to even be on this Mobile One high-performance replay. Probably mostly Atomic. That flip reset, that's how the game started. And then Atomic taking advantage of the space, gets it around Arsenal after getting some space from that bump, and you can see the frustration on Stizzy's face and the frustration that Dignitas must feel as a whole. G2 beat them down that first game. One goal off from a Brazil. And I mean, the one goal that Dignitas had, Stizzy had a great half flip to get up to the challenge. Beast Mode didn't even flip into the ball. It seemed like G2 didn't really have to play at their peak to even get that win. They looked so comfortable in that win, Jorby.
They really do. And, you know, everyone looking at G2, if you want them to get to the grand finals again, you'd love to see them be this dominant against a team like Dignitas that have struggled. You know, Violent Panda in the post-day interview talked a lot about this team's mentality and the struggles that they had even yesterday through Swiss, and just trying to talk with the team, talk through their problems, and just trying to get to the next game. They definitely need that after game 1. You got all those goals out, but the best part about game 2 is it all resets and you can try again. However, this 3-headed titan of G2, they aren't gonna go down sleeping. Atomic got the catch and will just hold the ball underneath Gyro, maybe create a play, but Arsenal this time on the blindside challenge. No boost for Dignitas, they have to punt the ball away.
And that's already not the best sign for Dignitas, being low boost, forced to clear it out. Stizzy, the last one with boost again, has to just dump it. Dignitas not able to maintain control of this ball. And we've seen Daniel already land some big bumps. There's a pass over to Beast Mode. Beast Mode will lob it towards the backboard. Arsenal running on fumes. It's just so difficult for Dignitas. A big pop-up from Daniel, for Daniel rather. He's not able to get that double, but another boom comes out from Stizzy. Finally, some breathing room. Arsenal will take space up in the air, trying to delay a flip reset. No, goes for the 50 instead. Dignitas on an attack now.
50's not working on offense for Dignitas. G2 keep pushing that ball right to another teammate. They keep it close to the back wall, and all of Dignitas, you see them start to pull back a little bit on their position. That threat on the counterattack, too real from G2, and there's just no real presence when they do get down to the blue half. Here they're starting to starve G2 out. But Gyro has to make a quick double move. Stizzy has to expend the tank, and an easy pot shot for Beast Mode. And he'll stay with it, change direction. Stizzy forced to play the 50. Gyro goes high, but Atomic makes the stop. Finally, Arsenal punches through. Dignitas with their first real goal of the series.
Dignitas kept G2 back, successfully boost starved him, and then Gyro threatens to block the high shot. Well done by Atomic to get that first save, but a good cleanup from Arsenal, who's been putting up some career numbers this season. And Dignitas bounced back. That is exactly what they needed after such a dismal first game. And now they might get one more. Gyro with the pop into a flip reset, but Beast Mode will get a touch on the backboard that relieves the pressure.
Those little touches like that, have to expend the tank, and it's tight. It doesn't pop off the back wall. Times his touch perfectly. Stizzy has G2 faking themselves out a bit on that play. Arsenal gets a free pop-up, 70 as he gets the touch. Daniel trying to prevent them. Stizzy up high on the board. Beast Mode's up. He's got the touch, but Gyro dunks him. G2 forced to go high, but no problem. G2 still comfortable breaking through.
Even that little touch, though, was enough to make sure Gyro couldn't get the touch he was looking for. Dignitas doing a much better job of bringing the pressure to this G2 defense. Atomic, you can see him, no boost. Stizzy snatched the corner as well. This could be a good setup for Dig.
Daniel, hard touch to Beast Mode, easily taken. Oh, Gyro whipped it hard. Beast Mode now under pressure. Opens up for a demo from Stizzy. He does bump him off the play. No contact here from G2. Gyro lost the ball, trying to control it on the reset. Ball away from Stizzy, but he'll dive. Gyro right next to him. Arsenal sits back. He won't be going just yet. Dignitas happy to hold the midfield as long as possible. Good 50 to follow from the shot. And what a save from Beast Mode.
Big save for Beast Mode. Playing a solid third-man game, getting these stops. But here's another pass out to the middle. Atomic flailing back to the ball. Stizzy will have some time. Tries to boom it upfield. Daniel with the stop. Gets back to it for the pass over to Atomic, and a good hand up from Gyro. Make sure no shot comes on goal.
Gyro looking at that second man the whole time, knew where he'd be sitting. Arsenal protects his own boost, but he can't get to the ball. 2 Dignitas players were beat. Now they have to manage the damage as G2 continue to pepper that corner. They've managed the boost game pretty well. Stizzy collects that corner again.
Wow. How do you defend
more important
that?
than the boost. Beast mode on top.
How do you defend that? Look at this play. Atomic perfectly to Daniel, and then instantly Atomic goes for the bump. G2 so tight on those passing plays. You cannot get to that ball first, and then you pair that up with a bump on the goalie. That was,
they weren't even in a bad position to defend that pass.
Exactly.
The touch was just so fast.
And G2 was playing so close, Dignitas had no hope of getting to that ball first.
That right there, that impressive offense, that just makes G2 so difficult and so frustrating. They always execute. And even if they don't get the best shot, you know, they hit the crossbar as much as any team. But the way they get back to the ball, the way they move with each other, G2 have been on top in this region for a long time for a reason. And this has been a struggle for Dignitas outside of that goal and that pressure that they had earlier, James. They haven't really been able to force that pressure in front of the box since Beast Mode with no boost loses the 50. But everyone from Dignitas, you see the structure very wide. They're playing safe against G2. They don't want to give up a free goal. They are afraid to get aggressive against this team. And well, why wouldn't you be when Beast Mode is just straight beating you to the punch there?
Actually got a double flip reset on that one. Used his pop trying to get back to the ball. Beast Mode waiting for his chance to dive in. Atomic will try to force the ball up. Bit of a double commit there from G2, but it's a pass over to Daniel going for a double tap off the sidewall. Broken up, but a rebound out to Beast Mode. Gyro will hit it down. Atomic. Lovely finesse and control. It's back to it. Trying to keep this ball in play. Beast Mode has Daniel in support. Daniel flip reset, double tap. He waits for it. It's broken up by Stizzy, and Beast Mode will let it hit the ground. Fireworks at the last second, but we do have overtime.
Dignitas, very familiar with overtime this week. I think this is their 7th. It's got to be around there. I feel like every game from Dignitas has been in overtime. They had 2 against OG. They had a couple against Space Station. And now they're looking at Atomic with the reset Beast Mode. Support off the bar. Daniel, third man. He's going to hold, take it away from the defense. Gyro with no boost, hoping to find Stizzy. Stizzy concerned about stealing that boost away, just trying to force G2 to get back off the ball even a little bit, but they can't even stay on the ball themselves, and Daniel rolls across Beast Mode high in the air. No contact, he's happy to let it go.
Beast Mode keeping this attack going, trying to set this up on a tee, but Stizzy there to break it up, and we'll have a flip reset further. Even gets a touch at the end, but it's right to Atomic. Beast Mode, airborne, going for the double. Down on net. Atomic there to finish the job, but Beast Mode puts this on a silver platter with a wonderful double tap.
And Arsenal, he was in such an aggressive position with 12 boosts. He was playing to the left of Stizzy when he went for that 50. Stizzy worked his way around. He went to the right, and Arsenal just had no ability to adjust. That left Gyro completely stranded on the other side to face down the barrel of the gun that is G2. They try to get hopeful there, but again, it's the boost and the positioning killing Dignitas every time they get down to the blue half.
And then, Jorby, you can't forget about the boost being there sometimes, the positioning, being decent positioning for Dignitas, but then Beast Mode makes a play like that, or G2 hits the incredibly close range passing plays. Sometimes G2 just elevates their level of gameplay, and they did at the end there in overtime, and it forces a timeout out of Dignitas.
I would have been surprised if we didn't get that timeout. We'll see what Violent Panda has to say to the boys. I mean, we're not going to hear it, but no doubt just trying to keep this team's mentality up as much as they can. That's been the thing
Much
that
better
he's
game,
been hammering home. It was a decent game. Like you said, like Beast Mode being that player and just doing what he wants with the ball is only exacerbated by the fact that despite decent positioning, you're just not as fast as this team. You're losing the boost battle. You're losing the war of attrition. And in the half chances, G2 make a whole pie out of them. It's got to be difficult.
And you want to see more from Stizzy. We know what Stizzy's capable of. We've seen it in the European region, even in North America to get to this point. Stizzy, to me, is that missing X factor that Dignitas needs at this moment. That solo play, what we just saw out of Beast Mode, what we saw from Atomic in Game 1, where a player steps up, one of the 6 that makes the difference. For Dignitas, that player needs to be Stizzy in this moment.
Yeah, Stizzy, he was Dignitas's, when he first joined, their greatest offensive asset, but also sometimes a defensive liability, just trying to do, not by playing bad defense, just trying to do too much with the ball. He looks a lot better as far as team chemistry goes. The whole team does. It just doesn't matter when you're literally up against Daniel, Beast Mode, and Atomic. It's just like,
exactly.
I tried my best to give Dignitas hope, right? There's got to be some little modicum of hope. I mean, if Cloud9 can take G2 to 7, why can't Dignitas? But G2 are showing you in these first 2 games why they're just better than you.
The consistency of G2 getting to finals. You wouldn't want to be a team playing G2 at any other point. G2 is that team for North America, no questions asked. But that game was much closer for Dignitas. Dig forcing overtime. They were able to keep G2 pinned back a few times. Had some good looks. We'll see if... Oh, that's a big bump. Huge play from Arsenal, ready for that bump. But Dignitas are going to need to find an even higher level to get this win.
That follow-up, again, Daniel just gets so much value out of that. He didn't have any boost on that first challenge, and now Dignitas are high and away. Atomic gets to steal the boost. That leaves Gyro completely empty. And now Stizzy, it's a heavy touch, but he gets back to it. Atomic respects him on the play, but he forces it out to the corner. Daniel, no contact, puts Atomic awkward. Rebound taken away by Daniel, and he doesn't follow it up. G2 flying past the ball in a couple of these plays, a little sloppy as it comes back out for Arsenal, and he gets the lead in right before he hits the ball.
They take each other out. That was a crazy play. Beast Mode wasn't expecting a miss in the corner. Dignitas already having a nice opportunity to score that they couldn't put away. Now Beast Mode won't have enough boost to do much other than go for a 50, but that was already early pressure that Dignitas is showing. So hope yet for Dignitas fans, and a chance for Stizzy. Lovely first catch, goes for a block. It's gonna bounce down. Daniel also struggling to deal with that ball, and a good block from Gyro. Dignitas, they're throwing some punches.
Stizzy came back from his own box, and he ends up having to recover. Gyro calls him off, expends the tank on the reset, but Atomic's there. He'll let it drop. Beast Mode barely gets there in time. Arsenal's already midair, off the ceiling, but can't put the ball on target or in a threatening spot. Dignitas continue to work through this corner. Stizzy just trying to hold Beast Mode. Every time Stizzy tries to do anything, Beast Mode just rockets off the wall, challenges him. Like you said, the counter initially stuffed. Stizzy gets over, but Atomic let him. Hopefully Beast Mode could get, or hoping Beast Mode could get it, and he does. He holds the ball. Daniel needed time to readjust. Beast Mode gives him all the time in the world, and Daniel's got all day.
Look at G2 work this quarter. They've been under pressure most of the game, but Daniel gets a soft pass to Beast Mode. Beast Mode lays it up for him in the blink of an eye. We just spent about half the game watching Dignitas maintain control, keep G2 boostless, and what does G2 do? They get one march down the field, a brief possession in the corner, and they score on it.
Dignitas, it doesn't really seem to matter what they do, what they try. You build the pressure, you steal the boost, but you really haven't plucked G2 off of their defensive structure at all. Even when they're low, they're still at least able to get back to the touch. Even when they whiff, another layer is available. Dignitas, holding the ball in the blue half and actually building pressure are two different things. And G2 do so much to relieve pressure in between touches. Dignitas struggling to get those follow-ups. Arsenal and Gyro pick up a couple of demos, but Daniel's on the ball. He's moving down the field with no boost. Got it back to Beast Mode. Unfortunately for that, the demo was poorly timed. Daniel already the whole way back.
I mean, look, Beast Mode almost flip reset, double tapping off the corner. And Daniel, he had no boost. Both his teammates were dead, and he still buys enough time for his teammates to respawn and get downfield. Dignitas, they must have G2 in their heads right now, but you can tell Dignitas tough, not giving up. They've had looks, they've had possession. They need to find a way to break through this difficult to beat G2 defense. Gyro going to try to test the backboard here. And you can see Daniel low boost. Won't be able to get that double either.
Well, Arsenal got bumped by beast mode. Stizzy forced into a heavy touch. That was a bouncer, and I think he got caught between wanting to catch it or wanting to bounce it, but he had G2 players. They were covering both options. Really didn't matter what he did. He was going to get immediately challenged. Gyro does get the touch, but Atomic steals the midfield boost. Stizzy, even there, I mean, the 50 he's got to work extra hard to get back to. The last few times Arsenal's been on the ball, he started with a couple of boomer shots, but now almost every time he's trying to catch it. They know that they're not beating G2 with hard touches. G2 are not giving up the ball.
Here's a bump on Gyro off the back wall.
It's the net. Ooh,
Still
close.
not out of danger yet. That back wall bump causing havoc on this back line. Beast mode, he's automatic. He'll get 2 flip resets before he uses 1. Beast mode is he's insane.
That's crazy. He is absolutely nuts. Atomic, and look at that, the soft touch from Atomic just keeps it light. Looking for beast mode. Dignitas, again, it's not the poorest position, but against G2, it's the worst position. 2-0 now. Daniel gets another goal, and G2, I mean, this is a massacre.
And it's a smart play from Daniel as well to swing so wide. No matter if Atomic goes for a pinch, that was a perfect pass from Atomic. Made it so easy for Daniel, but Daniel was ready for it. The awareness, the positional awareness from all the members of G2, knowing where their teammates are, it's so good. And you can understand why Dignitas is having so many issues. Daniel actually pumping Atomic up the ball. You get the carefree nature that it seems G2 is playing with. You pair that up with the fact that Dignitas has everything riding on it. I mean, it is a recipe for success for G2, and it's been the case in this series.
They're just so clinical, and I mean, Beast Mode's defense, really most of that game when Dignitas were holding the midfield, every time they tried to the back wall. Stizzy a couple of times trying to get Meki. Who's there to meet him on the backboard? Beast Mode. Beast Mode gets the thing is, it's like it's not even just
where is it Beast Mode?
It's right, but it's like the quality of his 50-50s, James. Every time he's on the board, how is it that every single time he's able to just win the 50 perfectly for his teammate back to keep the ball secure, no matter how fast Dignitas fly at the ball, no matter how well they position their car behind the ball for a challenge, Beast Mode is always finding a way to wrench that ball away from Dignitas.
Yeah, I think I know what it is, Jorby. It's 2 words. It's pine tar. G2's cars must be covered in it because they keep the ball so close, and their receptions of the passes are insane. They have such soft wheels. They take the ball, it stays close, gives them so many options whether they want to shoot or pass. And you saw that be true on the corner play with Daniel and Beast Mode working together. And the fact that Daniel gets such a soft touch over to Beast Mode gently gives it back to him, and Daniel says, sure, I'll score, despite the fact we've been playing defense for the last 2.5 minutes. G2's ball control's so good.
Well, you know, we did check the game mode. It's not Rumble, it's not Magnet only. G2, pure skill. And Atomic and Beast Mode will take that one quickly. Daniel just, again, soft touch. And that was a hard catch as well, to get it perfectly on the nose. Dignitas, that is one way to try to get by a team that's catching the ball well or sitting close to you. Sometimes hitting it as hard as possible will force them to cough it up, but they haven't. And Dignitas are doing that less and less. They are trying to carry the ball more. Unfortunately, you need to do more than keep the ball tight to your nose. G2 have Beast Mode in the corner, and he'll let it drop. Retain the boost. He's just seeing the play a little farther ahead of time. Knew he didn't have the high percentage go, and he knows that Dignitas are looking at him, so what does he do? Just let it drop, let Atomic play it, and then you get the ball yourself. G2 playing 2 steps ahead of Dig.
Yeah, and you saw Daniel go up in the air. You realize he's not going to land the bump, so he actually goes off ball cam to pass the ball back, so Arsenal couldn't get the hit he was looking for. Speediness of G2 plays itself there. Now Gyro will have a little bit of space. We'll see what he does with it. Has Stizzy in the middle. Try to fake it, and Arsenal in a great position to receive that ball, but he hits it too far away.
I mean, okay, so Gyro does the right thing, right? Get the 50 back to Arsenal. But guess what? Beast Mode still has boost to recover and just slap the ball away. And Arsenal can't actually even have time to line the ball up. This Beast Mode just flops onto it like a pancake.
All right, now that pancake is beating them pretty bad.
It's one giant blueberry for sure.
I mean, this is it. This is the season for Dignitas coming down to this final game. It is now or never. They have to dig deep and find that next level. Otherwise, it is all over.
Pop up for Beast Mode. Dignitas do get the kill back into the corner. Gyro killing Daniel on the play. He'll respawn with a full tank. He's already in your third. Stizzy, though, will take advantage of the heavy touch. Excuse me. Dignitas dive. Feeling a little desperate. Almost halfway through the game.
No.
And, oh my God! Beast Mode!
He was floating there. He pre-jumped. He was off the ceiling floating there. G2 are playing at a level that no one has seen before.
He's completely out of orbit. Oh my God, he is off to the interstellar void. That's disgusting and disrespectful, Beast Mode.
How do you recover from that?
He's Beast Mode, James. Don't ask me, bro. Ask him.
I'm saying if you're Dignitas,
He's got special
how do you,
I don't know
how
what
do
to do
you
with your
keep
dig.
playing this game?
You don't, dude. You just whatever.
have to.
2.5 minutes. I'm booting up RuneScape. I'm gonna go mine some rocks. Are we done yet?
Goodness
I mean, that's gotta be how
gracious.
Dignitas feel right
It was
now.
a 0-0 game that he went for that play. It wasn't even like they were winning by 5.
Oh, man. Absolutely fun stuff. You know, Dignitas will pick up this goal. And they get a demo on the backside. They'll catch G2. And Beast Mode actually gets bumped off the ball long enough for them to win a 50 and get a goal.
And that is huge for Dignitas. You cannot count them out just yet. They are not probably going to throw anything at the wall and see what sticks. They're going to come in and try to play solid, predictable gameplay. But now they're back in this game. Anything's possible for Dig.
High ball. G2 have Dignitas caught, waiting for their touches. Stizzy with no boost, and he gets out 50, outgunned, and out everything. Atomic scores.
Daniel getting that extra touch. You can see it throws Stizzy off. Stizzy with a panic touch. Daniel stays in the play despite the fact that he has low boost. It just looks like G2 is playing so nonchalantly. They're just doing whatever they want, and it happens to be working.
It's just, it's kind of crazy to me, just seeing how dominant they are against most teams, and you get to see some of that extra ability, and you know, a pre-jump alone by itself is not the craziest thing in the world in 2024. Quite routine, depending on who you're watching. But like, just, you know, the 0-0, the sheer confidence, like you were saying,
Daniel
the
had
confidence
on that
behind
play,
it.
and that's a play that has to get broken down on tomorrow's preview.
I agree.
I will not.
We should watch it again.
We'll have to see it. Oh, and here's another isolation play. Big block from Stizzy. So we're going to get locked back into this game because it is a 1-goal game. Never mind. It's a 2-goal game.
Dude, he's literally freestyling. I think Beast Mode's playing with one eye open right now. Jumps off a little early. He's like, here you go, Atomic. And then he'll take it.
What Beast Mode is doing, Beast Mode is just jumping in the air saying, hit me. And
Yeah.
like, that's what I was going to say on the last play. Beast Mode is floating there, but it's up to Daniel to hit that mark on low boost. I'm pretty sure he got a flip reset to even get it over to Beast Mode. Beast Mode is floating there saying, hit me on the numbers. I'm here. Target practice.
Oh, man. Yeah, I can't imagine what it has to be like to be Dignitas right now. And when Beast Mode is just doing that to you.
It's all
you know,
G2. It's
pregame
all
chatter, in the pregame chat, Beast Mode was regaling about how he's the best Madden player out of every player in the lobby. Everyone was trying to argue with him.
Dignitas
But,
just got squarely hit by the hit stick. That is G2.
Definitely, absolutely trucked over. You know, I don't know if it helps Beast Mode's Madden argument, but I might listen to him just in general a little bit more. You know, when you hit a goal like that.
But Jordan, I mean, this was a situation where G2, they had pride to play for, and I guess a little bit of prize pool money as well. Dignitas had everything to play for, but will be eliminated. Their season comes to an end thanks to an overwhelmingly dominant performance by G2 Esports.
Yeah, Beast Mode was insane. Atomic was insane in the very first game, and then, I mean, we talked about Beast Mode's defense, we talked about the soft touches, we talked about G2's synergy, their aggressive but very methodical positioning, and how Dignitas just had absolutely no answer to it, and this is where their season ends. Dignitas probably had one of the most tumultuous seasons out of any team competing for top 8s, and no doubt it has been a roller coaster of a season for them, but for G2, to just be so dominant when they're this comfortable. I mean, it has to get you excited as a G2 fan watching them freestyle on some of these teams. It's gotta feel great.
Oh,
because
yeah.
when the going gets hard, you know that they're going to be able to bring it.
I mean, there was a time in G2's history where people would joke about how inconsistent G2 was, but what we've seen from G2 this season was a historic level of consistency, without a doubt.
Without a doubt, for sure, G2 look as strong as ever. You know, Beast Mode living in the future. We're going to be headed to the future. We'll have an interview and more games. The rest of the quarterfinals will be coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Stop. Oh, nice play.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Let's move those feet.
Majority on the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. Exotic. Just some work there for Rally, who picks up that corner boost. Might be moved up though. Here's a chance for BDS. Which... Oh my word! He's dead set. Don't rise and said, I'll have that one.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter. No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
G2 continue to rule North America with an iron fist. And unfortunately for Dignitas, that iron fist caught him square in the jaw. A beatdown from G2 Esports. And to talk about it, we've got Atomic here. Atomic, welcome to the show and thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So I have to ask, first off, Atomic, we saw the play near the end of that series, beast mode, going for a couple pre-jumps, and you guys connecting on those. Is that something that you guys actually practice in scrims, or is that something that just popped up in the heat of the moment?
Nah, I think we go for in scrims. Like, if we're feeling confident, like we'll just start trying to pre-jump each other and make plays like that. So, yeah, we definitely go for it in scrims also.
Where does hitting some of those pre-jump shots rank? Were those some of your better ones, or do you think you have done better in the past?
I think in tournament those are pretty high up. Like out of the ones we've scored in tourney, I think those were like really crazy and just like creative. But yeah, in scrims we've done some stuff like that that's just like insane.
I honestly look forward to those plays being broken down in the pre-show tomorrow. But I also have to know, from your guys' perspective, knowing that you have already clinched London and you've already clinched Worlds, what is the biggest motivator for you guys as you finish out this qualifier season?
I mean, I think we still, you know, want to be the best in the world, and like anytime you lose, it's kind of hard to have that argument for yourself. So we're always just trying to improve and like win any tournament we're in. So regardless of us, like, you know, being already qualified, we want to like keep our form up and be the best team heading into London and Worlds. So
do you think you were playing any looser though, knowing that you have London and Worlds in your back pocket?
Yeah, definitely. Like I've been on the other side of that like matchup where it's like, you know, it's a big match for you, but like the other team's already clinched or something, and it's definitely easier playing as a team that has like nothing to lose, you know? Like you can kind of go for whatever you want, and yeah, in Rocket League that usually works out.
And those pre-jumps were a little of whatever you want, or so it seemed.
Yeah,
but
pretty much.
I also am curious, from your perspective, looking at some of other teams in other regions who many people think, obviously they're going to continue to have immense levels of success, but consistency is a very difficult thing to achieve. You guys have had a historic level of consistency this season and this year. What do you think was the biggest factor in being able to achieve that level of consistency?
I mean, we're all, you know, good players, and we're all always trying to improve, and I think that allows you to like stay one step ahead of, you know, getting complacent. If you're just kind of like, you know, maintaining, then you kind of like due to fall off. Like in this game, like if you're not trying to improve, you're probably declining. So yeah, we're all just like super hungry and always trying to do crazy stuff in scrim, so that helps.
Well, you guys did some crazy stuff in game, and that I need to go watch the Twitch clips. But last question is, do you think Gen G will make it to the finals out of that bottom part of the bracket, or do you think we'll have a surprise?
Yeah, I think Gen G will play us in the finals, hopefully, and you know, we'll make it a good series. So, yeah.
Play us in the finals. Yeah, I mean, who cares about the semifinal round? You got this one in the bag. But Atomic, that's all that we got time for. I just want to say congratulations and thanks again for the interview.
Thank you.
G2 continue to find new ways to utterly destroy their opponents here, embarrassing Dignitas in a 4-0 sweep. This was 13 goals to 3, and each one of them more stylish than the last, it seemed.
That's just what they do. That's just what the boys from G2's trying to do right now. But Masi did touch on an interview. By the way, James, great interview. I like those questions. And the one I liked in particular was James asking Masi, how does it feel when you don't have any pressure, when you've already got everything you need to make London, to make the Worlds, and now you're just playing for fun, playing for just little giggles and, you know, some extra money. He said it's just a free feeling. Like, it's just like, I have nothing to worry about. We can go for some more things. And I think that is very much evident at how much they're pre-jumping, how confident they are, how aggressive they all are, and they're just having fun.
This is the play, Beast Mode. Look at that pre-jump into the dunk there. Not only are they pre-jumping, like obviously they're up 3-0 in the series, but that game was 0-0 at that moment, and they pulled that off. Beast Mode was pre-jumping multiple plays before that as well. That's how confident G2 was against Dignitas. It felt like there was no shot that Dignitas would come back in that series, and we saw it in Game 4 with another commanded victory. But G2 on another level. Dignitas, that's the end of their season. But honestly, after what we just saw, maybe it's a good idea to just, to put down the controllers for a bit. I don't know. That was a rough one.
I don't know. I'm not sure there's many teams here, Bates, that would be able to do much better than G2 when G2, or no, much better against G2 when G2's looking strong.
Correct. I think G2 does that against all these teams in the bracket. I think they do it against anybody in the world. It's just because they have no pressure on. When they're pre-jumping, that play is the epitome of we have no pressure. We do what we want. They're not going to do that at Atlanta. If they do, that means they're feeling really comfortable. So I don't really think it matters. I think it's toss. They just want to get the best.
G2 waits in the semifinals for the conclusion of our last match of the day. We'll see OG take on Space Station a little bit later on. Moving on to the bottom side of the bracket, though, we're going to play that top match next. Luminosity versus Shopify Rebellion. This is a first of first matchups. These two teams never have played each other this season, and we will see them take each other on here for the first time.
All right, there are a lot of major implications here. Rebellion is only 4 points out of the major spot that OG currently holds. So if they win this match, they will be tied in that spot. We'll see OG play later today. Luminosity is 8 points out of that spot. So not only do they have to win this match to narrow that gap to 4, they need to win another one. And I got a little piece of trivia for you guys here. Gibbs trivia for Bates and Wave here. Chat, play along as well. Mr. Rlcs is sitting at 2.88 demos per game across the open qualifiers 4, 5, and 6. There's one player better than him so far in demos per game across these open qualifiers. Who do you think it is? I guarantee you will not get it right.
In North America?
Hello?
In North America, yes. For open qualifiers 4, 5, and 6.
I'm going to say AJ.
I mean, I had fun.
You said guarantees, and now I'm not feeling like it's calm anymore.
I mean,
yes,
I did give you a hint.
balled on him. I mean,
by saying it's guaranteed, it's not calm. It's not calm.
Hard, bro. It's like they got balled on.
Yeah, you will guarantee not get it right.
Even Gyro tweeted about it. Even Gyro, like,
No.
dude.
Bates, come on, Bates. Just give me a name.
Guarantee. Give me cheese.
It is Fireburner, sitting at 4.25 demos per game. Fireburner is back, baby, leading the
that's
stats.
A bad trivia fact.
Okay, so just for context, if anyone who's not paying attention, Fireburner played as a substitute for like one match. Maybe
it's like a
4 games. It was 4 games.
4 games? Okay, it was at least it was more than 2 games.
Yeah, that was the part that I couldn't
those
believe.
games for that one.
Daniel
thing.
But really quick, I want to hit on this match. Like Rebellion, we talk about them #1 offense in qualifier 4, 5, and 6 so far of all North American teams. They are the worst defense of any team that is made
Atomic
top
said in the interview that those are like
4, 5, or 6. So their defense is miserable. Their offense is lights out. Luminosity is going to come with that demo game with Rlcs to try and open the door even more. Or possibly, maybe they don't even need the demos because they know Rebellion is a team that gives up a lot of goals. They might not have to force that issue as much. We'll see if Luminosity's playstyle will change based on that because we haven't seen these two teams play. But we do know that Rebellion's defense is already incredibly weak, so they might not need that demo game to come out as much. So we'll see if Rlcs actually might play a little bit further back. So that's the interesting part of this matchup that I want to see play out just because of that poor defense by Rebellion.
We cannot emphasize enough, though. Whoever loses this series, it is the end of their season. The graphic that showed up earlier said that if Luminosity, or if Shopify won, it was the end of Luminosity's season. The same thing is true for Shopify. If they lose here, this is the last time they will play. So both teams with literally their tournament league life to play for on the line. Now, you were talking about the demos. How many demos did Fireburner put up?
4.25 per game.
Do you know how many Rlcs is averaging this event?
No, I do not, actually. I was looking at
4.43.
Oh, he's trying to catch up.
93 demos. That 93 nearly doubled second most in the event. Who is Calm, by the way, Bates? But Calm only put up 53 yesterday. So they are putting up crazy stats. He put up 4 Exterminator medals yesterday, which might be a record, but we don't really track that around here. So
Who's beating all these numbers? Is it D-Rick? Has he moved that fast?
Is he hanging back, or should he hang back in this spot, or should he keep doing what they're doing? Because they got that gameplay got them to this point.
It did get up to this point, but it got up to this point in round 5. And they always play this way. It is always round 5. So I don't know. Maybe change it up.
Okay, blue here for Luminosity, orange for Shopify. Okay, I'm going to flip that one again because I kind of grabbed it. Comes down clean for Shopify on this one. I also have Shopify here. I think I kind of alluded to this early on in the pre-show when I was talking about the player I picked. I do think Two-Piece and them are going to be able to put up better numbers here. You're going for the culture there here, Bates. I got to respect it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you got to roll with the culture, man. Luminosity, they put in too much work throughout the whole entire season to lose it right here. They got to at least go up against OG or SSG in order to make the next round forward. That's why I'm going with them. Rebellion, your season ends right here.
Luminosity, for the first time, I think this season, lost a chat vote yesterday. They're going to be real close in this one, but they're going to rebound here.
Hashtag culture.
On top. The culture's going to be trying to get it done here. Rebellion, though, they've got some crazy firepower. You know that they're going to put up some bananas numbers. Is it enough, though, to win the series? Can they avoid the demos from Rlcs? We'll find out, folks. The premiere of Luminosity versus Shopify Rebellion.
For the very first time ever, Luminosity Gaming takes on Shopify Rebellion. And as mentioned, it is do or die either way. A shot at London still hangs in the balance depending on how the rest of the weekend goes. Let's get it on.
No excuses. Time to put up or shut up. Season on the line. And for these teams, a little bit of help needed here. But you got to get this part out of the way first. Win your match before you start thinking about that later match. Of course, a lot of eyes on OG, SSG later on today. But Rebellion playing phenomenal over the course of this weekend. And you have, again, Luminosity even in playing close to some of the top Titans. This is the best they've looked in a while. So far, the opener here, a little bit of change of possession left and right, a couple of shots on, and a little bit of that physicality as we see Two-Piece get a pass from Parth, and he nails the shot.
Kind of an anomalous run through the Swiss, and this kind of counters all of that. They gave up the most shots of anybody. They made the most saves out of anybody. Normally, you have those numbers, and you think, okay, that team is going to struggle. No, they go 3-0, and they're off to a hot start here. A brilliant pass, perfect placement, the shot even better, and Shopify Rebellion strikes first here in game 1. Two-Piece waiting for this drop-off from Parth. Cheese read it well, and now here goes Rlcs. He's got Cheese up to his right. He'll bring it down. Cheese running forward as well. Magic Bear to clean it up. No, it's cleared away as Parth was there as well. Now Two-Piece running forward solo. Nothing in the tank. No problem as he just dances through the defense.
And he's elevating from yesterday as well. Look at this good control from Two-Piece, recognizing the defense. Cheese expecting to play high. He plays the light touch just for the 50. Cheese last back there, has to be able to buy a little bit more time. Now Luminosity, they struggled on defense yesterday, and the way Rebellion's offense has been looking, they have been in form, even against a team like Space Station Gaming. So for Luminosity, they're gonna have to pick things up here on the back end. Otherwise, we could see this trend happen all series long.
Talk about Space Station Gaming, the tough luck loser of the first half of the season where they would run into a Gen G or G2 all the time. That's been the case for Shopify Rebellion as well. They're 1-3 in the playoffs. They've been swept 3 times by either Gen G or G2. That one win came against M80 because, of course, they were fortunate enough to play M80 in the playoffs. As Parth now will bring it up and around, and Shopify Rebellion looking a lot more comfortable against this Luminosity squad. Rlcs having to make a save on the goal line. Follow-up hits the crossbar. It's a free shot from Two-Piece he'd love to have back.
Yeah, that should have been a goal there. I mean, the way Luminosity are giving them too much space. And even though we see little signs of life in the offense, they're able to get the bumps in. Rebellion's defense really struggles the most if you can play a little bit faster, get to the ball quicker. When you give them time to set up their offense down in the midfield, especially when your defense is spaced out, they can take advantage of it time and time again. Again, Two-Piece had an open look. Rebellion are continuing to keep the ball on the blue half, and it's just been all Rebellion all game 1. Justin right under the crossbar makes it a 3-goal game.
Justin trying to lead this Rebellion squad through all their peaks and valleys, and there have been plenty of valleys, but again, it comes down to matchups and the tough matchups that they've had. They didn't do themselves any favors when they missed a main event, but ever since then, they have been good enough to give themselves a shot. And could you imagine the scenes of Justin returning to the scene where the shot heard round the world in London? Here's Cheese, though, stuck in his own zone, right at Justin, over top of him. Only one to beat there, but it's Two-Piece, and he's up to the task. So now Parth around Rlcs. Cheese trying to catch up to Two-Piece. Two-Piece there, and Cheese puts on the brakes and intercepts the pass.
There's good awareness here, too. Rlcs got a bump on Justin. Justin didn't have any boost, so he can't keep this play in. They're still keeping the ball alive, though. Rebellion are holding on possession really well. Look at the positioning, too. If Two-Piece got that double mid, it could have worked great. Justin was pushed too far forward, though, so he has to go back. And for LG, you got to be able to take advantage of these moments where you get counterattack opportunities. That's where Rebellion's defense is the weakest. And if they could have done it in that drive there, I mean, we could have been seeing this at least down to a 2-goal deficit.
A Rebellion team that has tended to give up a lot of opportunities has not given up much here in this opening game. Outshooting Luminosity 9-4 in this opening game. Parth trying to get around Rlcs, and it's left for Justin. Not many bodies forward for LG, and one less on the field with Cheese deleted. And Parth waiting for a midfield boost that doesn't spawn, no problem. He'll still lob it high, and Two-Piece couldn't grab that boost either. Runs into Justin. That could cause some trouble for Rebellion. Magic Bear up high, but nobody can follow this. Oh, Two-Piece taken out of play. Didn't look like anybody could follow it up, but when you knock the one defender off into the next map, you give yourself a chance.
You said one, but two. Rlcs got the demo on the defender in the back end, and then the other bump came through. Luminosity, you said it when you saw the double commit sacks. When they got that opportunity, they're like a panther waiting to pounce, and they pounce right on the defense there. Need to see more of that from them. They're still down by 2, and with a minute left, they're really going to have to fight to bring this game back in because Rebellion just started off early game so strong.
Biggest problem for Luminosity, trailing by multiple goals at the start, as they get a good passing play going down the field. Magic Bear running forward, and the shot well wide, and no follow-up out of LG. A real missed opportunity there. They'll try and cash in still with another clearance out of Justin, going right to Rlcs. Through the corner, can he get this central? He sure can, but it's blown away by Two-Piece. Nobody else is home. Justin sends it forward. Parth doesn't steal it, and Shopify Rebellion take the lead.
They went all in on that play. Cheese dives in there. And I get it. You're down by 2. It's a minute left. You're hitting that 50-second mark. You got to go for something. So I don't blame them for going for that play. But again, not able to execute. That's been the biggest thing for Luminosity so far in game 1. They have the ideas. They're even able to connect on some of the bumps, but they're too spaced out. And that spacing is saving Rebellion on some of these plays where their defense may look uncomfortable. And look at how they take advantage of it on the offense. It's going to be a hat trick for Two-Piece. Justin will get the assist along with the demo to open up the net.
Now it's just talk about go next. Had the stats. Anybody who had Two-Piece in the contest earlier? They're going to be very happy with that. Of course he did. So, hey, you know, the problem with Luminosity giving up these early goals is, of course, now you need kickoffs, several, to get back into it, and that's been their maybe biggest weak point the entire season. At
this point, they got to look at game 2.
Yeah.
Like the way this one is gone, they've given up too much to Rebellion. They have to understand at this point, okay, we know now that we can't give them that midfield for free, and we've got to be able to tighten it up. And it's going to be a challenge because Rebellion are playing really fast, but this ball is going to hit the ground. Game 1, 5-1 scoreline. Rebellion started early. We saw LG try to bounce back, but Luminosity could not keep up. Rebellion picked up on any mistakes. They made some mid-game adjustments, and they dominated that opener.
Dominant openers in the quarterfinals. Could be a theme today because we could have some mismatches. I think all eyes really on that OG Space Station matchup. That might be the closest game 1 we have. It'll be the closest series we have for sure. But right now, Shopify Rebellion taking care of business. One of the top teams out of the Swiss stage, having their best event by far and getting a favorable matchup for it. It's amazing what happens when you don't go to round 5 in Swiss. You get a favorable matchup in the quarters.
Yeah, you do. You definitely do. I mean, Rebellion, they earned it, right? Wins against Gen G, wins against Space Station Gaming. And we looked at some of the tape last night, and they looked really good while being able to do it. Yes, they have their mistakes. It's going to be up to Luminosity to find those on the field and take advantage of them. But Luminosity, keep eyes on that camera as well. You saw everybody sitting there. They were all in the same spot, but also in the background, you have Raw Greg, you have Kev Pert, 2 coaches that really work hard for this Luminosity team in terms of game planning. This is where you put all of that into practice. Season on the line. We're loading up game 2 on Forbidden Temple. Here we go.
All hands on deck for both of these squads. Of course, again, everything comes down to this weekend for teams trying to play their way into London and eventually, perhaps, the World Championship in Fort Worth. As Magic Bear will bail out here, Cheese is forced to try and make a play in retreat from midfield. All he can do is slow down Rebellion, and we're off and running as Magic Bear looking in the direction of Reynolds. He can't go up to that ball. He's hesitated a few times, and Shopify Rebellion have punished him for it. Trying to bring that off to the side. Two pieces still swarming around. Justin will give it a look, and he's got a full tank of boost to control this. Reynolds taking his time, knowing exactly how dangerous Justin can be. Two players, two veterans, trying to lead lesser experienced players to the promised land.
Yeah, if there's anyone who can, it's those two. That game knowledge comes into play big time. Understanding how to handle these pressure situations is something that both of them can do best. So if they're going to be key players to watch in this particular matchup. So far, a lot more change of pace here on the side of Luminosity. Notice how they play around the midfield. They're able to not only get these bumps to slow down the offense from Rebellion, but also they're not afraid to get some of these challenges. Even if they're late, even if they're low boost, they're trying to make sure that Rebellion, when they move upfield, they got to work for their opportunities.
One of the more exciting young talents, Cheese there, letting that ball go away as Reynolds sends it way downfield. He'll be way at the back now, will Cheese. And he may be called on defensively in just a moment with Justin trying to work from his own back wall. And Cheese bringing it forward. Two-piece right there. That drops right down to Magic Bear. Net's open for a moment, but Justin strafes across. And Shopify Rebellion will break out. Low-scoring first half of game two. Two-piece looking maybe for Parth. Slammed it against the back wall again. Parth taking his time. Out in front again. And Justin scores.
This is systematic destruction. They sent Parth up so early on the play to look for demos to zone people out, but then Justin got involved as well, getting the demos in the back end. Once you saw Parth go upfield, you knew that Rebellion was going all in on this counterattack. They're waiting for Luminosity to push upfield so they can hit them hard on the back end. They're rotating back, they're getting bumped and demoed out the play, and they just can't handle all of that pressure coming out from Rebellion.
Well, that physical play that is suddenly become the whole
they hit it with it.
Luminosity will yield a goal. It hadn't done much in this series, but Cheese is able to walk this into an empty net thanks to the demo by who else but Reynolds.
Yep, and it's good on Reynolds because Reynolds is starting to recognize exactly what they're doing. Even when Rebellion is sending that guy up front, they're playing super aggressive in front of the midfield line. So, of course, it's going to lead to some open net opportunities. He has been connecting. We saw it connect in game one. Now, big demo for him in game two. Got to get a stop here. And he does stop Two-Piece before Two-Piece can score off that kickoff.
Parth trying to jackhammer that down into the ground. Two-Piece could steal the corner boost if he wants, and he eventually will, but unfortunately for Shopify Rebellion, they're getting caught too far up, and Magic Bear will score on the empty net.
Again, another one, Parth pushing it far up. He's expecting Justin to play that challenge, and now, even though it's a tie game, we're halfway through the game, you don't need to be that far forward. You see him get caught out, Magic Bear banks a goal, and now we're seeing Luminosity adjust, which is exactly what you want to see in this matchup. It could have gone Rebellion's way all the way through, but it's good for Luminosity showing their fight.
I think the biggest difference for Rebellion through this particular event in the Swiss stage, yes, they gave up a lot of shots, which they tend to do. They give up a lot of opportunities, but they were saving those shots. They weren't giving up empty nets as they have for the first couple of goals here. One of those, of course, thanks to Reynolds. That one set up by Reynolds. And Magic Bear with a dime. 3-1 LG.
It's a good pass, but I mean, this is a speed test. You see Parth kind of rotating there in the back end, has to go quick. He gets beat. Justin doesn't have boost. So again, speed test for Magic Bear. He passes with flying colors. 2 goals for the Bear here, shooting 2 for 3.
Luminosity has woken up here. Magic Bear trying to challenge Parth. It's Justin through the middle. Cheese to meet him. Oh, made him go low, and Magic Bear forced to make the save. Reynolds goes right through Two-Piece like he wasn't even there, and he may be able to pop it up for Cheese. He is on target, saved by Two-Piece.
And now Rebellion starting to struggle. You see Luminosity now feeling like they're starting to dictate the flow of the game a little bit more. They have Rebellion sending the ball in awkward spots, and they're kind of even struggling, kind of challenging the confidence of Rebellion. Just saying, we'll go for these same shots, and since you guys are playing so far forward, we're going to make you second guess your approach upfield. So now Rebellion down by 2, they have to be the ones now to take control of the game. What does it look like for them when they play from behind?
Well, Justin taking out Cheese, who They must have anticipated Rlcs was trying to hit with a pass. Now Justin lob ahead. Parth is down there. 2P's coming up. He's got a full tank waiting for a pass, and all he gets is Magic Bear running right through him. This will fall towards the net, easily collected by Rlcs. Luminosity getting it done offensively and defensively with physical play, and that shot's going to go through as Cheese scores, and I don't know, somebody got clipped on their way back to the net.
There may have been a chance here. Magic Bear did kind of, he did get a piece of it. Just good execution. From the moment Rlcs grabs that ball from the goal line instead of booming it away, he gets that flick high, and oh, look at this double fake kickoff where they both now have the possession and the ball in the corner. They're not letting Rebellion get anything for free. Bump in the back end. Cheese got another bump. Net's kind of open for a moment. They get the pass through, but they were able to respond here. This is just great resilience to be able to come back from game one like Luminosity did, and then to turn it around. I mean, they just look fully confident here. 30 seconds remaining. Remember, I said Luminosity has to start looking at game two. Boy, did they. It's just has been all them.
And now Shopify Rebellion's got to look to game three. Oh, what a centering pass out of Rlcs.
Oh, my goodness.
Geez, a hat trick. So where it was Rebellion all over Luminosity in game one, Luminosity has returned the favor here in the second game.
Rlcs is such an impact player. The fact that he's making big-time demos, got a couple of stops, 4 assists out of the 5 goals. The other goal was not assisted. This is just such incredible thought process out of Rlcs in this type of situation. You said it. You need a player who has been in these tough moments, and Rlcs is the perfect person for that. Luminosity looking to bounce back here. 5-1's the score line. It was that way in game one, but the other way around, and we have got a match on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
They're just playing around now at 0 seconds. Remember on the pre-show in our little competition, Bates had Cheese, I had Rlcs. Rlcs setting the table. 4 goals, or 4 assists and a goal, with Cheese having a hat trick there in game 2. Luminosity battles back in a big way as they repeat the scoreline that Rebellion put up in game 1. And it is game on now in the quarterfinals.
It really is. And this is fantastic to see. Just both teams trading dominant wins like that, because now we're going to go into this game 3, and who's going to change that flow? Who's going to kind of set the dynamic of how the rest of this series is going to go? Again, best of 7 series here between the two, and everybody's showing what they can do. Luminosity definitely came through and really hit Rebellion with a counterpunch, because Rebellion's opener was so great, but they limited the opportunities they had upfield. They didn't let Rebellion have too much space, and then not only that, Rebellion had to watch out because some of the offensive plays that were successful for them earlier with their confidence of just being in the upper half of the field got taken away from them. They had to second guess should I go for this ball or should I not? While they're thinking about it, they also got to watch out for Rlcs, Magic Bear, and Cheese, because everybody's going for these demos and bump plays, making them uncomfortable. It's just too much for them to handle. They end up dropping a bunch of goals that game. Now it's time to see who can really clean up their act. Can Luminosity continue on this run, turn the series around, or will we see Rebellion pick up the pieces?
Let's do some quick math here as we go into game 3. They played 22 games yesterday, so you figure 5 minutes, you ignore the overtimes, sure. There, with all the demolitions from LG during the Swiss stage yesterday, there were about 7 out of those 110 minutes that they got at least a one-man advantage with an opponent off the field thanks to the demolitions. It doesn't seem like much, but when you look at those numbers compared to everybody else, it's gigantic. Rebellion's got to contend with that now as Luminosity has awoken. Into game 3 now, Justin. Through the air, no, easily stopped by Cheese. Not a lot of boost on the side of Luminosity as Rlcs ties up Parth on the side, and 2P's able to stop him right at the center line.
Oh, good jump from Cheese. Parth was on him. Almost was able to connect there on the play. Pass back to Magic Bear, who will push it wide, but again, the spacing. This is what that contest from midfield looks like. Where, so a lot of people, they don't really understand what's going on, but again, just these pass plays, keeping eyes on who has the boost, keeping eyes on, okay, can this person make a play on the ball? What can they do? And again, they keep sending Parth upfield here to try to zone people out. Now he's got 0, and he basically can't do anything. This is going to be free for Magic Bear to take throughout the air, and Rebellion are playing a bit of a risk-reward game, even all the way down to their kickoff, where they like to have that second man on an aggressive cheat. We'll see if Luminosity are privy to it. It's been a close game 3 so far.
Oh, Rlcs barely got a piece of that ball that 2P's was trying to set up. And now Parth's got to sprint back. It's off target. and he guides that out to the corner, but Cheese won the race to the corner boost. So Justin could be in a spot of trouble. Two-Piece has plenty, and he's got to be the one to take this from the back line, and is deflected deeper into LG territory. Low off the side, out of the corner, Justin, shot is wide.
It was close. It was really close. You can see Justin how well he's shooting. He gets these looks, and he's really improved on his shooting. I mean, we saw a couple of whiffs from him yesterday. He's making sure none of that's happening today, and he's been almost hitting the mark, but almost isn't good enough. We're still tied up.
Well, Two-Piece, second touch in the corner, needs a third to center, and Magic Bear just stones him there. So now Justin, he could maybe start to look netward here. Cheese in the way. And Magic Bear will take that away from Justin, so the veteran has to head back. Reddles there with Magic, not happening. Cheese got to get up. He's the last line of defense. Open net for Parth.
Open net for Parth. Like you said, this is Rebellion. Again, taking advantage. Double commit there. Two-Piece, no fear, especially once he sees Cheese go up. You're the last line of defense, and it's an aggressive play to try to get a touch out and keep the ball in. Two-Piece recognized that. Rebellion took advantage. They are the ones who get the first one here in Game 3.
Couple of blowouts in the first couple of games. Will we see a much closer affair here in Game 3? It is Shopify Rebellion that strikes first. As Reddles up the side, met by Justin, well read. And Two-Piece has all day to line this up, looking in the direction of Parth. He's found him, perhaps. Can he get it central though? Yes, loose, Justin scores.
Oh man, Justin scores, but you got to give credit to Parth here. Look at the level of control, playing it low, keeping the ball high, gets the 50 out, just enough space for Justin to get the shot. Parth is able to bring that play together, and it's well executed from him. Again, just he's been improving time and time again this event. If Parth continues to play at this level, Rebellion can turn this one around. They're already in the lead here, looking to take the advantage, but there's a lot of time on the clock here for Luminosity to get back in.
Save your absolute best for last. Shopify Rebellion collectively has done that, and especially so for Parth. Justin, second touch to center. Magic Bear out towards Reddles, but it's Two-Piece that brings it back in and slows down Luminosity. Cheese can only lob it away. That's a giveaway to Justin, and he's let that one get away a little bit, but here comes Parth. Second touch is, well, wide. I think he might have been surprised to see that he had a second touch with that one coming out cleanly.
That's exactly what it was, Stacks, because you have two defenders there. He doesn't know how much boost they have. He didn't know they were low, but he's expecting someone to make contact. Just wasn't ready for that play. They're up by 2, and now he's in the back end dodging Reddles, who's trying to zone him off. Cheese is able to play it over Parth as he looks for a play to bring Luminosity back in. And now we're seeing Luminosity here on the backfield. It's a 2-goal game, but they have to make sure not to get too risky. That's the reason why they dropped the first goal. As Cheese, good touch there off the side, and Justin will send that downfield. A little bit of space here for Two-Piece. Let's see what Rebellion do.
Two-Piece bringing it down to ground as he ran out of gas. Oh, he timed up Parth, but Cheese manages to put himself between Parth and the goal. Now Magic Bear gave it away to Justin. Oh, and he missed it just high, but he can circle around on this. And Cheese can't get out as that one goes wide. Listen, they're missing the net through no help at all from Luminosity. They're getting real lucky that this is not a 3 or 4 goal game as Reddles pops it away. Cheese will try and find Reddles, but that pass a little too strong. He had to go chase it. And now it's 2-on-2 back the other way. Two-Piece to the backboard. Cheese whipped on it. It's wide open, but nobody can get there as Reddles just finds Magic Bear, but that's all they can do. They're scrambling just to get out of their own zone, and nobody's really hitting the ball.
They don't have boost.
Any benefit at all. Yeah, they've got no boost. They have no control. They're about to have no time left here in Game 3 as Rebellion controls in their own territory. And the final countdown about to begin here in this third game. Luminosity going to be looking up at Shopify Rebellion. We have a much closer game than the first two, but it's Rebellion in control of the series.
Big Game 3 win there for Shopify Rebellion. Just kind of making sure to just play a consistent game, not get too out of their comfort zone. Parth had a really good game individually. Because, again, you got to think, when you have to keep eyes on him throughout the entire game. Not only is he being able to kind of turn around, rotate, make stops on the back end, but even then he's doing a lot of zoning. And he's even doing zoning with low boosts. And what I mean by that is he's pushing his car upfield just to push the Luminosity players away from the ball or away from the play. And that's because he has a lot of trust in Justin and Two-Piece, which held it down over the course of that game. You look at the highlights here, and the goals that were scored, though, are, yes, a bit of Rebellion with the offensive pressure, but also a little bit of mistakes here on the side of Luminosity. Just not being able to make contact on some of the cuts, and when they have that last man back, not able to get really any solid ground or beat on the ball. Cheese got taken advantage of on the defensive end that game, and it's the reason why Rebellion have 2 of those goals. So that's just the biggest thing. But you can tell, though, especially considering the first 2 games, series has gotten so much more closer together because the midfield battle was scrappy.
And if this turns into a series with very close games, that's going to favor Luminosity just from a mental aspect. They've played so many one-goal games. There was one event, their first like 15 games were all one-goal games. They've had whole series decided by exclusively overtimes. At one point, I think they've played 30 more one-goal games or so than Rebellion has on the season, and 20 more overtimes. Rebellion doesn't fare so well in one-goal games, so keep that in mind as this series goes on and as things tighten up. We go to Game 4, though, at Utopia, and Rebellion trying to push all of that away. The numbers don't mean much if they just get dubs. 2-piece. Might have given that one away, but Parth will follow it up. It's going to be important for Luminosity, of course, to score early and not allow Rebellion to get a multi-goal lead as that one's left behind, and it sails high on the shot. Rlcs can't get on top of it either. The defense is there, and it goes back out.
Luminosity got to hit the shots.
Yeah.
They, like, that just, you can't have those many opportunities and not everyone. I mean, Rlcs third man, they're trying to take a shot to put it on. That's understandable, but that follow-up shot's got to be good. Magic Bear now finally putting the pressure on, but the touch gets away from him, and now Luminosity got to go back and try to fight all over again. Such a good opportunity to start, but they couldn't take advantage of it.
That ball that ended up back at their own net was closer than a couple of their shots on the other side, as Magic Bear will infield pass that over to Rlcs. That's going to sail high, and no follow-up immediately. Cheese coming from the back. He's trying to get that out towards Magic Bear, and everybody crisscrosses, so Rlcs can run one. Pass over to Magic Bear. Oh, man, no! It wide.
Oh, this is just
accuracy betrays LG again.
Are you kidding? I'm just so surprised that's not in. I'm saying no like I'm on an LG team stream, but no, I'm just upset that like you have a free shot like that and it doesn't go. Oh man, it was again so like they have the idea, but they're lacking on the execution. It's still a tied-up game. They definitely can find the mark, but this is not how you want to start it.
And this is troublesome for Rebellion as well because they're giving up a lot of shots. That's what they do. They're going to be forced to make a ton of saves. Granted, maybe Luminosity never finds the mark, but if they do, Rebellion's going to be in a ton of trouble. That one kicks right out towards midfield, and Magic Bear's there for it. Thrown back in as 2-piece getting chased by Rlcs. You know, he's hungry for some demos. He hasn't had many in this series. As Parth has one all the way across. Cheese is there. Magic Bear into the play. Rlcs might think about it. He stays back, and that one doesn't get into a scoring position either. Rebellion doing just enough to limit the opportunities now for Luminosity after they gave him a few golden chances early.
Yeah, and that's one thing too. Rebellion haven't been able to really kind of pick things up and get going here transition-wise. We're over halfway through the game. Rebellion don't have a shot recorded. Even though Luminosity can't hit the net to save their lives, they've also been able to stop Rebellion from getting a shot on. So Rebellion are going to have to force the issue because, I mean, to be honest, they've been getting away with this game kind of so far. You got to be able to turn it around. A win here for Rebellion pretty much almost submits them to series.
A team that has given up a lot of open net goals tends to be, I guess, the perfect counter for a team that can't hit open nets. As Cheese got to quickly get up for this. Justin beat him to the punch, and Parth can't put it on target. It's deflected off an LG defender, and Cheese will end up taking that corner boost. Everything kind of paused for a moment, and now Cheese, around one, easily sent out by Parth. Numbers advantage potentially for Rebellion if they all push forward. They do not this time. So Rlcs will trigger it from his own corner. Cheese is there. Interference. Rlcs scores. And Luminosity has a lead late in Game 4.
They get one. Rlcs able to just get that extra touch to seal it over Parth. you could see Rebellion when they were in front. They tried to just be a little bit more risky. They sent Justin up to see if he could get a couple of bumps. He couldn't connect on anything. He didn't have boost to get back. Parth was left on an island, and Rettle sailed it over his head.
Yeah, I just kind of assumed that Parth was interfered with there, but no, he was just way too far forward as he and Rettles cancel each other out. And Magic Bear desperately throwing that across. He eats a demo for his efforts, but he did his job. And now Rettles back out to midfield, try to kill some more time off this final minute. Luminosity trying to hang on for a 1-goal victory here in Game 4 to tie up the series. Both teams still have their timeout in this best of 7. Justin down to Parth. He hit the crossbar.
What?
Bounce away from him, and 2P scores. What in the world is happening?
I'm looking at this replay. I just can't believe it. Parth doesn't get the shot, bounces up high, forces Magic Bear to jump. He jumps with no boost, and it's just an open net. 41 seconds to go here, and I don't know who deserves to win this game. Actually, at this point, I would probably say Rebellion after the mistakes we see from Luminosity. 30 seconds to go. We could be headed into overtime. All chaos is broken loose, but that's a good pass, and that's a good shot. Riddle to the top left slot, and Luminosity get the lead back.
Amazing what happens when you put it on target. I mean, it's a decent clear to Parth, but it goes right across the middle. So only Magic Bear is the one who can get to it. And instead of slamming it to the backboard like you see a lot of players might try to do, just drop it right down to Rettles. That was perfectly placed. And his shot on target where no defenders could reach it. So down to 20 seconds. Luminosity back in front. Can they hold this lead? Oh, 2P's out to Parth, and he can't get to it in time. Everybody has to reset for Rebellion for one last push with the final 10 seconds. Neutral, won by 2P's actually, but Magic Bear there to save the day. One last chance. Cheese is up. So is Justin. But Rettles can let it drop down, and he does. Luminosity tie the series.
Tie the series. Someone needs to explain that game whenever someone looks at that on the score line. If someone says, oh, the Luminosity game, yeah, it was a close game 4. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Luminosity had that game, to be honest. They had control. They had so many open looks, but they couldn't really hit the back of the net very well. That being said, Rebellion on the other side of things also couldn't create too many opportunities, and they did get their only goal pretty much off of a Luminosity mistake. So I will say, good control on Luminosity for that game for the most part, but it was very scrappy, and it didn't really look that pretty. As we take a look at the highlights, I don't even know if we should call these highlights at this point, but here we go.
Hey,
what a game.
It is the Mobile One High Performance Replay. We promise nothing about highlights as we just watch this circus show in front of the Luminosity net. But then that clear from Parth, intercepted, perfect drop down from Magic Bear to Rettles for the eventual game winner. 3 goals and 4 assists so far for Rettles in this series. After that hat trick out of Cheese, he's been very quiet on the offensive end. But now we head to the Aquadome for Game 5. We will break a 2-all tie. And unlike in the Swiss, there's still more to do here. Best of 7 to end somebody's season and keep somebody else alive, at least for most of the rest of the day.
We will see Neo Tokyo. What happens there, we'll have to find out. But first, who's going to set the tone? Rebellion have a lot to really kind of clean up on. Ever since Luminosity got going, they've slowed down tremendously. But now they get a good break, and 2P's able to score. Rebellion with the first goal.
Just what happens to the defense here? I mean, Magic Bear way out of the play. He ended up going forward. Rettles was way downfield. He couldn't get back in time. So it's 2P's adding his 5th goal of the series. Big one for Rebellion as they score very early on here. That's what Luminosity has had to avoid. Falling behind early, especially by multiple goals. So they got to get one back sooner rather than later, you would think. Otherwise, they might need to come up with something clever off a kickoff. And
this is
Luminosity fans would be shielding their eyes on every kickoff. Here's 2P's. Leave it for Parth, perhaps, but he forced it wide.
Guys, you need to see Rebellion, how they're playing this game. They are not scared to send someone upfield, whether it's Parth, Justin, or whoever, and it's before the play even really develops. Oh my goodness, Justin, right down off the ceiling, the 2-piece, and just another one. It starts with Parth. Justin plays it high. 1, 2, 3, eyes on 2-piece. He puts it in the back of the net. 2 for 2.
of the way Justin's been playing in this event. Leads the team in scoring coming into this series with his 15 goals in the Swiss. He's added 4. He's also added 3 assists. He is almost like a man possessed, like he has to get back to another LAN. As Two Piece has that one down. I think the reports of the end of Justin's career, like with all the other original members of NRG, have been greatly exaggerated. Maybe a bit that's a great centering pass right into Cheese, and it's an open net.
Oh, man, this is, I mean, first of all, a good touch here from Rlcs to send it through. That extra effort, because he's in a tough spot. He has to turn to be able to get a piece of that. And he gets it just in time, and Cheese, who's been under a lot of pressure off ball, finally getting a chance to breathe upfield. He banks the shot. Good signs here for Luminosity. They're only down by 1, plenty of time in game.
Justin's forced that one to the corner. Two Piece can't get around Magic Bear, who will step up now for either side. Magic Bear from the side, he needs some help, and he's got it in the form of Rlcs. He can chase this. Got a ton of boost to work with, but he overshot the ball, and Parth had the easiest stop of his life, and a key touch there from Justin, not letting that ball come out cleanly. Might trigger a counterattack, but Magic Bear's in the way.
Yeah, and now you're seeing a counterattack chance here for Luminosity. Oh, that's a good touch. Parth, though, a little low on boost, so wants to be able to take this, but Cheese, good pass. Can Rlcs bank the shot? No! Sends it straight to Two Piece. It's a great block from Two Piece. He had to pre-jump that.
And you have to pick a spot and hope you're right. He was perfectly done by Two Piece and Shopify Rebellion. They get out of jail for a moment, but now they're right back under duress. Rlcs can't stay with that play thanks to Two Piece's effort, and he's got that one just ahead of Cheese. It's an open net for Two Piece.
Rebellion get counterattacked, and they say, okay, let's try this the other way around downfield. What an extra effort there from Two Piece to dive for that ball. Again, you see Justin upfield. He's trying to see if he can find someone above. There's no one above because no one's back. Luminosity was so far forward there, and they paid the price.
Kind of uncharacteristic out of Luminosity. I know that sounds weird considering how this series has gone, but Cheese has not. Oh, what a shot, just missing the mark. The follow-up from Justin. I mean, Cheese hasn't been out of position much in this series. That time he was, and then here on this shot, it's just a rebound that kind of pinballs off of every part of the goal, and Justin adds yet another to his impressive tally on the weekend.
I mean, you got to give credit to Parth. That first shot was a laser, top right corner. Probably upset that he didn't get it, but he stayed in the play, got the follow-up, and then not only that, he's able to get that 50 straight down to Justin. So good work there from Parth. They got to stop things on the defense, though. The kickoff has been pretty good there for Luminosity, but again, not being able to kind of execute there on those final shots. Luminosity with 5 shots this game, and the shot totals have just been increasing as the game ticks down. Magic Bear will score after his 3rd shot, making it a 2-goal deficit.
And credit to Luminosity again. They kind of called the play off the kickoff. It's a set play, one of many that they practice over time. And I know it sounds weird to say that they practice these things after they gave up a goal in 1 second yesterday, but it does happen, and it set them up for some success there. Still down 2 goals, though. Still a lot of time. 2 minutes now for Parth out of the corner. Magic Bear's got that one easily. And Rlcs quickly downfield. Luminosity trying to work a little bit quicker to cut into this lead. You know, they don't want to get down to crunch time where they have to kind of force the issue and leave the net open behind them to chase the game, as nobody was fooled by Justin there, and an opportunity maybe with numbers, but they didn't have any boost, so they couldn't chase the ball. Magic Bear deleted. He won't respawn in time. Parth scores.
Luminosity sending the house and coming up empty again. And this time, Two Piece, great control. He stays on the ball. Parth goes with him downfield. Great follow-up. Rebellion on the board again. They keep pulling out Luminosity. That's just the game plan. Okay, we'll send someone up to apply pressure. Maybe Justin or Parth, one of you guys go for a demo, steal some boosts upfield. Then when Luminosity think they have us on a counter, that's when we hit them, because we know that that's where their defense is weakest. They've done it time and time again over the course of the series. It's been working.
Parth made that a lot more interesting than it had to be, and then Justin happens to be in the right spot. Rlcs can't bring that one down for anybody, so Justin forward, good pass to him. And Shopify Rebellion got to be feeling a lot more confident now with a 3-goal lead again, though they could be under fire here. Demo ricochets in.
And Justin, he had to make a decision here because once 2Ps got beat, he didn't have enough boost to actually jump for the ball. Decided, let me get my boost to come into the net. And yeah, Luminosity special on him. Just straight destroyed. But Luminosity are still down in this game. By 2, a minute to go. You talk about the kickoff strats, that doesn't work for him.
Oh, that
chance though, they do get a free ball. Yeah, you're right. The more the bumps are coming in, can Reynolds get around this? He is able to force everyone up, but the ball gets away from the rest of them. She's struggling to keep this one in, and time is going to tick. Luminosity are going to have to play a lot more riskier, especially, and they have to be careful because this could happen because of it. Open nets left and right here.
Well, Reynolds went for a demo on Justin right in front of his net. Justin avoided him, and that almost proved fatal for Luminosity in this game. It just about will. Justin will score here on a ball that just sat on the goal line for an eternity, and it looks like Rebellion will have match point in the quarters.
Yeah, 3-goal lead game with 30 seconds to go. I don't see Rebellion really dropping this one. Now we're gonna have to start to look forward. Rebellion have been able to adjust really well, and so have Luminosity. But this time it is starting to feel like Rebellion may just have their foot on this series. The way this game has went, biggest lead, Rebellion, or biggest, not lead, but amount of goals scored in a single game against Luminosity this series. They're trying to cut the deficit down, but with no time left, we will see Shopify Rebellion trying to keep their major hopes alive. They're 1 win away from a top 4, from at least top 4. Luminosity still would love to fight. She scores 1-0.
Although get 1-0, it's a consolation prize, and almost certainly a timeout will come out of Luminosity with their last life on the season. They get a power up if they can win here, if they can bring it all the way back. But yes, Luminosity will take what could be their final timeout of the 2024 campaign. Down 3-2 against Shopify Rebellion after getting outscored in a Wild West shootout here at the Aquadome.
Yeah, I didn't expect this to be as high scoring as it was, considering the series did start to get a lot closer. But, I mean, we saw play after play taken, risk after risk taken, and teams took advantage on both sides of the field. Luminosity more so forcing, though. Again, a lot of demo plays set up for them. And for Rebellion, a lot of goals just kind of like what you saw there, just with those open nets. You can see Reynolds just kind of battling that frustration. But now the timeout here for Luminosity, everybody locking in because, like you said, this could be the last one of the season for them. If there's any time to come together and figure something out, it's right here, right now.
Luminosity, a team that has played several games this season, both online and at the major, with their backs against the wall, and they have answered the bell many times from that spot. But now it is gut check time for LG. All in person, they've done everything they can to prepare for this exact moment, and they've got about another minute to compose themselves and find a way back. Down 3-2 against Shopify Rebellion, which has been up and down all throughout the season. They haven't had a chance to get their feet off the ground really in the playoffs because they keep running into the same juggernaut that everybody else has, Gen G and G2. They're one top 4. They got M80 in the quarters, and that worked out great. Ever since then, it's been sweep at the hands of the 2 monsters in NA, one of which could be waiting for them on the other side of this. But they'll be happy to take care of business right now as we get set for Neo Tokyo. 7 goals out of 2-piece, 6 out of the veteran Justin, just a couple with 5 assists from Parth to lead SR. And if they can keep it going under the head of Bob's Ramen, they will march their way into the semis and possibly get themselves at least a tiebreaker at the end of the weekend.
They spoke of culture on the side of Luminosity. It's time to put it into action. Season on the line. Back against the wall. No room for error. Here we go. Game 6. Rebellion on match point. Can they end this series here?
Oh, Justin! Challenge fastball. Gets his longtime rival Reynolds and beats him.
Oh, man. Wins the 50. Jumps up early. Justin! beautiful shot. Reynolds put a hand up, but it just wasn't enough. Fastball into the net.
And after that timeout, the worst possible start for Luminosity. Now they've got to answer back, and you have the mental block that entails. Cheese hesitated for a moment. Got that out to the side, but it's Justin. He'll follow it and whiffs on it. Parth to the backboard. Here comes two-piece met by Reynolds. Parth will try again. Pass over to Justin, and he pushed it well wide.
And uncharacteristic, he had a free shot there. Pass probably came in a little too hot. So Luminosity get away with that one. But you got to be careful because you can see Rebellion, they are playing with that fire. And if you are Luminosity, if you're not careful, you will get cooked.
Just getting outpaced right now by Shopify Rebellion. They're coming out of the timeout too, trying to stop all that momentum. And Rebellion completely unfazed. Good touch by Magic Bear to get around one, but now Justin, one to beat. And Cheese just got a piece of it.
They got to break out, though. Luminosity has been stuck in their own end. Look, even every time they try to move upfield, it's back into their own half. They're playing defense once again. A little bit of a demo to open up space, but you got to get that man Justin off the ball and get a good follow-up. Reynolds is trying, but a bit of a double commit, which could be dangerous. Wait, Magic Bear turns it into a bump, giving Reynolds some space. Plays that one high, but it hits the crossbar. No goal for Luminosity. Still more work to do.
Oh, Cheese couldn't stay with that ball. Reynolds back to Magic Bear, and he got canceled out by Justin as Justin just rode him across midfield and got him away from the ball. Now two-piece to the backboard. Third touch to drop it back to Justin. Does he have any help coming? Parth coming in on the weak side and just nudged Magic Bear for a moment, but Magic Bear recovered nicely, and Luminosity out of jail for just a moment. A brief reprieve as Reynolds swats it out.
They got to control the ball. There it is. Good touch there. It's going to sail all the way downfield off the back wall. Cheese. No, he can't get there. Reynolds got a bump. And Magic Bear wants to find the double to keep this play in. Cheese, 0 boost, last back. So he's not really going to be able to make a successful challenge here. And now he's got to watch as Justin brings this off the sidewall. Can he get the 50? No. Parth to two-piece. Try to send it down. Chance here for a counterattack. Illuminati get the shot. Blocked out by Justin.
Magic Bear will try to get back to this one. He got to the ceiling, but this ricochets down to two-piece. Reynolds getting chased, and he avoids contact to make the save. Luminosity avoid disaster. Reynolds and Justin collide in the air. It's Cheese, gonna take it himself. Can't force that through two defenders.
Yeah, he's trying to see if he can at least get the ball to come towards Magic Bear, who was waiting. He gets a good touch there, but again, this game does not stop. We're seeing punch after counter punch. Justin's trying to get up as a speed test, but Cheese gets there in time. No boost from Magic Bear. He sends the ball away, so Reynolds has to come help. Reynolds now gets the boost there in the corner. Wants to be able to see if he can slow things down so Cheese and Magic Bear can grab boost. Cheese gets nothing on that play, so does Justin, and Magic Bear will push this one upfield. Cheese, what's he gonna do? Tries to find the shot, can't get it. Reynolds, no, he's beat out, and Justin has to try to control this one to see if he can score a big goal. Can't do it, and Magic Bear is able to make the stop before Parth gets there.
I think if he waited an extra beat and got around that a little wider, he could have put that on target. He's trying to set up a teammate instead, and it gave LG just enough time, but boy, they had one on the other side. They absolutely should have converted. Parth in front, wide open, just put it wide as well, and Reynolds able to catch up. Now two-piece one-on-one with Cheese, and Cheese wins that exchange.
This is like a boxing match, the way the demos are being traded, the way the counterattacks are being traded, the way the boost steals are even being traded. But Luminosity are down in this fight, and they're gonna need to send a knockout blow. A minute left here, down by one. Reynolds is able to get Magic Bear some room here. Cheese moving upfield, he doesn't have that much boost. Can the Bear do it? He got the bump, but it wasn't enough. Parth goal line save.
Luminosity going deep into the bag of tricks. This could waterfall down. Justin got a piece, and that threw off Magic Bear. Reynolds coming up, loose ball, saved away by Justin.
Defense holding for Rebellion. Is it going to be enough? Magic Bear, he has Reynolds. He got this bump, but Reynolds, no, he can't get a Cheese last back. He doesn't have boost, neither does Parth, though, so he can't connect. Demo on the play. Chance here for the ball to move downfield. Parth cuts it out. He gets it through. Can Cheese get back in time? The answer's no. Parth puts the nail down on this game and maybe the series.
23 seconds after that mad scramble. It's Shopify Rebellion by 2. One of those kickoffs for Luminosity. Got to come up with it here. Reynolds angled it towards Magic Bear. Down to 20. got to get one and give themselves a chance for another, and that's not going to happen. As Parth almost took out Cheese, that would have done it. Justin killing more time, killing off Luminosity. Shopify Rebellion stay alive and have a real legitimate shot at London. As it's calling his name, Justin has a chance.
Shopify Rebellion in 6. Luminosity Gaming put up a tough fight, but it just wasn't enough. They gave everything they got in that game 6, but they started off giving up 1, and Rebellion had that and held it close. And even with their ability to try to turn things around, create open chance, they just couldn't get that last shot. Rebellion was either too close to the ball or Luminosity was a little too slow sometimes. But now, Rebellion look forward because major hopes for them are still very alive.
Yeah, Luminosity needed that for any hopes at all, any realistic hopes of finding their way to the World Championship after qualifying for the Copenhagen Major. And you could see the look of reflection on the faces of everybody, especially on Rlcs' face. You wonder how much more is in the tank. How many more opportunities will the members of this squad have? Rebellion have life. They're on to the semifinals. We're halfway through quarterfinal day, and it's about to get real exciting. Don't miss it. We've got more NARLCS coming your way.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. Or past it front. We are going to Champions Field.
stars. I wonder how we got here. Wonder how we made it this far. I don't know who you are, but I like the way your heartbeat dances like a daydream after dark. So if you come a little closer, then we can get a little higher. Come on and come a little closer. And now there's something calling me. There's something calling me home. And when it's right in front of me, there's something calling me home. There's something calling me You're shining under the stars. You're moving like a moonbeam, dancing on a daydream in the dark. And I forget who we are. It doesn't make a difference underneath the neon sky tonight. So if you come a little closer, then we can get a little higher. Come on and come a little closer. And now there's something calling me. There's something calling me home. And when it's right in front of me, there's something calling me
In a battle to keep the season alive and try their best to move on to potentially the London Major, Shopify Rebellion come in and handle business. They fought against a Luminosity team that was the empowerment of culture, but it just wasn't enough. And I'm sitting here with Parf after the win. Parf, congratulations on the win. You guys are back in top 4 after appearing in Qualifier 1, I believe. I mean, what does this win mean to you?
I told my team last night that this was like one of the biggest series, like the most important series to me in a while, in a long time, I think ever, honestly, because I really want to make a major for the first time, and RLCS land as well. I've never made one, so looking forward to it a lot if we can make it.
I mean, the way you individually and the team has played has looked phenomenal. There's no question that you guys have what it takes to make it there. I mean, talk to me about your growth over the season. For you guys, it's been a little bit shaky, but you end up coming in with the 3-0 in the Swiss stage, taking down Gen G and SSG. I mean, is there anything that's changed that has kind of happened for you guys to be performing at this high level?
We've worked really hard. At the start, we didn't really put in enough effort, to be completely honest, and now we've like talked as a team and said what we needed to say to make us better and more consistent, and I think it's showing. It's unfortunate that we got 2 top 8s because we got Gen G and G2, but we finally got someone else, and now we get to show that we do deserve to make top 4 and the LAN, hopefully. So happy about that.
That's good. That's good. Do you think now that based on after you guys have talked things out, next time you see a Gen G or G2, you guys are ready to take them down?
Oh, absolutely. That win over Gen G yesterday was like huge for us, like mental wise. Like we're feeling super confident that we can well, if we play them tomorrow, we'll beat them, or Moist, whoever. Really, we're confident.
Yeah. No, I feel you. No, but talk to me about playing with the guys. I mean, Justin, Parth, even your coach. Parth, two-piece, even your coach of memory. What's that kind of team environment like when you guys are going through your ups and downs?
Oh, honestly, I think we have one of the best team environments in the game. Like, we're super open and honest with each other. Everything negative is always just business. We never take it personal. Like, we always just look for the best in each other, and like we're never mean. Like, everything we do is like just for improvement. We all know that, and we're all really good friends, I think. So it's good.
That is good. I mean, of course, the next matchup is going to be Gen G versus Moist. How do you think that one's going to go?
Gen G 4-2.
I knew I liked you, Parth. I knew I always liked you. Parth, of course, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Before we let you go, any shout-outs you want to make or anything you want to say to the fans?
Just thanking God that I can do this every day. That's all.
Much love. Parth, we appreciate you taking your time. Congratulations for the win, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
The very narrow road to London continues here for Shopify Rebellion, and the season ends for Luminosity. A battle well fought, but they fall short of the final deadline here. Shopify Rebellion dropping some big numbers in a few of these games. Only 2 goals on Neo Tokyo, though, to seal the deal.
That's all they needed. It was a demo-happy game again for Luminosity. Reynolds over 4 demos per game, so they kept with that. But at the end of the day, on both sides of the field, it did feel like there was a lot of wide-open nets at times. Cheese's positioning as third man at times is very, very questionable, and I think gave up some big goals in the later half of the series. And Rebellion, they capitalized when they needed to, with Two-Piece and Justin both shooting incredibly well. And again, a lot of those were because of the open nets, but they got the job done. The #1 offense in NA prevails, and now they are tied for 4th for the major points, and all the pressure is on OG later today.
Well, and this leads us to the rest of the season here. I mean, while we think about take a moment to talk about Luminosity, we mentioned, I do think this was not a particularly strong performance from Cheese here, Bates, but we can now sit and think about his entire rookie season as his season is complete. And I feel like as far as rookie seasons go, an excellent performance for Cheese he can be proud of and look back on, especially with the way the season started.
Oh, yeah, 100%. He started off hot. Looked like a clear-cut Rookie of the Year contender, if not the Rookie of the Year. It was talked about previous this. Qualifiers 1 through 3, he was the best player in Luminosity. Even with Slater playing the best ball he's probably ever played, Cheese was the catalyst. We went to Copenhagen. You expect to see that. But he kind of had a little bit of a regression. First land, jitters maybe, and then he wasn't as good throughout these qualifiers, but he was pretty good throughout this whole entire first season. You got to clap it up for them. And Luminosity in general, they were a pretty solid team, but unfortunately they do bow out here.
Yeah, he was the best player not on G2 and Gen G for the entire Copenhagen major qualifier run, for sure.
That's right.
He was popping off, but he did come back to earth a little bit, but that is just a learning experience at this point. You got to bring it into the next season.
You could take a look at the far corner over there. Team Mobula has illuminated in the corner. They have qualified and clinched a spot in London. We will see them play at the London Major. Gibbs, you mentioned that it is still Team Limitless with the majority of season points right now, so most likely to be still seen at the World Championship. But Mobula could do some crazy stuff at London and try to take that from them.
Yes, very true. They'll probably have to make a big push, but as we look at the bracket here with Rebellion and Luminosity, the world hopes for Luminosity have also been squandered. They're out of London. They're also out of the World Championship. That is because they are 3 points, or actually 2 points behind Space Station, 3 points behind OG. So one of those teams, if they would have won this match, and even if they didn't make London, technically would have had the 4th spot and would have waited and seen what happened in London. But now we see it. Rebellion is tied for 4th with OG. So if OG lose later today, then Rebellion, that they are still in this tournament, they can still gain more points, so they can possibly get the spot on their own. There could be a potential tiebreaker as well. On top of that, say they wind up tied, the tiebreaker happens and Rebellion wins. Well, then Rebellion is 14 points behind OG for the World Championship bid. So they would need to make a top 8 run in London to take away that World Championship spot as well. So Rebellion, huge win for them. They are now in that World Championship conversation. And obviously with London, they're looking good for a tiebreaker because, like, if history is going to repeat itself, Space Station are big favorites versus OG.
Well, Rebellion will have to wait to find out who they're going to play until the conclusion of the match we have coming up next. We're going to do the bottom of the bracket here. Moist versus Gen G Mobile One Racing, the former Kings of the North, taking on one of the hottest names in Rocket League with a new roster under their wing. Second time in top 8, I believe, for the Moist boys here. Not as moist. First time for the organization here in North America. We'll see if they're able to continue that run here against a team that has generally looks pretty good in the bracket, but last time we saw them in the bracket, they didn't make it to the finals.
And this was Gen G's first time losing to a team not named G2 in bracket play of the season. So that shows how consistent Gen G was. They did end up bowing out to OG in qualifier number 5. Looking at this Moist squad, though, saw them play against G2 yesterday. They got some offensive potential, and they have a little bit of firepower. The old Powers on the boat roster with Coach Noah coming over from EU, and they're good. They have the mechanical ability to go up against a Gen G squad. The question is, do they have the clutch gene, the poise to go up against an FK squad that wants to make it all the way to a grand final?
This is a round 4 rematch. Gen G versus Moist. Gen G won 3-1 versus Moist just 24 hours ago, and Moist only scored 4 goals in that match. Gen G, like, overall through their Swiss, was rather low scoring. They also played Cloud9 the round before, and they only put up 4 goals, but it was a 3-game sweep. So Gen G's offense not necessarily clicking right now, and we saw that they are vulnerable finally, like, in the playoffs. Moist, though, qualifiers 1 through 3, they were that team that no one expected to be in that major race, and they just barely fell short. They were in that 4-way tie for 5th place. But this time around, it hasn't been as pretty. This is their first top 8 so far. So it's now or never at this point. Moist has to win this entire qualifier and then hope later on today that OG lose to Space Station in the quarterfinals. But right now, they're just looking at this match like, hey, we just played them. We'll see what we can learn from that, watch the tape, and see if we can capitalize against a Gen G who is still playing technically for their London lives, but very likely will make it.
And there is also always money on the line. These are professional Rocket League players, and every time you win a game here, you earn more money for your paycheck, for your wallet there. So I'm sure the players have lots on their minds as they go in here. Hashtag MST, hashtag GGM1. Let us know who you think is going to win in the chat. We got orange on one side and blue on the other. More orange for GGM1, blue for Moist here. And we go with Gen G. Coin goes with Gen G here.
Let's see. Is it a full sweep? Okay. Yeah, it's a full sweep. I mean,
you sound like you're on the fence, though. Give me the argument for Moist here.
The argument for Moist there is that, I mean, that they went up against Gen G yesterday, so you ended up losing to them, but just fresh. You have some fresh tape. You can go, and Coach Noah can really break that down as a major champion winning coach and say, here's what we need to do, the little tiny increments. If there was a team that you can't prepare for, it's a team that you just lost to the day prior to. Now, that being said, Gen G is just that great of a squad, and they're definitely trying to make amends for bowing out in the quarters in qualifier 5. You expect them to really perform right here, right now.
Gen G may be coming in with a chip on their shoulder, but they've got the support of the desk, and they've got an overwhelming support in chat. Can they make it to the semis and play on Championship Sunday? Moy's going to be trying to make it there as well and create chaos in the brackets and the season point standings, folks. Let's get into it. It's Moist versus Gen G Mobile One Racing.
Gen G still working towards the major. They have another threat standing in their way. Moist have not had a ton of success this split, James. They have a chance to pull off the upset here.
And it's going to be an upset if they do. Gen G has won all the previous 3 matchups in this season. Moist only picking up 1 game out of the 10 that they've played. So this is going to be a big effort required from Moist to take down this other team in North America. And I think a lot of people have been talking about North America being a 2-team region pretty much since the get-go, Jorby, and those 2 teams have been Gen G and G2. So big test ahead of Moist.
You know, and Space Station trying to insert themselves into that conversation. But the rest of North America definitely have had their struggles against this team and G2. But Moist last split And still a lot of fans with some hope for North America. One of those two teams, them and the Snowmen, kind of represent the next players up in North America on these teams, but they have not had a great split. Unable to make the top 8 until this event. And so, while it's been a rocky journey on Moist development as a team after the org picked them up, going gets harder here. Your last chance to really make a deep run, and of course, you run into the quarterfinal killers, Gen G, right now struggling to get out of defense.
Already had an early chance, but now they're going to have to defend. That one off the bar, off the post, off the bar again. Where will this one go? Off the bar, out, obviously.
Where else is it supposed to go?
It finally walked into the net by apparently Jack. It was just a matter of time.
Wow, good position from 5UP. Just let him shoot it. If it comes down, you won't own goal. Unfortunately, third band got deleted from Moist. So no follow-up was coming on defense. Too much pressure there from Gen G to start.
And I like the hesitation from apparently Jack. Easy to let that one get into your head, but apparently Jack delays his flip into that shot, recognized the 1v1 situation. Apparently Jack, world class in those moments. And Gen G, I mean, if they didn't score there, that would have been pretty tough.
That would have maybe shaken you a little bit. Chronic pitching the ball downfield. A heavy touch from Eris. Forces him to get back up to it and bumped. I think it all starts with that first touch in the corner. Ball security weak on that first touch from Eris, and the rest snowballs.
And look at the work Chronic did. Not only does he get that really crazy touch out to the middle, but immediately goes into bump mode and lands the bump, making things 10 times easier for apparently Jack. Such a smart play from Chronic to flip that switch, recognizing that he could take advantage of his position. And this is looking like a solid start on third goal here for Gen G. We're not even 2 minutes in. This is already a runaway game for Gen G.
You know, James, we just got done casting a massacre at the start of the day. Are we really in tune for another one?
And has the makings of it, Jorby. It has the makings of it early.
Although, you know, it was Atomic in that game 1 who scored 4 goals. Everyone already gets involved on Gen G here. Chronic doesn't have a goal, but he does have that assist plus the demo. Eris set up.
Oh, there's the response.
Okay, there's a little life.
And to get it off kickoff is huge as well. 5UP takes that space, and I like his decision to go for a 50. He recognizes the defense doesn't really have the position to get a big clear to the corner, so if he can park his car right there, now chances are he'll get a rebound for a teammate. And that's precisely what happened. Eris launching that one in. So despite the slow start, Moist are back into this game.
Almost back out of it, and he was floating in the air without any boosts. The ball hit right back into him. Moist get to retain a 2-goal deficit. But Gen G have control of the ball. First killer, 2 touches. Andy uncomfortable, but Chronic was the same side. Appjack gets back and cross it. Moist are getting back to the 50s, as precarious as it might look. First killer keeps the touch tight. Nobody from Moist can go. Everyone has to wait, and he gets the bump as well. Chronic needed it for space, and Gen G break.
And that's a pass over to Eris. Can he get the double? No. That one was a fast ball, a little too much for him to handle. Counterattack shut down, but Moist always seemed to do a good job of scoping out those infield pass opportunities, but executing is another matter.
Oh, especially when Gen G are flying at you from the left. First killer this time. Eris with a hopeful touch, and he comes out with the ball in the midfield, pops it to the left side, wide. Chronic had the save, but now Moist are in position, and that touch was not what Moist needed. 5UP wanted to buy time. Gen G didn't give them anything too dangerous on the counter. Jack take the ball out. 5UP on there quickly, and he doesn't get any of the ball. Andy has to make the save. 5UP gets his own boost. Gen G will wait for Moist. 5UP gave the ball up.
Heavy first touch from 5UP, and he had boost to work with as well, and this is putting Moist on the defensive now. Chronic with a full boost tank will try to get this out, but the precious time melting off the clock for Moist. Finally, they get this ball out, but it's all the way back into the corner. Chronic staying on the back wall, actually giving this shot over to Andy, but didn't really test the defense much.
I'm surprised Andy went for that, knowing Chronic was there. Maybe you think your teammate can follow that one up. But it seemed like an opportunity with all of Gen G back to actually play that to the side where 5UP was sitting. And you might have been able to retain possession. They break out though. It's just actually getting this ball away from First Killer and company. And it's proving difficult here with 45 left.
Oh, but this could be a chance, but apparently Jack with 0 boost, able to speed flip to that ball and just get his nose on it.
Ooh, 5 up, off the wall. And could not get his car around it. Gen G will get away with another one. A no boost Jack. Makes an easily savable ball for 5 up. Andy up high, challenged immediately by Chronic, and there's just no way out, no way in for Moist, no matter what they're trying to do. Eris no boost on the 50. First killer back pass to Chronic. And just game management at the end. Moist might stop them, but it doesn't matter. They could never really get started here in game 1.
And that slow start cost Moist everything. At the beginning, you were wondering if we'd see another massacre, but Moist, to their credit, were able to lock back in, and they too survived, with a little bit of face saved, getting one on the board late. And they had some opportunities at the very beginning of the game. There was a pass across the field. I think it was a 5 up, and 5 up was so close to having a shot on target. I couldn't tell if he had not flipped perfectly or if it was just a little bit too far ahead, or maybe a combination of both. But Moist very much in this one. I think they were hanging in there with Gen G, but there were just those few moments where Gen G was able to get that lead and not really be in danger of losing it.
Yeah, in the middle of Gen G's rotation a couple of times, they actually found passing lanes and forced Gen G to rotate a little farther back. They can find more of those. The big problem on the corners and the back wall is they just weren't able to actually take the ball away from Gen G. Apparently Jack, First Killer, and Chronic all excelling on defense, and that's proving quite difficult for Moist. But if they can get some real control in the midfield and, like you were saying, maybe not get scored on 3 times in the first minute and a half, surely that will go a long way, because there are clearly some angles that Moist were finding, and they're just going to have to continue to withstand the Gen G attack. And if they can do that and continue to find those gaps, maybe they have a chance here on Forbidden Temple.
You'd think maybe, but now the game record is 10-1 in favor of Gen G. Gen G has had Moist's number this year, so Moist are really going to have to make some adjustments to try to figure out something that works against this Gen G team.
First Killer will grab the ball immediately off the kickoff. Eris with a full tank. Some heavy touches from Moist that Gen G have punished on defense. And if you want to point at one thing specifically, I think ball security on defense, if Moist are a little better with it, they might be able to keep this at a 0-0 mark. Then you start questioning whether they can do anything about Gen G's defense. Right now, they're the ones playing a lot of defense, avoiding First Killer bump attempts and having to stretch. But Eris will get a stretcher, forces Chronic up, and he's done. Here comes 5 up, denied. Apparently, Jack gets deleted for his effort.
It's a good ball over to Eris. Eris decides to go towards net. Did have some support in the midfield. A little surprising not to see him try to utilize a teammate there. Good demo from behind, however, for Eris.
Second time that happened, too.
A shot opportunity, though, for Gen G. Fortunately for Moist, Eris able to shut that down.
Chronic keeps the ball tight. Least follows up the 50. Eris has to use a lot of boost. First Killer came from the top of his board. Still Moist. Tenuous hold on the midfield. Jack has to stay with it, and he'll get the pinch he was hoping for. Buying Gen G some time.
Andy trying to push it forward. And there's a demo from behind. The demos and the bumps have been helping Gen G out quite a bit. There's a double commit. First Killer and Jack, neither one of them hit it, but Chronic is here to help out. He had plenty of boost, and now we'll try to hand this off to First Killer, who hits it off the post and almost gets back to it in time.
First Killer was very upset that that first ball did not go in. He really wanted to make sure he got another try at it. Chronic holds the ball against Eris. A better opening 2 minutes from Moist, James. It's not 3-0, but that's about it. They're still playing a lot of defense. They get a couple of these clears, namely from Eris in that first man position. Here's a shot, easily denied by Chronic to the side.
Chronic, he had landed that bump in the very first game that led to a goal. And we saw First Killer hunting for these demos from behind. Now we see a pass over. First Killer back to Jack. Jack in reverse, very awkward situation, still gets it up over net. And it's cleared out, but Moist have to watch out for those demos from behind. It has caught him out a few times.
They have avoided a couple of them. The thing, it doesn't matter if you avoided the last one, just matters that you avoid the next one. And right now they're not. Here's the dunk, here's the goal. You get demoed, you get scored on, it's 1-0.
And this demo's really making a big difference. First killer forcing Andy to panic. Andy low boost situations, trying to cut, but Chronic had the whole play developing in front of him, and it wasn't a difficult read for him. He saw exactly what Andy was trying to do and was able to shut that door immediately.
5 up though, got the ball off the kickoff. Low 50, back to Eris, but the shot, Jack was already in stride. 5 up and Andy. Andy will actually call 5 up off. But there's nowhere to go. He's stuck onto the ground. Chronic now, full tank of boost. First killer, the go-ahead man downfield, and almost didn't need him. High ball, Jack will wait for Eris, and the clear goes right back to him. Not the best touch there for Jack, but Gen G managing just fine in the midfield. First killer getting a bump, and every time Moist try to establish a rhythm. There's Gen G throwing a wrench into the whole gear.
Very physical this series. Landing bumps, landing demos. Gen G have such a well-rounded game, and we're seeing it here.
Eris playing first killer's touch. And again, the shot quality is not there. You think about the earlier try from Andy in game, I don't even think it was game 1. I think it was at the start of this game, where he just puts it down to the left side of Chronic. The shot quality, not great. These touches going into the dirt and away from Moist cars whenever they get back to it. Now Chronic has a one-on-one the other way. Backboard, double tap off the bar. Almost found it, and Moist lucky it's not 2-0.
That was a tight angle to make work. Chronic still almost doing it. Lovely pass, but a side flip from Eris. You said the back flip from 5, but not side flip from Eris. Slight mechanical mistakes costing Moist some opportunities.
Eris on the back wall. Has to contend against first killer, and he knew it. He tried to hold it, but then the ball skips away from him just a little bit. It gets by him. 5 up makes a good 50. Back to Eris in the midfield. The layers have not been peeled away on from Gen G. First killer, air dribble reset to Jack. Almost found 5 up on the play. 5 up does pick up the save, narrowly avoiding disaster.
Jack pretending like he was going to go for a shot, and then at the last second switches it up, trying to go for a bump. Moist did well to dodge that bump and get the save, but time is trickling away. This is a chance for Eris. Eris scores it to equalize. Moist on the board.
This all drew itself up so nicely for Eris. He could see Andy the whole way. He knew he had first killer beat, though he comes up to be ready for that hit off the ceiling. He beats Gen G in the positioning, and a huge three-point play from Moist to tie it up.
That would be big. Like we said before, out of all these previous matchups, Moist have only taken a single game from Gen G this season. I'd be able to double up right here.
Oh, God, he was dropping down. Oh, he couldn't recover in time. Moist score a 0-second ender here in Forbidden Temple. Chronic still landing, and he can't get back up.
And they double up. Eris picking up both of those goals. What a way to get a game. Moist not giving up. They had such a poor start to the series, conceding those 3 goals early in game 1. They stabilized a little bit late, and now to claim a game in that fashion, they scored with 13 seconds left on the clock. And you're thinking, all right, we're gearing up for overtime, but no, a 0-second goal from Eris. And Eris is that player, from my experience, that you need to be keeping an eye on for Moist. Against NRG in the last round, the final 5th round of Swiss yesterday, he was the one who was putting up the numbers, scoring pretty much every goal that Moist had, and you can see why. His positioning, that killer instinct is there, and also the ability to close it out, and that was a huge moment.
Yeah, Moist, I mean, think about the amount of defense they were playing for the first half of game 2. They weren't able to dodge all of the demos, and they were still getting deleted, but they're somehow still finding a way to get back. I think back to the Chronic double, a half chance, that tight angle that he almost hit might have ended up being the difference maker. That was the last quality opportunity Gen G had on Moist net for the rest of the game. And Moist made a question of it.
And it really felt, even though it was a 1-goal game, that it was Gen G dictating most of the tempo of that game. So huge result there for Moist. Got some success. Can they keep that going?
You know Gen G are going to bring you the same type of heat every time. It's not a matter of can you withstand it once or twice. Can you do it consistently? Because Gen G are going to keep coming at you consistently. Eris trying to double up with 5 up. High touch for apparently Jack, but he can't get back to it.
Oh,
Now
and
Moist are
double
picking
demo.
up demos. 5 up, 2 demos, back to Eris. Moist rolling through.
A double demo from 5 up, clean it up.
Oh, and then nice cheeky pass over to Eris sitting at the top.
That's just a goal secure. You got to be ready
Love
for
that. Love that. Now for Moist, okay. How did Gen G adjust? As, oh, they almost double up on the kickoff twice. They still might, as 5 up has a ripper, and he's looking for Eris, or was he? The timing certainly
Eris
looked like he was going for Eris.
And Eris has had no boost. So I think it was a situation where the back pass was a good idea, but with 0 boost, Eris not going to be able to do much. Well, first killer do flip reset, pushing towards the net. And that's cleared off the line. So many demos from 5 up. 5 up getting the hall pass to get as many demos as possible, but he's read like a book this time again by Chronic. Chronic read Andy last game, this time predicting the touch from 5 up.
Well, there's only one explosion that truly matters, James, and it's the one that comes out of the goal. So 5 up can pick up the exterminator all he wants. You know, but the scoreboard only tracks one type of explosion. And Chronic moving it downfield off the kickoff. Now Moist. They're gonna make, or Gen G making it a rubber match. You gotta be able to go tit for tat with them. Andy slapping through Chronic, who will recover quickly, and first killer grabs his corner boost, gets deleted on that touch. Eris, weak touch. A little bit of time. Gen G needed it. Chronic needed that boost. Eris also getting that demo. Andy flying across. He's missed the ball. One touch off the wall. Nobody was ready for it. Chronic was playing in the middle, and Appjack is just hoping to buy time.
You're seeing a lot of demos come out from Moist. That last demo on First Killer when he had full boost. I mean, First Killer taking that airborne would have been disastrous for Moist, but Moist getting so aggressive, so physical. And it has caught Gen G off guard for a bit. The pass up. Apparently Jack not able to get there in time, but there's the response demo from Chronic.
5 up playing it close. Eris, he got demoed. Well, he's last back. Everyone rotates into form for Moist. 5 up bumping Eris, says, I have the boost, give me the ball. He's got the reset, and Chronic forced to make the save. First killer falls back down onto the ball. That did give it back to Andy. He had a good follow-up. Still the pass. Love the gumption from Moist. Even when there's traffic in the area, still trying to play that lateral pass, even if Gen G are there, betting on their team rather than being scared of Gen G.
They're sticking to their game plan. You can tell. Pass across, going to be way too far away. Apparently Jack going to boom it, but it's boomed right back. Andy saw Eris upfield, who now gets demoed. So many demos in this series.
I think it's starting to feel a little chippiness, not just on the field. Yeah, a little personal. Honestly, after 5 up gets like 3 demos in a row, I'm starting to spam okay. Let's be honest. That ball gets
It can be
across.
tilting. I mean, it really can be. Especially if, you know, a double demo like that leads to a goal. It's even worse when a demo against you is effective.
It's just good Rocket League from Moist. First killer.
Block.
Had it, Andy.
Oh, apparently Jack also a little far away. This has been a slog for both of these teams to get through. Now's a chance, but that's broken up by 5 up, who's had a great game.
Yeah, great cutoff there on the rotation. High ball. Apparently Jack gets a free read. That's been rare for Gen G in this game, but the shot's not on target. Start feeling like Gen G need that shooting to be better. Chronic coming across, trying to find his team. Jack plays it high. Eris still shakes him off the ball. Andy, though, loses it. 5 up has to dive for it. And he does, but it cost him all of his boost.
The ball went perfectly back to 5 up. Good block from Andy. Tries to get another one. First killer's out of boost and puts it right into the middle. Fortunately for him, Chronic was there to get that 50, but now Gen G need to get some boost. That corner spawns, and apparently Jack was able to get it, but first killer still running on fumes.
Also boost battles happening off ball deep in the third. Eris was protecting his own corner. Gen G are still rotating deep into Moist territory to try to disrupt that rhythm. However, the drum line is still holding the BPM. Eris popped it up high. Nobody can go from Moist. Chronic still on the ball.
Chronic gets a wonderful 50. Apparently, Jack's going to try to get back to this for a pinch out to the middle.
Nice.
It's a rebound opportunity. Chronic has to be careful. Last man back, trying to play it slow. Actually helps a pinch up. And there's the follow-up shot by 5UP. That's disastrous for Chronic and Gen G.
Yeah, but this 50's kind of nasty. He gets right around Chronic. Chronic turns into the challenge, but Eris already has him beat with momentum. So he just rolls his car into the side of the ball, into Chronic to force the pinch. And credit to the team for being ready for it. Eris setting up that 50. Nobody from Gen G was ready for it to rip like that. And Moist in position to take the game. 5UP, big shot denied by Chronic. Not where Gen G want to be. Eris with the reset into the corner. Time expiring. First killer getting downfield. Could be the last chance of the game. First killer misses, and it doesn't matter. Oh, sometimes the best touch is just belief itself, James.
Sometimes the best touch is no touch. Why? I mean, first
You just
killer.
gotta believe.
Everybody thinking he was going to get that pass down, and now it's the 2 0-second goals. This series, what are we seeing?
I guarantee you that's in. Oh, man. Gen G get killed on the 50 on the kickoff. Again. It's 5UP. Just forces the 50. It's easy. Jack still needed time. First killer tried to recover, but he's too slow. And Moist take the game.
This series, this is so strange. Moist, it feels like the universe is working with them in this series. And already we're seeing a timeout be called for Gen G.
I mean, look at the smiles right now. On the Moist side, though.
What are you talking? Eris didn't look like he was smiling.
Well, not Eris.
Andy
no, it was
did.
Andy was.
Yeah.
Andy was smiling. Yeah, they switched to Eris right as I say that. But 5UP, you mentioned earlier in the game, like he was having a really good series, and that game in particular, he definitely had a great series. All those demos, not just that, also the cuts in rotation to take challenges away, and constantly in Gen G's face at every moment they could be. Really managed their risks well. It's not like they were just diving face at Gen G the whole time.
Six demos.
Almost the
for
extreme.
5UP.
So close.
6 demos for 5UP. He was out there being a monster. And then on top of that, to help secure those goals. And then the 50s as well. I think Eris had some really nice 50-50s, but that's where Gen G gave up this game, was on those 50-50s. I mean, it was the 50 that went off the backboard that led to a goal, and then right off kickoff, 5UP has no boost, and he still somehow manages to perfectly win that 50.
Yeah, first killer got on was on the opposite side of the ball, and he like flipped away from 5UP's flip, and it just pinched off, and he couldn't recover after that. He still got close for where.
I don't know if it was too much overconfidence from first killer. Probably.
I mean, if you're just diving into the ball like that.
Well, I mean,
probably,
first killer probably knows that 5UP is going to be low on boost. Typically off kickoff, you're going to be able to see all the players and have an idea whether they're low or not. So first killer maybe a little too overconfident on that 50, not expecting 5UP to be able to win that so well. I mean, it was perfectly won, and to do that on 0 boost is a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah,
so
shows you if you can, yeah. I was gonna say, if you could square up on the ball, you can kill momentum on that ball, even if the other player has full boost.
You can. It's just
time
zero,
right.
zero boost. You can't make the adjustments on the timing. It has to be perfect because you're not going to be able to speed up. You know, all you can do is really slow down. And most of the time, speeding up is what you need to do. That's why boost is so important and so critical. But that last game, that was 5UP stepping up. I mean, for me, 5UP, he was the clear reason why Moist was able to get that done.
Well, it has been an interesting day so far in North America. G2 started the day freestyling. Rebellion and Luminosity were in quite the scrappy game. But Moist, probably the second series of the day where everybody across the board is thinking Gen G, but Moist have something different to bring to the table. It's again Andy slowing it down. First killer got outbrained.
These 50-50s are killing him. Eris throws a little hezzy in there like he's Furrow and destroys him. And even before that, the 50-50 from Andy, I mean, and now off kickoff, that one's going to be testing.
I mean, I'm surprised the first killer just dove into that too, because like he knows Andy's driving into it, and he's just trying to rush underneath. But Andy was slowing down a little bit. 2 times now we watched first killer take those challenges aggressively, but not really getting any quality. And Eris is throwing cannonballs in the face of Gen G.
And another 50. This is a 50-50 clinic. And Andy says, all right back to you, Eris.
Oh,
This is
they're
putting on a 50-50 clinic.
Yeah. They've a team full of vintage fireburners or Chaussette, depending on, you know, your proclivities. But Andy with a full tank of boost, you don't want to start letting your foot off the gas now. Gen G might be down right now. You might have the advantage right now. We've watched this team turn it around mid-series plenty of times. They can adapt and completely take the series away. Moist have to keep that pedal on the floor.
This game, not over yet for Gen G, but what a rough start, especially after coming out of a timeout. And you would think that maybe you'd see some sort of adjustment, but we've seen more success from Moist. But as I say it, the passing play develops. Beautifully done by apparently Jack. Gets that ball to First Killer, and First Killer, he saw 5-up was already in the air, had him dead to rights.
Yeah, that was much better from Gen G, but it was one of the few moments Moist actually let go of the midfield. Their 5-up had to rotate back, get boost. First man was still going back as well. And then your follow-up guy only had like 12 boost on net. So one of those moments where Moist actually get caught out. And First Killer still has to hit it backside of 5-up. Andy tries the short touch. He gets over First Killer. Chronic comes to meet him, but by that time, well, the 50 works out. Eris got demoed, and that gives Gen G a little bit of space to get back downfield. Here they are in front, no shot. Chronic gets a nice catch, though, sends that heat right back their way. Now Moist have to set up again on defense, but a quick read, and Jack knows it too. He ain't going up yet.
Finds Chronic over on the wall. Flip reset from Chronic. Goes for a bump. Makes one player miss. The ball cleared all the way back to apparently Jack, who's going to be hunted down. Eris doesn't get the bump, but he grabs the boost. The shot will be high, but Gen G, they've been quite vulnerable. And Moist, this is looking like a different Moist compared to the previous matchups we've seen. And that was, wait, what?
I think 5-up was very confused on how this play was developing. He goes back wide of this rotation to get boost. He sees Eris get the demo. He thinks Eris is slapping that ball. And Eris misses, and then Jack pops out of the woodwork. That's got to be scary.
I mean, that's a situation where Eris is thinking, oh, I'm just going to bump him off. I'll bump him off the ball. But apparently Jack was flying supersonic and also caught him on the T-bone. So that was a mistake from Eris. Eris probably could have prevented that goal.
Now what felt like what was starting to turn into a dominant hold on the pitch gets flipped on its head immediately. Started with First Killer, and one slight error of not catching a very speedy Jack will put Gen G right back in a position to control the game. But the 50s are still a question mark. Here's Eris just beating two players in the air. Andy tries a short hop. 5-up, go for the midair bump. He ain't gonna hit Jack again. And the demo and the goal. Gen G kill him on the counterattack. First Killer picking up another.
Now this is a deadly counter, and you're seeing how heavily that Moist is committing now, trying to land these bumps. And it's not working out right now. Gen G catches what's going on. They see it coming, and they're starting to work around it.
What do Moist do now? Because it's completely flipped with 3 unanswered. Trying to get back to controlling that ball. Eris doing as much as he can on 0 boost. Just have to maintain momentum. You keep that ball near you, you can do a lot of damage, even on no boost. But it does get flung back, excuse me, to the other side.
Eris racing for that corner boost, but loses the race. Will now have to rotate out on 0. Andy also caught way up in the air. A lot of boost being taken away. 5-up, also low boost, but still got a piece of it. Moist doing well to keep that ball in, but finally we see Gen G get some possession with boost.
Not what you want to see, all of Moist sitting in their own third with First Killer behind the ball. Now he's got another touch, 1 touch. No, he lets it drop, and Jack was playing a little off. Couldn't go with all of Moist sitting there. Still, it's free shots for Gen G from the third. First Killer faking the challenge. Eris flies past the ball. Eris, it's a much needed clear. 5-up's got to do something with this, but without any boost, all he can hope for is the mistouch. Andy in the area. Still keeping that pressure up against Gen G, and that air is double. Deceptive. Still saved. First killer, air dribble, no dunk. Moist are starting to run out of time, and Gen G forcing him lateral in the blue half. Eris looking for any kind of leeway. He stole the boost. He stole the other boost. And here's 5 up in the midfield, but mishandled.
First killer launching that back. Maybe could have possessed that. And that shot's on target. And no one's back in time. Eris saw the gap. And he says, all right, sure, I'll go for it.
Oh, Chronic still rotating back too. Jack, he started leaning over to the left side to turn upfield when he's watching First Killer. And as he comes back, he can see it the whole way. He sees Chronic on the other side, but Jack doesn't have any boost. So Eris just caught them out of rotation with Chronic running back, thinking he's going to have some support with Eris there, or that he's going to make a play on the ball. And Eris is like, dude, the midfield is wide open. I'm just shooting this. And there you go, tie game, but don't let that go in. Eris will safely carry it back out to the corner. And back to Gen G's half. Chronic does not want any kind of nonsense at 0 seconds again.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen 2 0-second goals. This one overtime. Gen G lost very quickly in overtime, and this kickoff also not going their way. 5 up, though, lost control of that ball. It was a perfect back right to him. Wasn't able to wrangle it. So Gen G survived the first part of the kickoff. Moist, when they come charging back, they had such a good start to the game. Now they're going to have to defend First Killer with a 50. And now apparently Jack being contested by Andy. Andy in a race against Chronic. Got this ball all around, and now Eris gets the late flip. Eris! He gets his 4th goal of the game in overtime in a huge moment. The star player for Moist.
Eris versus First Killer. And if you ask everybody, they're probably picking First Killer. But Eris keeps on beating him in them little 1v1s, taking the top of the scoreboard. Moist taking Gen G to triple match point. Oh my.
And this is stunning. 9-1 in games.
Timeout.
9-1 was the record that Moist had coming into this one. Eris 4 goals. He scored every goal that game. Moist, maybe T-Bates was right. Maybe the coach got that fresh tape and they figured out the kryptonite for Gen G in these games, landing some really big bumps, really big demos. This game they started out hot, but then let Gen G back into the game. However, when it was late, the team that was clutching up was Moist. Moist handling that pressure like champions.
And of course, Eris, I mean, coming into this series, despite Moist's woes in Split 2, you know, he was still 5th in North America in goals per game, 4th in shooting percentage, getting close to 30%, and his goal participation up there in NA as well, number 3. Eris is all over the place on this team. When they are producing, he's at the center of it. 5 up and Andy, though, they're showing you how Eris is able to produce when Moist are clicking.
Andy's had some great passes, and then all around 50-50s across the board have been amazing by Moist. And then you can't forget about the game 5 up had as well with those 6 demos and the double demo that led to a goal. And I didn't give Moist a chance coming into this series, especially looking at how all the previous results had gone for them, but they are in the driver's seat. Like you said, Jorby, triple match point in a series where Gen G, if they won this, they could have secured their spot at the Major and Worlds. But maybe things are about to get interesting.
Could Gibbs's tied, like 4-way tie actually happen? Well, Moist are certainly trying to throw a wrench into this whole entire playoff bracket. 5 up getting this touch, makes it awkward, and the double commit from Gen G kills them.
That is shakiness from Gen G. A big mistake, the miscommunication, the double commit. The ball.
He doesn't hold on to the ball, and that double commit never happens if he just holds on to the ball, but it bounces slightly away from him, and 5 up is there to punish him.
Things get even more difficult for Gen G, trailing now when they have no more room for error.
Gen G haven't been as physical either, even in that comeback. They got those counterattacks. And I'm looking at First Killer James. He's been on the first push a lot. He has scored a couple of goals. But when it comes to the challenge game, which has been the biggest factor for Moist, First Killer has not looked great, and like that's not great for Gen G. I mean, First Killer's challenge game has to be a little better. He does get a clean touch. The post bounce in his favor. He gets chipped, and so even when you're winning, you're losing for Gen G trying to get out. Chronic can't even rotate back. He keeps getting sandwiched between Moist cars.
Their infield pass attempt. First Killer not able to get there. Has to peel off the ball. There's another demo from 5UP. We know he's pretty good at landing those demos. And Moist has been clutch today, and that's a wonderful 50 shot for 5UP. Saved rebound up to Aris. It's a floater, but it's well placed enough. The defense out of position, and a 2-goal lead and more goals for Aris.
You know, 5UP, while the placement wasn't great, the power was exactly where you needed it to be. Jack's timing has to be perfect to get that clear. He gives up the ball, and of course, every 5UP shot is just a preamble to an Aris goal. Moist. 2-goal lead, James. I mean, we're talking beforehand. We're like, oh, this might be another G2 Dignitas. Like you were saying,
with how it started,
they own the matchup.
Game one, with how it started.
A minute in.
But Moist,
here we are.
Moist have found a different gear to go to. And they've put in the work, and they're about to reap the rewards as we approach the halfway point of the game. A 2-goal lead for Moist. Gen G, do they have what it takes to fight back?
I mean, this has to feel great for Moist. They were priming in the first split, and everyone was waiting for them to take the next step. They had exciting gameplay, but they weren't able to make that next step. Disappointing qualifier 4 and 5, to say the least. 1 and 3 in both. Now you get through in 5 rounds, and you're taking it to Gen G in quarterfinals? I mean, that's got to feel great if you're Moist. You have 2 in hand right now. And you would take Gen G down in 5. Literally no one has that in their bracket other than Charlie himself, maybe.
It's such a good play from Andy there as well to dodge the bump attempt and get the save off to the side. Moist, they're about to do it. 2 minutes left. Gen G still scoreless.
Aris flips it out away from Gen G on the challenge. Looking for 5UP. Chronic cuts it off nicely. First Killer follow. Back to Chronic, but guess what? Moist are there. They're in the lanes. They see Gen G's rotation, and they're not scared. In fact, they know that they're going to beat them as they come across. But Gen G get another chance. Appjack going downfield. No demos. He will force 5UP to be slow, but it doesn't matter when Andy slows the game down upfield.
Time taking away all this. Could be an open net. Can Chronic get enough power on it? Yes, he can. 5UP was retreating back, but Chronic had him beat, knew that all he had to do was place it on target. And Gen G are within striking distance with plenty of time left on the clock. It was looking pretty dire, but things starting to look up for Gen G.
You win so many of those midfield touches, you think, I'm invincible, there's no way I get beat on this play. But all it takes is one little mistake, and Gen G come right back. Here's a couple of shots. Chronic sends it across. First Killer jumps early. 5UP is right there to meet him, step for step. Appjack, though, takes a leap, and it's taken away by Aris with no boost. He gets it stolen from him. First Killer double tap denied. Andy ain't letting him in, and he stays on the ball. Chronic is denied. Jack through the gap, denied. 5UP diving in. It's not in. Moist are holding them down. They still can't get in. It doesn't matter.
Oh, the First Killer did so good. He even got his flip reset back into the 50, and I was thinking surely Gen G was going to score there. But they walk away empty-handed. Another 50. Apparently Jack trying to drive it through. It's starting to get to the panic time for Gen G.
Chronic looking for First Killer. He's got Appjack. Appjack, big shot, save. 5UP saw him the whole way. First Killer, another high pop, but a heavy touch, and it's given up to Moist. 20 seconds left to hold. Appjack tries again. Appjack underneath. He ain't giving up that easy.
Oh, Gen G, they're not out of it yet. Chronic, a fortunate bounce really. Hit the 50 with Aris. Goes perfectly out to apparently Jack. 50-50s were so in favor of Moist, but that 150, oh, that has put Gen G back into a spot where they can win this series, but a tough bounce out. Apparently Jack around one. Flip reset.
Jack.
Oh, last chance opportunity here for Gen G. The low shot rebound.
Oh, First Killer was there. If that extra touch doesn't happen, I think he might have a real shot at the net, but wait a minute. 0 seconds. Aaron across. No way! The third 0-second goal eliminates Gen G from the tournament. Moist to the semifinal.
Oh, Eris thumped that ball. And Chronic, he's last back. And he's thinking, all right, all I have to do is break up this one play. But we see our third and final 0-second goal of the series. And Moist close it out in epic fashion.
I'm speechless.
I cannot believe what we just witnessed. That was an anomaly. That series was an anomaly.
Not just one.
3 0-second goals.
Yeah.
And to have Moist upset Gen G, setting the stage for some fireworks in North America.
Straight up, if you told me that 3 0-second goals were scored in this series, I'd have picked Gen G for all 3 of them.
I didn't even say
They're popping off. That's crazy.
Charlie up there celebrating. See Danny and Matt as well. All the Moist family is out there celebrating at the Moist facility as well. So this boot camp doing wonders for this team. Such an entertaining series, and I at times, Jorby, and maybe even right now, speechless. I can't process what we just witnessed.
I know.
I need a moment.
You're trying to think of it. I mean, like, honestly, I do think that like there were moments for Gen G where I was scratching my head. Namely, First Killer in his challenge game a couple of times, it kind of seemed like he just like you. I think you said it best. Overconfident challenges. Like despite the mechanics of how the challenge looked, the reality is First Killer didn't really have that same kind of control that we see him have.
Too.
I know. Andy looked like he was gonna pop out of the screen. But man, what a performance from Moist. That was awesome. That was crazy.
That was sick. That was
all the pressure, the physicality. I mean, man.
You know what, Jorby? We got one more series on the day. I think we need to take a break and process what just happened. We'll be right back with more RLCS.
Nice play. All right, go. There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work. Oh.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow.
No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front.
We are going to Champions Field.
Things just got real interesting in North America. Moist take down Gen G in quarterfinals. Everyone thought this was a shoo-in for Gen G, but Moist definitely had something to say about it. Look at Andy. The energy is palpable. I can feel that from here. Absolutely hype. And, you know, with us, why not? We bring the energy to the broadcast. Andy, how are you doing? And I'm not going to ask you how you're feeling. That's the obvious question. But I want to know this. You guys were 1-9 against Gen G coming into this series. So coming into the quarterfinal today, what was the main thing that you guys were focused on to prepare for this matchup?
You know, it's our last regional of the season. We're kind of just worried about making sure it was the best one we've ever had. So we kind of just locked in, focused. As you can see, we're at boot camp. We're all just kind of focused on doing whatever we can to make sure that we're playing the best that we possibly can. And that's really all we needed to do against Gen G. We knew that if we played our game, we could win.
It was some of the best Rocket League we've seen you guys play on the mainstream. And now they're in the semifinals for the first time. But what's it been like being at this facility with Moist and being able to boot camp with everybody? You know, what has that experience been like? Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. The guys at Moist are super supportive. The facility's a really nice place to work. Everybody's super cheerful. They've got everything we need. We're covered. It's just a really good kind of place. It's a good space around us. It gives us a lot of positive vibes and make sure that we're focused during our regional runs.
You guys are in the semifinals. You're going to be playing against Rebellion. What's the number one thing that scares you against Rebellion?
Rebellion play at a very high pace. So the main thing against them is we're just going to try to keep the ball close and kind of try to outpace them in a way that brings them into our game, if that makes any sense. But yeah, we're just going to play our game and not worry about what they're doing. Because if we play well, we can beat anyone. We proved that today and
now,
yesterday.
The last thing I got to ask you is what do you put in your hair, Andy? What do you make it look so you know, voluminous and beautiful? I need some advice.
I got some shaping cream that you can order online, just like about a finger's worth, and it's all ready to go.
Yeah, you heard it from him. A finger's worth of that hair cream, and you'll be looking like Andy. Maybe not on the pitch, but at least in real life. Andy, any shout-outs you want to give as you guys make it to the semifinals? We're going to see you on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, shout out my parents, shout out all the Moist guys, shout out my teammates, shout out Noah. He's been a really good help for us at boot camp, and yeah, shout out everyone rooting for us.
Well, you guys look great. Good luck tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
Thank you, Jorby.
I think you also need Andy's head of hair to pull off that look, not just the cream. But my goodness, what a performance. Moist with the upset of the day, knocking out Gen G Mobile One Racing. This is 2 events in a row. Gen G makes an early exit in the bracket, and there's starting to be some question marks around these Tigers.
But you got to talk about the ice of Moist. You know, we see game 2, scoring with 13 on the clock, then 0. They won multiple overtimes. Aris was shooting out of his mind, 2.2 goals per game, 5 up, had some fantastic plays as well. And these guys just clutched it up when it matters most. And again, really quick, what they need, they literally have to win this whole qualifier to have any chance at London or Worlds. They also need OG to lose in this next match. So they are still alive for the time being. They will be heavily rooting for Space Station, but Gen G, yes, they are slumping at the wrong time. If they would have won this match, they would have clinched Worlds and London, but now they have to wait and hope to not get the result of Rebellion beating OG, because that'll force tiebreakers with Gen G. So Gen G now has to sit and root for other teams. That was not expected at the beginning of this, even Open Qualifier 4, where they take down G2, which now looks like a huge match that they got that 4 extra points from. But Bates, Gen G is in trouble.
I mean, Gen G is in trouble. The defense needs to be a little bit better. A couple 0-second goals, that shouldn't happen. That just like reeks of you're not focused, that you're not locked in, that you've moved forward to go into overtime. But Moist, they hadn't moved forward at all. They're saying we still got time on the clock, the ball's still up in the sky, I can still make a play, and they did that multiple times. So for Moist, you got to give a hand to them. They were just aggressive the whole time, Wade, and aggression, it wins games.
It was incredible. They had two buzzer beaters to win games. They had a close, like, final 10-second goal that then immediately got countered by Gen G that forced an overtime that they immediately scored on the kickoff afterwards, and then another overtime win on top of that. Very close games. Every single one of them went Moist's way. Congratulations to Moist. They have a match with Shopify Rebellion tomorrow in the semis for a chance to play for a regional title. Shopify or Moist will be in the finals tomorrow.
That is crazy that one of those teams will be in the finals of the final qualifier in North America. Again, Moist have to win the whole thing, but Rebellion, they are now tied for 4th. There's even more pressure on OG now because, like, if they lose against Space Station, Rebellion's playing Moist. That is a very winnable match. So we'll see how it all plays out, but here is where the points are right now. Moist is sitting at 22. They are well far behind, but there is still hope. If they take out Rebellion, Rebellion will gain no more points, but Moist can still gain up to 30, so they can gain up to 8 more points and pass both OG and Rebellion, but that's only if OG lose in this quarterfinal match. So a lot on the line here. Space Station versus OG. If Space Station wins, both Space Station and Gen G will qualify for London, plus the World Championship. If OG wins, it keeps them alive, or at least not have to play a tiebreaker, possibly versus Rebellion, but that will knock out Moist as well. So Moist is rooting for Space Station. Pretty much everyone is rooting for Space Station, honestly, because everyone wants Space Station Gen G in, except for OG fans. But literally everyone else wants Space Station to win this, to force possibly tiebreaks or have a chance to make it in London.
So many different things hanging on this match, so we saved it for last, folks. It's a rematch from the last qualifier. We saw this match go down. Space Station versus OG. Space Station took the last matchup. OG trying to get revenge here in the final qualifier of the season.
They sure are trying to get revenge right here. Wave, you alluded to it. OG took them down in the last time in qualifier number 5, 4-2. And OG, honestly, over the last 4 matchups, they've been a good contestant against SSG and also Gen G. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Right? Oh, I think I misspoke. OG took down Gen G. My apologies, everybody. But this OG squad versus SSG, they're both 2 talented squads, and it's going to be interesting to see who ends up getting the big W.
Yeah, Space Station, they dominated yesterday. Like, they did finish 3-1. They lost to Rebellion, but their other 3 matches was a walk in the park. 3-0 versus Spate, you expect that. 3-0 versus Luminosity, 3-0 versus Dig. It wasn't really close. When they played Luminosity, it was 9-2. When they played Dignitas, it was 12-3. And those are 2 teams that were battling for one of these spots to London. So Space Station has been absolutely on fire, the #1 offense throughout this tournament. We all expected them to maybe rebound and be that 3rd best team in North America. Now there's arguments that they could be at least #2, moving ahead of Gen G, but they got to get the job done here and clinch Worlds, clinch London.
Space Station had an incredible day yesterday. Huge part of that, LJ, the player we continue to talk about how strong he is. Absolutely incredible performance. In 13 games, he put up 21 goals and 55 shots. And behind them, SSG had the best offensive Swiss, ranking #1 in goals, #2 in shots, #1 in assists. They were very, very strong. On the other side of things, OG is going to have has had to have a different player step up throughout the entire season here. Noli having probably the best performance of all the players yesterday, but we'll see if they can all rally together to stop this juggernaut that is SSG. And I mean, Bates, we've talked about it so much. There is so much pressure on OG's shoulders. And yes, they can try to just focus on the games, but you know it's lingered into the back of their minds. If they don't win this series, it could be over.
Listen, there might be pressure, but they're used to it. They're accustomed to it. You got 2 major champions, and then you got a world champion head coach. And then Calm, he's no slouch out and made it to multiple deep runs at lands in and of himself. So that pressure, they should be accustomed to it. They're veterans for a reason. They've been playing in RLCS for a long time, especially Naps. This is just another drop in the bucket in a very long career and a long list of history that they need to happen.
Chat, who do you think is going to win? Hashtag OG, hashtag SSG. Let us know in the chat. OG, locked and loaded, ready to go here. We're going to see who's going to take it down as well. We'll make our own predictions as well. On the desk, we got the coin going orange for SSG and blue for OG here. As we flip, it's going to come up SSG. The coin does go with the favorite, the team that most recently won. But this one was right down to the wire. I could not decide who I wanted to predict. I really wanted to go with OG on this one and predict that they were going to be able to take this one away. But at the end, honestly, the biggest difference for me, Bates, was watching Moist take down Gen G. The thing I was putting my most weight on for OG was their win over Gen G. Watching Gen G drop a second match here makes me want to go with history on this one, and I'm picking SSG.
Picking SSG. Listen, all I got to say is in Qualifier 3, right before Copenhagen, OG, they snuffed out SSG's flames, swept them 3-0 in Swiss, put SSG basically in a bad position. They missed Copenhagen. SSG should be in London without a doubt right here, but OG, they're going to take out Rebellion's flame, and Gibbs is going to be so sad because his little tied up Qualifier won't end up happening.
So sorry, Gibbs. Bates saying it's all over here. We'll see if they can do it. Chat's got Space Station on this one. They have the most recent head-to-head. They are the favorites, but my goodness, is OG rallying of late, and Bates brings it up well. OG in this spot took out Space Station in the last part of the first part of the season. Can they do it again here? OG versus SSG to close out the day.
Win and in, not just for London, but for the World Championship. That's what's facing Space Station Gaming, and the hopes of everybody else in North America pretty much resting on their shoulders as well.
Lots of pressure here because OG are going to fight tooth and nail for this series. And SSG, they face Titans of North America, but the way OG have started to look, this one could go the other way for sure. Here we go. Already after kickoff, you're seeing a lot of pressure from OG, and Com banks that one in, shooting all the way from midfield.
Com has scored more goals than anybody in this event on this team, and he gets it started just 16 seconds in. Throw it at the net, hope something good happens. It did for OG. A lot of other teams in North America, particularly some who have lost today, could learn from that. As Com gives up the midfield boost for Nolly, we'll see if he ends up using it. He almost got clipped by the running forward Chicago. Now Com, JNAPS had to go through Chicago to try and get to that ball and could not. So Chicago just happening to be there at midfield slows down OG enough. Again, we talk about familiarity so much, Daz. Both these teams intimately familiar with each other. They've played each other so many times. And for this OG roster, I mean, they've been around for a long, long time in this space, veteran presence all around, and yet still it seems like they're fighting for respect.
Well, I mean, it's nothing to say that this SSG roster hasn't been the same case. I mean, the person who's probably the youngest on the field in terms of career tenure is going to be LJ here, and LJ's an exceptional player. OG's just going to have to fight tooth and nail. Hoxer gets a shot. Everybody from SSG goes there, and they come up empty.
And this OG team, a bunch of leftovers. They come up with a big defensive stop there. And on the Space Station side, I think people have kind of needed to be turned into believers after, yeah, they didn't qualify for Copenhagen, but they were right there on the doorstep. Different matchups, and it could have been a different story. They have a chance now to punch their ticket to the final 2 lands of the year. Demos all over, and SSG only left with Chicago on the pitch. And Com will deal with that. LJ, though, he's a little bit faster. And SSG, despite getting demoed twice, still tie the game.
SSG is a team that works great with low boosts. You see even Chicago, he's at 0 there, plays the 50s well, buys LJ enough time, and then even creates enough of a gap in separation for LJ to catch OG out on defense. Big time work there for Chicago to be able to create there. And of course, LJ banking the shot. He's going to do that if you give him that shot every day.
Nolly a little bit faster that time, but to no effect. Com going right down the middle. This will bank on target, so Hawkster off the respawn has to deal with it, and then quickly back downfield. JNAPS will guide this over to the corner. OG trying to go to both lands on the season, and ultimately all 3. They can succeed here as JNAPS will lob it downfield. Hawkser is right there, and he will play around too. Only JNAPS to beat. Gonna need some help. Won't have it from LJ as he's taken off the field, and that physical play from OG is going to wreak havoc on a team like Space Station. You feel like sometimes they've needed to be greater than the sum of their parts, and they have worked great as a team, but when you're down 1, well, you can only do so much.
That's right. And then especially too when you're letting OG get a lot of these contact plays where, you know, they can demo 2 of you and move upfield, or they demo your 3rd man and now you have to double back. Oh, J-Naps almost was able to line up the double. Noli has time here. Goes for the pass here, looking for Naps. Naps did take the corner. Wanted to see if they could throw it off, keep Space Station Gaming guessing, but it's going to be SSG with the ball as they try to look for something upfield.
Both teams at times here in the early stage of the series have been a little passive defensively, and we've seen just some outplays. Quite simply, an attacker being faster than the oncoming defender and not having a whole lot of support in behind there as J-Naps wins that ball and nobody else is there. J-Naps will score. It wasn't actually J-Naps that won the challenge, right? It was Noli.
Noli, yeah.
And then that just goes right by Hawkser, nobody else in support.
I mean, it's similar to Chicago's challenge, except this one's just in the air, where you get that just initial challenge, you create a little bit of separation. Second man from both teams has been playing really close to the ball, so it's those little bits of mistakes that come through where no one is able to make a challenge after that initial contact, and then J-Naps with an open lane. So now OG regain the lead, and SSG, again, it's a slow start for them in game 1 for sure. Normally they can play with space, kind of look for each other in passing lanes a lot, but this has not necessarily worked out. OG are just constantly keeping an eye on Space Station Gaming, but this one almost could have been a chance for a pass play. I think there was a team bump on the play, and SSG now got to go back.
Goal of the game is to eventually hit the ball, and finally Calm does, as J-Naps will bring it across high in the air, trying to turn on the Jets at the end, and he does again. The defense just too slow to react as J-Naps gets that last second burst.
Yep, Hawkser started boosting a little late after he got the corner, maybe about a second off. And I think that might have been the difference maker there. It's a really tough call to make, but regardless, counterattacks here from OG. And this is interesting because this is not as well as SSG was playing yesterday. Even with their loss against Rebellion, they were keeping it close. They were not necessarily letting things in too easily, but the defense has been slow to start so far in game 1. Not enough time on the clock, and they really haven't put too much pressure on OG to force an error. The only time they scored was when they kind of caught him off too far forward with that Chicago challenge. After that, it's been pretty safe for OG so far in game 1. With 30 seconds to go, this is exactly where they want to be.
I don't know that either team can necessarily feel like they're happy with their defensive performance, though yes, OG has only allowed the 1 goal with 15 seconds left, and it looks like they're firmly in control now as Calm will bring this to the side. More possession for OG. That means SSG can't get downfield. They need to score right about now to give themselves a shot at a kickoff goal to tie. Drop down in front, and that's cleared out by Noli. OG, kind of a clinical first game to kick off this series.
Yeah, clinical and methodical as well. Just the way that they performed there over the course of this was just making sure we stick to our plan. We don't get too aggressive. You saw them get too aggressive early on, and then that's when Space Station Gaming really punished them. After that, they kind of took a step back, let SSG play into them, and then once they were able to get kind of control of the ball, just playing around them, not taking too much time, not doing the normal things. There were times where you see with Noli, he would kind of hesitate before he made a play, even though he was on top of the ball. That's because he's waiting for his options. He says, maybe I give it to J-Naps here on the right, or maybe instead I'll try to take the solo, see if I can set the lane for Calm. All of these things make a big difference. So take a look at the Mobile 1 High Performance replay. That beat right there was the big success of Space Station Gaming's offense. It was also the only shot LJ had. Then they get hit with it in a counterpunch, and as well as OG just making sure, they hit hard on the transition because Space Station Gaming haven't been set too aggressive and sometimes just not in the right spot. SSG, easy for them to clean it up. Definitely going into game 2. I expect things to change here for them.
Well, as we go to the Forbidden Temple for game 2, I mean, you look at all 3 of OG's goals and at least the last 2, just kind of look at it and go, as they're developing their plays, you just kind of expect don't turn into goals, especially that last one from J-Naps that kind of put things out of reach, where it's just like, okay, he's going for a solo effort. Surely there's somebody on the backboard. He's going to stop this. Ends up in their net. SSG going to be scratching their heads and trying to figure it out now for game 2.
I keep eyes out on the kickoffs here as well from both sides. Yeah, just kind of changing up the pace of play, making sure they stay a little bit more spaced out. They have Hawkser pretty far back, but Chicago's the one who does it all on this play. And you get more of that from Chicago. SSG surely able to turn it around. Beautiful double tap, bounce, and into the top corner.
Calm going for the inside-out save, and he's just a little bit too low as that one bounces up over him and in. And again, a case of just being a tiny bit slower than you need to be defensively for either of these squads. Calm running forward. That shot wide on the near side from JNaps, and a missed opportunity for OG. Missed opportunities has kind of been the theme here in North America this weekend, with all the pressure mounting and everything under the microscope, with everything mattering so much to these teams. Chicago will start from his back line, and here comes Nolly. Oh, JNaps.
I saw that too. Yeah, it was close. Good defense there from SSG, and now they're trying to see if they can work that transition, as well as dodging kind of demos in the back end. OG haven't really been connecting too much on some of those, especially considering the game one. A lot of time here, though, in game two, and SSG has looked a lot better, at least at getting this ball upfield and setting up good shots.
Boxer really hoping that boost would spawn for him. It did not, so Chicago will file in behind him and take it. He'll need it to stop JNaps. He brought one wide, trying to draw the defense, maybe create a juicy rebound. It's easily to LJ now along the back line. He'll bring it out right at Nolly. Hawkser with Chicago running forward. That goes off of Chicago, and now he's got to retreat. Calm's there, so is JNaps, but Hawkser with the stop, sweeping that out of harm's way.
Good on Hawkser's a good cut. He's going to be upfield, too, looking for ways he can impact. Actually, no, he has to go all the way back because his team is out to play, and Calm is scoring an open one. OG with an equalizer. I mean, look at Noli there. Doesn't even have to play the ball. Mistake on the back end, and SSG, they pay the price.
Expecting LJ's got that. I mean, it's an easy ball for a player at this level.
Exactly.
You don't anticipate your teammate just completely botching it. So Chicago's trying to run downfield. He has to pump the brakes and then gets demolished. And OG get a gift. And now Calm will try to line up a double to center this ball. Nolly's there, and he'll just get it back over towards Calm and create kind of a traffic jam over in the corner of the SSG zone. Calm coming up now with the full tank, but Chicago's danced around him. Got around JNaps as well, but he's still forward for Nolly's ball. And Hawkser gets that back out of trouble. It's a little precarious right now for SSG defensively, and boys, some of the misses that we've seen might start to shake a team's confidence.
And you know, OG went on JNaps, trying to get that around. Good touchdown from Hawkser. The way OG are looking, though, it feels like Space Station are playing into their hands. If you look at these challenges, oh, wait, hold up. JNaps, another shot. Can he get it? LJ, good block. These fake challenges have just been so well in terms of getting SSG to give up the ball. And it gives it up to someone from OG who has more boost, who can control it, and then the other guy just repositions on the back end to make sure they are in the best position possible. Space Station Gaming has not been able to really get up in offense ever since the opener when they got the first two shots. And that's just because OG keep fake challenging them into playing the ball back into their possession.
Hawkser will try to stabilize now for Space Station. He's got Chicago in the center and opted for the shot that goes off the inside of the far post. Now Chicago got a shot off again, but only took out JNaps. Couldn't really get that through the traffic. Hawkser to center, nobody's there, so that's easily cleared away. OG doesn't have a lot of boost as they work downfield, so LJ can bring it right back in. Chicago waiting for a pass that's never going to get there, and then he eats a demo for his efforts. And we've seen that so much now in this tournament, not just with these teams, but you see that second man just waiting for a pass, and he gets a little almost idle in the middle of the field, and it becomes an easy target.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of tough, too, because for the second man, you got to wait for the play to develop. You can't go too early, and you can't go too late, otherwise you put yourself out of the play. Timing is always going to be key here. You see Chicago up really early, looking for a redirect off the back wall. Doesn't want Noli to get, like, a strong clearance, and now he's trying to push it forward. But, yeah, that second man timing is still a big play, even with that. And LJ, great redirect. Final minute here. And both teams starting to scramble here. There's been a lot of space given in the midfield as we've got counterattacks left and right.
Calmer's trying to drop that down to JNaps, and then Nolly has to come up and support as well. So OG retreats now with that unsuccessful effort. And Space Station Gaming only get as far as midfield. JNaps can't continue the play, but Nolly sure can. He's blocked out back across midfield. Calm now. Coming up on 30 seconds. Give it away to Hawkser. He doesn't have anything to work with. Nobody really has any boost for Space Station. Now LJ does, and he can bring it back in, but boost management has been real tough on both sides, but I think especially for Space Station here in the latter stages, they're just kind of nibbling the tiny boosts, and now LJ gets a shot off and scores. After all that, all the pressure that they've withstood, OG couldn't make any meaningful progress, and Space Station take advantage.
I mean, you give a player like LJ a free shot, he's gonna make it into the top left corner. You keep talking about the boost here, but I said it going into this. SSG worked great on low boost. It was the same thing that happened in the Rebellion series with them as well. Rebellion, their offense is completely different from OG. As final seconds tick down, you're seeing Space Station Gaming now just kind of spread out a little bit more. OG, they can't take advantage of this free space. Now they got to make a play happen. Only with a quick shot, but LJ was set in net, expected it. Now OG still trying to keep this one up. Noli light touch, Calm can't get there. He's gonna have to use the boost to take the ball back. He'll take it into his own corner where Hoxer is. Hoxer gets the demo, gets the bump. Chicago gets a touch. Noli's able to get a pop, and they still keep this one up. OG not giving this one away for free, even with no boost. They're still trying to hold on to it. That one, yep, they lost it.
No play.
Space Station Gaming. What an equalizer here, Stacks.
Well, the tip drill almost got there in the end. They got one good look at the net, but not good enough. Space Station Gaming levels the series with a late heroic out of LJ. His second goal of the series. He's got 2 out of the 3 for Space Station Gaming. Team that, of course, coming into today, Daz, we kind of figured they would punch their ticket at some point this weekend into these next couple of lands. They still got a lot of work to do.
They do, and you see where the work is. I brought up the Shopify series because, again, they did end up losing that series. Round 3 matchup. Rebellion played really great offense, did play the best defense in the series, but for Space Station Gaming, especially in the early game, the biggest thing was, yes, they had a lot of low boosts, but if you watch, like I've talked to a lot of people, if you watch Space Station play, they're really good at it because they're in those situations often where they have a player who's low, who needs a challenge. They're not really scared of that. They'll send Hoxer up to try to see if he can make a demo or just get a bump on somebody with no boost just to throw people off. And LJ's also been a player who's been able to do that too, where, again, they're selfless with each other. Got to clean things up there on the back end a little bit more. OG doesn't play like Rebellion. Rebellion is a much faster paced team offensively. OG is more methodical, thought-proof. They take their time a lot. And that's the difference in why this last game especially was so close. Let's see what happens here, though. Does OG turn up the pace? Game 3, tied-up series.
This matchup, probably about what we expected. All things considered, we look at the schedule at the end of yesterday and go, all right, we're probably going to save the best for last. It's certainly the most important match of the day. Delivering so far as Chicago went a little squirrely there. Is that ball coming out through him for a loop. Demo by Calm, and free in front, and JNAP scores.
Good bump from Calm, setting this one up. JNAP's making his way upfield with no boost, and meanwhile Calm is just taking him everybody out. 1-2 to Lou. It's an open net. And OG start off strong. Now they just got to maintain.
It's OG that strikes first. Can they add to it? Neither team's really been able to run away early from the other. And a free net for Chicago, and he hit the far post. It's a tough shot going against his momentum, but one that he would love to have back. Almost got it back with Hoxer taking a shot, but that one's blocked away, and LJ in a world of trouble trying to evade Calm, and he's done just enough to get this back downfield.
He gets it back downfield, but I mean, again, that's Calm just playing it right. He wants LJ to get that flick over him because you know Noli is on the back wall, so then Noli can get the clearance downfield, and then boom, OG back on the counterattack. JNAP's shot's not going to be on target. You see Calm playing this one in. Right to JNAP's though, he reads the play well. LJ has to kind of dive for it, and now Space Station Gaming low on boost, and OG trying to get him in a bit of a deadlock, trying to make him awkward here.
Also
demo the whole team.
All the way down. Just, the way the demo game has evolved over the last few years, you see it more and more, and you think, okay, all right, now we've seen the peak. And then you see Rlcs picking up actual exterminations, plural, during a single day, and it's just like, all right, here we are. Oh, dropped out in front. That's dangerous. JNAPs gave that ball to Space Station Gaming, and he gave them a tie game.
Yes, he did, but not without a couple of fireworks. A couple of demos on the back. Hoxer picked up one. Chicago picked up one. Hoxer will get the goal because JNaps has no boost and can't really contest the shot. He just jumps so he doesn't look bad on the poster at that point. Tied up ball game here. Space Station Gaming pushed their way into the equalizer. Calm with 2 demos right off the kickoff. What is going on? It's just explosions after explosions.
Lots of fireworks on Memorial Day weekend here in the States as JNaps will bring this across. He actually does have 3 defenders to contend with, 2 up on the backboard. And LJ will bomb it away as Calm has to bring that only down to the corner and hope Nolly can do something with it. He can't, so Calm has to go right back to work defensively. He's got LJ, though, does Chicago. And LJ can't dive in for this. The pass didn't get nearly far out enough. The opportunities are there. If anybody can take advantage, need more bumps and demos, apparently, as Nolly's got it downfield, wide open net. Just like that, OG strike again.
Now this is a mix of a couple of things. Because JNaps here, he's a little late. Even though this is a pass from Calm to Nolly, the reason it's open is, again, SSG are playing that no boost game. But Nats picked up 1 mid boost. He went and picked up another mid boost. And now SSG, the way they get back is really slow. So then it allows us that transition because they know they don't have boost in the back. They want to stay in the play. They commit too many resources without having someone cover their behind.
I mean, if this keeps up, it's a kind of series where somebody could have 10 or 15 shots in a game as a team because you just throw the ball downfield and hope that there's nobody covering, and a few times there has not been. As Nolly's going to circle back towards the net. He did not opt to challenge LJ here on the wall. JNaps took charge instead. And now Nolly outlet towards JNaps again, but this time Chicago has it as SSG has the back line shored up. LJ looking to get one more touch, but that's gotten away from him. So a good opportunity for OG to relieve some more of SSG's pressure.
You got to keep eyes here on the pathing, because even though SSG have the ball in the offensive front, it's one thing to get the possession. It's another thing if they can get a scoring opportunity. They haven't been able to do too much of that here. As chance there, you would think, but there were some bumps on the play. Calm got a bump on Hoxer, which slowed him down. Chicago was a little awkward, and it bought just enough time for OG to get the clearance.
These 2 teams are trying to play their way into the London Major. I assure you, it's been very awkward on the defensive lines of both teams. Nolly's got all day to play this ball. Played it right into Hoxer, but through him, and then taps over top, and the double tap goes wayward.
He had it too. It was hard for him to line up that second touch. He did get up there a little early. But give OG another opportunity like that, they'll close this game out. A minute to go. They're already up by 1. SSG has to put the pressure on.
Well, Nolly running onto this and did not grab the midfield boost. Hoxer got it, so Nolly opted for the boost in the space station half. So that could slow them down just a little bit as they trade boosts. And LJ can't get out past JNaps. Going to need help from Hoxer, down to 35 seconds. And Space Station Gaming have to play a little more defense than they'd like here, trying to chase the game. Hoxer can break out, but not with much control at all, and things still looking just a little bit frantic out of SSG. JNaps trying to read Hoxer, Chicago. He's done so. And now Calm will waste more time. This is exactly what SSG does not want to see. The ball up in the air with no clear possession, so they can't set up a good look at OG's net. And now they've got to race all the way back with only seconds remaining. Nolly almost put it away. Chicago's given them a chance, but JNaps will kill it. And OG back in front.
Man, the level of control OG had on the field in that game is almost understated there. OG only had 3 shots, but it still felt like, from the field perspective, that they had the control of everything that was going on. Getting good stops. SSG put on shots, but OG only has 1 save recorded. And again, Calm with 7 demos there, just shutting things down. Towards the end of that game, I'm looking at LJ's perspective. He's flipping up and down the field, trying to see if he can get boost, trying to see if he can get something on the field positioning, but then he has to rush back, and he's flipping for like the last 30 seconds, just flipping around the field, trying to get into a good position for his team. And this is LJ we're talking about. If there's anybody you want to have full boost and in a good position upfield, it's LJ. But he's not able to do that because OG doesn't give him any options. They're taking everything. They're stealing all the boosts. They're getting the bumps on his teammates, and they're controlling the ball so well that it's forcing SSG to have to use all of their boosts just so they can make these good challenges. And it just completely takes them out of scoring opportunities. This is a smart call here for a timeout because it does feel like even despite having the ball in that blue half for OG, they just couldn't get anything going on the side of SSG, despite having all of that field presence on the upper half.
Yeah, a team like Space Station Gaming only getting just a handful of shots where, again, it was a very physical game, but also a very sloppy game. And I think what we're trying to do here is just kind of calm everybody down, get them back, kind of get a mental reset, and get them refocused on their game plan. How do you attack these players? There's no mystery here. There's no secret between these two teams. So it's a chance now for Sad Jr. to try and get his troops ready to go and get back into a mindset of, all right, we're the favorites. Let's show it. Let's play like it and generate a lot more opportunities than they have. Because, yes, only the small handful of shots that they've had throughout this series so far is going to be very disappointing for them.
Get out the camera, no. bro, staring into my soul. You see Sad Jr. here suited up, ready to go. You're right, though. You just have to kind of get things focused. I think everybody on SSG knows what they want to do, but it's kind of playing around how OG is playing, where sometimes they slow down the pace of play, they don't play as fast, and sometimes they, fake channels play for each other, get that boost steal, and then you have to worry about Calm, who's making impact demos. It's challenging. It should be. This is a big game for both teams. Now let's see if SSG, after the timeout, can turn this series around.
All right, we'll start with Nully and OG getting the first good look at either net. And JNaps couldn't steal that corner boost away. And I wonder if that may prove costly. It didn't really matter. Calm ended up with it. So now JNaps, he will come forward. And Hoxer will just delay the inevitable. It's going to get centered. You'd have to imagine the Calm went after Chicago instead of centering that ball. So never mind. It's coming back onto the OG half.
Yeah, just trying to see if they can get those bumps. For them, it's about making SSG awkward more so than it is setting up the scoring chances. They know if they get their shots, they can nail it, but they want to be able to make the best quality shot possible. So they'll take their time and execute their game plan into doing so.
Series being played at a slower, more methodical pace as Chicago will test Nolly. Easy save. Hoxer get this central. Now it's going to go well across. Chicago's over there, but so is Nolly. And the pass for JNaps. Shot's going to go well wide. It would have been covered if LJ needed to. And now Nolly can't follow this play up at all. He's going to rely on JNaps to win the race. He's done so. Chicago respawns right under the ball. There's nothing he can do about that, and JNaps will score.
Yep, Calm was over here wreaking havoc. And Noli was on his cam. He was just checking around to see if he was in the right place at the right time. And JNaps stays on top of the ball and nails the shot. Of course, JNaps would. First goal from OG, and SSG still kind of scrambling even after the timeout.
Every now and then you see JNaps have a series or an event where, he's not really in the limelight. He's not one of those marquee players, and you start to think, okay, maybe Father Time has caught up to him. And then he has a series like this where he is the center of attention. 4 goals and an assist in as must-win a series as you can get, really, for a team like OG in the situation they're in right now. Hawks are up ahead to Chicago for LJ now, and Calm has that one dished away. Hoxer will try again. Got it central, but easily dealt with by OG.
Ooh, LJ slowing things down there, too. You have to kind of try to avoid the demo there. Chicago gets beat really early, and then now chance here for SSG to get a bit of field presence. They're starting to get some of the bumps in, and even a good shot follow from Chicago will not fall, though. And it's still OG in front.
And oh, so close. It's got to be frustrating after a time that OG's just barely able to get back for that. Chicago tried to stop Calm in his pursuit forward. Unable to. This is still going netward, and the demo on JNaps eliminates the
They double commit. Oh my
What
goodness,
in the
SSG
world is
are
happening to
scrambling.
SpaceStation? They should get scored on, and they do. That is an absolute disaster class.
What in the world? And look, even when they're trying to get back and make a play upfield, just no one in the right spot. Easy pass from JNF to Com. I'm sorry, I'm stunned. I'm at a loss for words. You can't make that type of mistake.
Those are the only words you need. It's 2-0 OG. And now they've got to dust themselves off and try it again. Com's running forward. His shot
luck
through as LJ couldn't catch up.
They're starting to cook them now. Com, great touch to get the 50. Noli's there first. Defense not set in the back for Space Station, and Com is nailing his shots. That's what it looks like. I know we've seen some bad shooting there. That's what good shooting looks like. Great goal from Com. 3-0. SSG off the timeout has gotten somehow worse.
Oh, they've still got time. 2 minutes to turn this game around. Of course, the likes of Moist very interested in this result, because if OG does come out on top, that does eliminate Moist. Even though they took out Gen G and have all that emotion and momentum, it could be all for naught. Chicago going to work. Has that deflect off of Nolly. Then LJ whipped on it entirely. Nolly comes out to block one. Com's got the clear. And watch out for OG in transition. There won't be any this time. It's almost like now they're maybe content with the 3-goal lead and just challenging Space Station to come and get them and leave the net open again.
I mean, the way they've handled their leads has been something similar. They know how to control the field space, so it's going to be really tough for Space Station to get a goal. But at any point, this is that time for them to try to see, okay, what can we do to get breakouts going? What can we do to get the offense going? That was almost another goal. If Noli put that on target, it's in. Now you see a little bit of some transition here, and maybe a chance for some success. Counterattack not really working out either. Defense from OG set again to the final minute. And SSG is trying to play for something. Can Chicago get one? Sets it up, and Hoxer will clean it up. Space Station do get on the board.
They do get on the board. Chicago putting in the extra work. You know, we would have liked to have scored that, but you take the consolation prize, the assist, as Hoxer breaks up the shutout. 50 seconds remaining. Space Station can make it real interesting. A goal sometime in the next 30 seconds. We really start to make OG sweat. Chicago, boost and shot. Easy save by Com, and more importantly, in no rush to give it back to Space Station. They're going to have to come up and chase the issue just a little bit. Hoxer got this central. Second touch, no. LJ, no. Chicago, wide by Com.
Oh, I thought Chicago's shot would definitely be the one to go in. I can understand LJ's being a little off. The corner's hard, and then if he can set Chicago up with a good follow, it's great, but I thought you said it, they needed that one. That is the one that should have been in. It should be 2-3 at this point. Final 10 seconds. SSG have tried to start this series off at a hot note, but OG has responded in force. Back-to-back wins as they put this series on match point.
2 goals has been the magic number so far. That's been enough to secure victory. Losing team just has 1 on the opposite side. And now Space Station going to need to, without the benefit of a timeout, find out how they're going to get win number 2. They're facing triple match point from OG Esports. OG trying to make it 2 lands, all 3 lands, in fact, for this veteran squad of, again, it's so weird to call them NA's leftovers, but that's effectively what they are. You know, kind of exiled from their teams, and everybody kind of brought players in to replace them or left them. And here they are, still close enough to the top to be considered a legitimate threat.
Yeah, exactly. But this goes to show you what happens when you have 3 players, veterans in the scene, all on the same page. They know what they need to do in order to win these matches, and we've seen them take down the best teams in North America. It shouldn't be too much of a surprise to see them doing as good as they've been. Yes, they had a poor start to the season, but it's been just up since then. Couple of mistakes here and there on the way, but every time they always come back stronger. And now they're sitting in a big match point situation where, again, teams are battling for those major points, teams are battling for World Championship. OG has a lot to play for here, just like Space Station Gaming do.
Onward now to the Aquadome. It could be the final resting place for SSG in this tournament. And still a lot of interest in tomorrow, no matter what happens, as that one's blocked away. And Calm will try to keep the attack alive for OG. It's always kind of a flourish at the start of these games, and then things tend to slow down, mostly because OG's got a lead, and they force Space Station to kind of come at them. And they just can't do so without leaving the door open in the back. Nolly's going to retreat here, and LJ can start the attack. Maybe the first good attack for Space Station in this game, not so much.
Still trying to see if they can really wrap through. It's a fresh 5 minutes on the clock, so the way OG was playing towards the end of that game, they're gonna have to mix it up. They're gonna have to create an opportunity. They can't do it if they're double committing back into the midfield. We'll have to see Space Station Gaming also kind of change the pace of play. They have been playing a little safer this game, not sending too many people forward, just trying to wait for the right moment where they can strike on OG.
Space Station Gaming don't take care of business here. They'll have to watch the rest of the weekend and see just what else may be required of them, if anything at all. Nolly going to work with nothing in the tank at all. Hoxer just parks the bus in front of him. And Calm's got that clear. Back and forth the teams go, waiting for somebody to blink, and maybe there is exactly what we were looking for. Nolly up ahead, and Calm couldn't get to that as it's intercepted, and Chicago stopped by his former teammate Naps.
Hoxer with a little bit of freedom here. We're trying to watch that space out here. And here's another chance. Chicago gets a shot, and LJ with the bump on the play on Calm. And now we see Space Station Gaming in front. Oh, no, that was Hoxer. Yo, Hoxer and LJ. Calm didn't get him. He didn't get to play the game today.
No, he got stuck in the net, and I was waiting. I didn't see the first one. I definitely saw the second, just waiting like somebody's going to hit him, right? Sure enough, they did. Both. And SSG have the upper hand very early in the game. They must win to prolong their tournament life and maybe have a shot at taking care of business today, not having anything else to worry about really for the rest of the summer. Hoxer going to work all the way across. Nobody's there. Chicago coming in as well, but Hoxer opts to stay with it. And LJ can't creep up either. They're all kind of jumbled up, though, or SSG, so the good thing that a couple are able to retreat now as LJ maintained possession, and OG can finally break out of the zone. I mean, sure, those few seconds of zone time are fine, but you are 150 away from giving up an open net on the other side.
You do have to be careful with those 50s as well. Right now, SSG just playing a little bit more aggressive after they've gotten that first one. They want to try to see if they can continue to ramp up here on OG. OG still doing a good job defensively, but they haven't had a breakout opportunity quite yet. Even Calm misses that one. Nolly's trying to pick this up, and Hoxer just bearing down on him. Like I said, just not giving OG too much space. That's SSG's game plan.
Chicago will run forward, try to be a disruptor, realize he can't, so he'll bail out, and Calm will have this one with a full tank of boost. Over Hoxer, but not past Chicago. Easy stop for Nolly and Naps, but they're kind of tied up in the corner. They do break out of the zone, but sometimes it just looks very precarious for these squads. As that ball catches an awkward deflection, Calm can't follow it up. And LJ one-on-one with Nolly, but support's coming from all sides, and OG just swarmed to the ball.
Yep, still swarming though, but not necessarily holding on to it. Feels like we're starting to see like a bit of a reverse of the pace here. Even with OG kind of like fighting for the ball, they haven't put SSG in a tough spot for quite some time now. And you can see SSG even just being a little bit more aggressive, kind of like looking for the bumps and demos. Boost game has just been very balanced overall, and this is not good for OG. You want to be able to kind of force the issue. They haven't been able to do that yet.
Chicago, good win, but Hoxer just gets underneath that. JNaps has the easy clear, so it looked like an opportunity brewing for Space Station Gaming, not on this occasion. Chicago trying to play the possession game. The problem is Nolly is right back there trading paint with Hoxer, and now JNaps forces one through, but that's easily dealt with as well. Not much threatening from OG on the orange half of the field. Still down just the one goal as Space Station struck first. And now JNaps trying to play slow around LJ. Calm, a little more forthcoming. And now Nolly will bring it in with a full tank.
low boost.
They are very low boost, but so too is OG. Only Calm had boost behind them, so nobody else could follow up the play. Didn't matter if a ball came central. Nobody was there in support.
You're right. Now they got to try again. felt like they were trying to pull out SSG here, but they're missing these touches on the midfield. And with 30 seconds left, this is where Space Station Gaming want the ball. They're able to get a good pacing here, but that demo sets up a lane. Chicago by itself, flick high, you just gotta hit the shot. No, you missed it! 13 seconds to go. SSG look to force a game 6. Big clearance here. OG need to keep this ball up. Can they do it? Chicago gets in front of them. Ball off the corner. Naps to come. No boost. Noli not on the field. And whew,
Sure.
that one gets away. Yeah, it's gonna hit the ground. Let's go to Neo Tokyo.
Yeah, let's go to Neo Tokyo. Indeed. Just a bizarre game there. Space Station just felt like they had a stranglehold on that game from that early opening goal from Chicago, and that was it. I mean, only 3 shots from OG, only 4 from Space Station. It was one of those very grindy, slower games like we saw in Game 3 out of both of these teams. Even Game 2 was kind of like that. And SSG on top in another 1-goal game, so they stay alive here in this series.
Exactly. Now they're just trying to battle their way back into it. They'll have to force a game 7 here to see if they can really get back into their stride. Is going to be a question, because OG, it really was a slower start, giving up that early goal that put them in a tough spot. The way they've been playing this series has been great for a team that goes up. But when you're playing from behind, you've got to be more aggressive. And OG wasn't willing to kind of take that extra step. Com still averaged 4 demos, but there were some games where Com had 7. And you could even see JNaps with 92 points, just not necessarily being able to get too many points on the ball and set up too many shot opportunities, because again, just trying to make sure we don't continue to keep the bleeding in. They kept it a low-scoring game, which is good for them going into this game 6, but SSG is starting to figure it out. You can tell bit by bit. Now, chance here to force a game 7. Can SSG keep this momentum up?
1 match point broken, 2 to go. Palm will start it though for OG. See if they have more of a sense of urgency this game. Certainly more threatening early on, as Noli just lobs one at the backboard, easily addressed by Chicago, but he gave that one away to JNaps, and now Com is up. That caught a deflection. That really threw LJ for a loop, but he still manages to recover and make another save. JNaps has that deflect over towards Noli on a shot that's blocked. Now can Noli bring it forward? No, Hoxer, big clear, relieves a ton of pressure and lets SSG reset.
Look at this though, Hoxer and LJ both upfield, low boost. Chicago doesn't have any. Noli just took the boost there from them. So now here comes the scramble. Can OG make the most of it? Do they even know that they have SSG on such a low boost right now? The ball is moving so fast, and they're just sticking with the play. Look at Hoxer, just in front of JNaps like, no, I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure you don't get a piece of this ball. But OG still trying to move forward. Bump on the play, Naps with the low shot. LJ doesn't let it happen, but Chicago's touch gives the ball to Com, who's looking to bring it back in.
Well, that angle's downward, given away to JNaps again. One recipe for success here for OG is just kind of camping around in the middle of the field as that ball goes in. It's been cleared right through the middle, an awful lot, either from the backboard or right in front of the net. And they've been able to generate more second chance opportunities, and Space Station Gaming will not get away with it for the full balance of this game. They have got to change things up.
Yeah, that's true, but they were in a tough spot on defense, and they did get out of that. So now, yeah, you're right. They do have to kind of clean up the clears. Being able to allow a teammate or even yourself to get a follow-up off the clears is going to be big, because clearing it back in the midfield, they're lucky OG didn't take advantage of it. Ooh, JNap's still in a tough spot. He has to make 2 saves. Hoxer plays this one up high, but no follow-up from anybody. LJ's going to try to take his time to get past Com and Noli, who have the net locked down. And SSG almost with a quick attack. Now they're going to have to try again.
Well, Subi would say, just because you're boostless doesn't mean you're useless. He made a big defensive stop there, despite having very little in the tank. So now JNaps, a lot more this time to work with. Stays with the play. LJ trying to shadow Com there and stop him from moving forward. Hoxer, double. No, JNaps got a piece, but the follow's there from Kago.
Good play from Hoxer. I mean, what a first touch. Able to get that follow straight down. And even though he doesn't score, Chicago's there. And that's what I'm saying. If SSG plays there for the boost, then Chicago's going to be out the play. stays with low boost, has faith in Hoxer. It pays off big time. It may even work here off the kickoff. They get the ball, but Noli is not letting it through.
Hoxer had a choice to make, either peel off that play or go for the demo. He was very low boost. I think he made the right choice, even though he could maybe more aggressive might have opened the door. Not the risk you take when you're up a goal with the way this series has gone. Calm stopped by Hoxer, and he looked for the midfield boost that did not spawn for him. No problem, as he still has that go all the way across, and OG has to reset at center.
And OG, if you're an OG fan, you're worried about the scoring drought here. They haven't been able to get on the board in quite some time. And again, with the shutout last game, now we're in the bottom 2 minutes of this one. And it's not to say they can't get the ball upfield. Here, even with Calm, they're getting the flip reset. Noli's in front. They've starved out Space Station Gaming, but they have not been able to execute when it comes down to setting up those last shots and putting them past the defense.
Oh, Nolly, great set for Calm, but he's opted to go high. Boy, a shot on target. Might have actually got through. That was well covered on the back ball. Even better pass down, though, to JNaps, and that forces SSG to scramble into action, but Hoxer unfazed.
Good use there of the dodge, too. Pops it up just enough to where JNaps can't get a 50. That sails it back. He has to use all of his boosts. So now SSG starting to win big challenges here in the midfield, and it's giving them more of a field position. Here's LJ. He puts the shot on, but his shot was just a little too high. And that's the difference, right? You have Calm going for that solo play. You got LJ just putting it just straight on, forcing the defense to move. Empty space off the demo from Chicago. LJ can't get the bump, can't get the drop down. Big clearance. No way!
They did it again. They got caught thinking this is an open net. They've got OG worn down, and JNaps just sweeps in, goes over top of the last man. That happens to be Hoxer, and all that pressure means absolutely jack.
A minute to go. It's anybody's ball game here on Game 6. Now people got to turn up the heat, especially if you're on the side of Space Station. You had the series. Oh, Hoxer couldn't make contact. Chicago's going to try to play it high, looking for LJ. LJ gets it up. Chicago did still boost, so he can stay in the play, but the ball's over his head. Hoxer's in the backfield, needs to pick up a little bit more. He's grabbing pads as LJ tries to look for a bump and can't connect on that either. SSG, a little bit more spread out now, making sure that the long clearance doesn't come through, but their offense is not doing much here. OG set in net on defense and ready to block anything.
Well, since facing triple match points, Space Station has been the more proactive of the two offensively. They've been playing with that sense of urgency. They understand they've got to take the fight to OG. But now OG has weathered the storm. Calm trying to line up a pinch. Nolly chasing, waiting for Chicago to hand him the ball. He does not. Down to 6 seconds. JNaps, oh, he almost won it with that 50. Now Hoxer. Almost surely going to bring this to ground, right? Nolly will stay in the air, and he can keep this alive for JNaps. Put it forward, and oh, Hoxer back in. Calm's got to bring this to ground, surely. I don't think that OG can really make a push for a 0-second goal here.
Yeah, no, they're not doing
especially
it.
with the threat.
They want to kill it.
That is Chicago waiting in the middle. There he is.
Oh, Hoxer!
Hoxer for the win, and Calm's in the way. Bumps LJ out, and we go to sudden death.
Big smart bump from Calm. OT here. SSG still trying to force that Game 7. They let things kind of slip late. And you're right, you saw that. Calm almost had a good play on the ball. Good challenge from LJ on Noli. And Hoxer can pick this one up. OG a little shaky here in the opener, and Space Station Gaming trying to pounce on it.
Oh, awkward ball that JNaps is able to read, and now he's got LJ just waiting. Come at me, bro. He does. Now Noli, past LJ, past Hoxer. Only Chicago to beat. Could be a numbers game, but LJ is back. He avoids Noli and stops that from going central. Calm, though, hits Noli for the win. Oh! It's on the goal line and out. Follow-up is through. Father time, say no more. JNaps puts OG in the semis.
There's cold and there's ice. And JNaps is frozen solid when it comes to being clutch. OG to the top 4. Chaos in North America.
Their business isn't taken care of yet. Shopify Rebellion still yet lives. But oh man, what a relief for OG. With, I'm sure, everybody telling them, SSG is the favorite. You can't beat this team. This is SSG's time. And OG managed to find their way through a grindy, defensive methodical series. They're going to be mentally exhausted after all of that. But they get some well-deserved rest before Championship Sunday.
Well-deserved, though, from OG. Even the way SSG kind of started this series, they were able to come out and just adapt. And they never let go of their game plan. You could tell, even as the series came to a close, even as SSG bounced back, they stuck to their guns, and it worked. And, I mean, this team, Stacks, you called them leftovers. You said that, you know, these guys were not necessarily, like, looked at too much. And to be able to see them come into this fold and make a name for themselves time and time again, it's just so, so impressive.
Team's got an average age of about 45, but they're still through into Championship Sunday, still got a shot at London and at Worlds, and that wraps up a wild day here on Saturday. Let's send it back to the desk to close things out.
The entire region is shaken. The Grim Reapers are in the house. OG into top 4. They got a rematch with G2 here, Bates. It's crazy here in North America.
It is crazy here in North America. Everybody's starting to pick it up right when the season is about to end, but that's what you want to see. You want to see teams playing their best version of Rocket League right at the end of the season. OG ends up taking on SSG in a very grueling match. Stacks hit around the nose. That was a tough physical match, but JNats, ice cold in the words of Dazarin, finishes up the job on Neo Tokyo.
Oh, it's just wild because OG, you're going up against Space Station again. Them versus the field, they've only lost twice to teams outside of G2 and Gen G, but for 2 consecutive days now, they lose to a team outside of G2 or Gen G, when all they had to do was just win this match. They clinch Worlds, they clinch London, but OG knew that they're tied for 4th, and Rebellion has a pretty easy side of their bracket with that Moist upset. That means OG had all the pressure on them to continue to keep pace, to expand that lead. They gain 4 points on that 4th place spot again. They sit there alone for the time being. So OG, huge pressure, and they get the job done when it matters most. Congrats to them.
Incredible performance to overcome that pressure and continue on. I mean, we talk about how much veterancy there is on this roster. Every single one of these players has lost more games than most of the people they're playing against have played in RLCS, and yet here they are. That demonstration continuing to perform, continuing to demonstrate. They're continuing to show how strong that experience they have is in this league. So, Gibbs, now we gotta break down what this means for everybody. We still have your dream bracket from beginning. We're gonna show this bracket again. I guarantee a lot of people didn't pay attention when you explained it the first time because they were like, "This isn't gonna happen." Now here we are. This is the exact top 4 we've got.
The dream bracket is alive. We talked about this in the pre-show. It's basically to force a 4-way tie between 2 through 5 spots. So 3 of those teams will advance, but they will still have to play in that tiebreaker. We talked about Space Station tweeted out a little bit early that they qualified for London on Friday. They have not just yet, or the World Championship. So if Rebellion beats OG tomorrow in the finals, there will be a 4-way tie between Space Station, Gen G, Rebellion, and OG for 3 London spots. So that would make for a very exciting final day. I'm not even sure when tiebreakers would be played at that point because there would be a lot of matches to be played, but that hope is still alive.
Well, let's talk about the series that just happened, and it's Space Station in particular. What a performance for them in a losing effort to go down to match point and then be able to bounce back, get a win, and then in the next game force overtime. Nearly got to game 7, just not quite enough at the end.
Yeah, it wasn't quite enough. DeMar was touching on it after the timeout. After SSG touched the timeout, they just came out in game number 4. They came out super flat. DeMar even said they looked the worst, and that's made you scratch your head because SSG, they looked solid, really solid beforehand. But OG, I think they just have teams that play more methodical, slower, just really traditional style Rocket League. I think they have them downloaded. Gen G, SSG, OG's kind of got an advantage in that moment right now.
And LJ, he was just like, he was on fire throughout Swiss, 1 point, like 6 goals per game. Yeah. And he was very, very quiet throughout this. So we're going to throw it over to an interview with OG.
Hello, I am here with Com from OG. Com, congratulations on the win. We saw, of course, the celebrations afterwards. Tell me how it feels to take down SSG.
Yeah, I mean, this was a huge win for us, like to finally beat that team in bracket. Fortunately, we lost to them in the past 2 regionals. We knew that we didn't play nearly as well as we should have. We weren't showing what we should have done. Feels good to finally come out here, beat them finally in such an important situation that keeps our London and World's hopes alive.
Yeah, and you guys played well. I mean, you can kind of see it on the field there, just kind of like how you guys played, like really composed, really structured to your game plan. How was the composure there? Of course, you guys have been playing the game for a long time. Did you guys still get a bit of nerves being in that situation, or were you guys just locked in handling business?
Yeah, I don't think the context of the match really affects us all that much. We're just going out there, we're playing in Rlcs. We're not really thinking about the potential ramifications of a loss there or a win. But it's always a little nervy. I don't think that's something that ever goes away. As long as you care about playing and you can care about winning. I think we're good at keeping our composure, but I'll say for myself at least, I have a healthy amount of nerves in order to keep me in check.
Okay, that's valid. Definitely very valid. I mean, you, though, in that series, just seem to be kind of all over the field, definitely creating a little bit of chaos. The demos, I mean, of course, we almost come to expect that from you. But how did you feel even against the SSG team? Did you guys have like a game plan specifically for them that you executed?
Yeah, we spent, a lot of time looking at this team. They beat us twice. We spent probably a good 3-4 hours maybe. Between yesterday primarily and past weeks, just analyzing our scrims and matches against them, noticing things that they do well, things that we're not doing well. We put a lot of work into that, and I think it showed today. We put up a lot more of a fight than we had the last 2 times that we played them. We were actually taking the fight to them. We had them under pressure. We had them having to make saves. The last 2 times they beat us, we just kind of went out with a whimper.
Yeah, and now you guys, again, it just felt like you guys had so much more control there over the course of that series. Tomorrow your matchup will be G2. How are you feeling going into G2? I mean, of course, G2 titled as the best team in North America. Do you think you guys have what it takes to take them down?
Yeah, absolutely. We've beat Gen G, who's beaten G2 multiple times. We've only matched up against G2 1 time so far in any of the 6 qualifiers, excluding the initial qualifier, like the first day. In Swiss, we played them yesterday, and we lost 3-1, lost 2 overtimes that we could have won. Bunch of really close games. Those guys, of course, are very talented. My former teammates, respect to them. But we 100% have what it takes. It's just about showing up on the day.
Yep, and you guys have been showing up over the course of this event too. And even like as the season draws to a close, just for a look back, the level of work you guys have put in to get to where you are now. What does this mean for you personally to find success so late in the season and kind of being able to control not only your major hopes, but your world championship hopes?
Yeah, it's a great feeling to know that you still got it. I'm surrounded by, a bunch of old geezers over here. I'm rounding out the age of the youngest at 20, which is already pretty ripe for a Rocket League team. It's good to go out there, show that we still have what it takes against these other teams. We still are taking it to them. We're still better than a lot of them, and we're still showing that we have the potential to be the best team in the world.
Okay, and listen, I see it too. I think everybody's starting to see it more and more every time you guys go on the field. Any shout outs, anything you want to say to your fans before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out my family, shout out my friends, shout out the team. Proud of all the work they've been putting in. Shout out the fans. Couldn't be doing this without you guys. Hopefully we can continue to make you proud and show up tomorrow against G2.
Com, congratulations so much. Congratulations on the win, and thank you so much for the interview. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
With that win, OG has secured a semifinal rematch with G2, running it back from Open Qualifier number 5. Can they get the win this time? This one will be a big one, folks. On the other side of things, Moist Esports going to be taking on the Rebellion. 2 unlikely challengers here. One will play for the title of North American Regional Champion. It's just a matter of who. All of that we're looking forward to tomorrow. Now, the point situation has gotten pretty crazy over the past 2 hours or so here, Gibbs. And again,
Yes.
we keep on bringing this up to people. We don't usually talk about points this much, but at the end of the season, they become so important. Walk us through one more time kind of what we're looking at here.
Yeah, so OG got a crucial 4 points, putting them at 32. Unfortunately for Moist, they got a huge upset today, but they can only get 8 more points at this point. So the max that they can finish at is 30. So tomorrow will be the last day for their year. So Moist is just going to play for vibes and, of course, a lot of prize money as well to try and win the qualifier. But even a qualifier win will not get them into the top 4. But Gen G and Space Station are out. They're only 4 points better than OG. Shopify Rebellion is 8 points behind Gen G and Space Station and 4 points behind OG. So every spot is basically 4 points better. So tomorrow, Shopify Rebellion can get up to 8 more points to get to tie with Gen G and Space Station. OG can also acquire 8 more points as well, so they can pass both those teams. So there is 4 teams left for 3 spots. Right now, OG, Space Station, and Gen G have it. But Rebellion, if they win this qualifier, or even if they win just one match, could potentially play some tiebreakers to get into London. While all this is happening, G2's just like, we're going to make every grand final, and they're sitting pretty at 48 points. They have clinched everything, Worlds plus London, so G2 doesn't have to worry. But for all the other teams, they are fighting for London, except for Moist, who is also just playing for vibes. But here is your World RLCS points. Again, top 4 go to the World Championship. OG, crucial points there. They pass Space Station. So even if OG does not make London, they will sit at home with a potential chance at a World Championship spot. It really all depends how far they go. They need to win one more match. If Space Station goes to London, then hope Space Station goes out 0-3, which is probably unlikely. But there's still a lot to be played for tomorrow and then in London as well. It is very confusing, but tomorrow we'll break it down match by match. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun day.
There's a lot of situations here. There's a lot of different results. It's crazy that we have 3 more matches to play in North America, and there's still so many different combinations of teams that could be going to London and also going to the World Championship. So we'll keep you guys updated as those results become more clear to us here. Speaking of London Major, we got more team security. Maybe eagle-eyed viewers will have noticed that the Furia logo was lit up above our heads there. South America, Furia has earned enough points to clinch a spot in London, alongside the rest of the teams that we've been talking about over the course of the day. And then we also have Worlds spots, a few teams that have solidified their spots at the World Championship. Furia is one of those teams, as well as Falcons and G2. We know we will see all 3 of those teams in London and in Fort Worth here, Bates.
Yeah, we sure will. World Championship. Oh, there we go. G2 represent out of NA. 3 more remain to be determined. Sam, Furia is going to be right back at Fort Worth. And then the Falcons. All 3 of these teams 2 years ago, or all 3 of these organizations, I should say, were in Dallas. We're in Fort Worth 2 years ago. And now they're coming back. Furia, that's when Yan hit the big game winner in Game 7. Going up against that old Moist squad. G2 made all the way to the grand final. Falcons were cooking. Coming off a London 3rd or 2nd place. I don't remember. They had too many
Grand Finals, yeah.
Yeah. Coming off a London Grand Final. They were cooking. So these great organizations, love to see them staying consistent in the RLCS ecosystem and also staying consistent in how well they've been performing with the rosters that they keep on creating and implementing. We'll see them all in Fort Worth.
If you want to see these teams play live, make sure you head over to ticketmaster.co.uk to get your tickets for London. The event is coming up very, very quickly, end of June. And then middle of September, you can catch the World Championship in Fort Worth. Go to rl.gg/RLCS Texas. That'll be September 13th through 15th. You can watch those teams play out for the title of World Champion. It's going to be a great event, folks. We've got 3 matches to play tomorrow before we are done with online play here in North America. We'll start things off with Moist versus Shopify and then see if OG can finally get revenge on G2. The winners of those 2 matches going to play in the grand finals. Bates, what would you enjoy most? Which 2 teams you want to win?
All right, I'll tell you exactly how tomorrow's going to go. So what's going to happen is Shopify's going to be Moist, and then G2's going to be OG. And then G2's going to be Shopify. So then we're going to get one tiebreaker matchup against Shopify versus OG. And that's exactly what's going to happen. I don't know if that's going to happen after the grand final. Now, I don't know necessarily if that happens. Maybe throwing on the first touch or something. But that's exactly how the script's going to play out. You heard it here first. You're going to get one tiebreaker. You're going to get G2 win again. And Moist, you've had an absolutely great season, but you're bowing out tomorrow first thing up.
All right, then who wins that tiebreaker?
Who wins the tiebreaker?
Ooh.
Rebellion OG.
Rebellion. Oh, OG.
After what I just saw there, I'm still a little heartbroken I didn't pick OG. I swapped on OG in the
swapped last
minute there. My goodness, that one's going to hurt for a little bit. So yeah, I got to believe in OG if that tiebreaker happens as well. But I've been told by production, I can tease that there might potentially be those tiebreaker matches played after the conclusion of tomorrow's grand finals. So we might see teams have a chance at the world finals or a chance to make it to London 2 matches in a row between the grand finals and a tiebreaker there. So make sure you keep it locked here tomorrow. Kickoff is at 10 a.m. Pacific. The pre-show will be live at 9:30 a.m. It'll be a lot of fun. You won't want to miss it. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Get me.
Nice play. Alright, go. There we go.
So cute.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work. Oh.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
with you now, and there's no